those whom they care for. Chapter 1. Mike, 7 a.m., Ankeny, Iowa. Emily did her best to try and let her husband, Mike, sleep, but there was a tinge of annoyance that he got to sleep in until 7, and literally just had to walk the kids out to the elementary bus at the corner, and then could go back in the house, drink his coffee slowly, and enjoy his day. It wasn't fair that he got to have the stomach flu. She debated that maybe she'd call in sick, but who was she kidding? She had projects and deadlines, and knew if she stayed home, Mike would make her sick too. Having 2 children meant at least one adult needed to be healthy if they were going to have a fighting chance, else they would be outnumbered. The project she was working on wouldn't see the light of day for another 6 months, but if she didn't go to work, she wouldn't have any hope of having any real time off for the foreseeable future. She watched her husband sleeping, his chest rising slowly, and decided when the weekend came, he would get the honor bestowed upon him to go and deal with the kids. He wouldn't care, because he was rarely a guy who slept in. Most days he got up early to work on his projects before he went to work, because he was crazy, or because he loved his family more than his sleep and wanted to provide a life that was better than a guy who didn't have more than a sad year of college to show for his education. All of this was on the off chance that he was done with the violent sickness he was dealing with at the moment. There were 3 different strains going around, she thought, and she prayed he had the quicker of them. Although with the horrific noises coming out of the bathroom, she wondered at times if maybe he had all 3 of them. Emily crawled into bed for only a second, leaning just far enough to give his bald head a kiss, and headed out to the hallway. Harley, who she could only tell was awake by the wagging tail, was waiting for her invitation to head downstairs with her favorite person in the world. Harley tore around the corner. She was a lab, who ate enough for 2 and had 2 patches of black fur over each of her eyes, black ears, and a spot on her butt. Emily watched as the dog raced for the kitchen. Both kids had already gotten dressed and headed downstairs, and were going to town on their Pop-Tarts. She smiled, happy that their legs still had a little under a foot before their feet would be able to touch the floor while they ate. Emily looked at the family wall portrait. Her oldest son, Tony, who was 6 feet tall, towering over her by more than half a foot. They'd had him when the 2 of them had nothing, but because of that, she thought, it made her take time to appreciate the children at the table all that much more. She was sure that the children, who were a beautiful mixture of looks between the 2 of them, were still little enough to be cuddled. It saddened her to think one day they would be the big kids and her son would be able to wrap his arms around her and be taller than her just like his idol Tony already was. The 2 of them were laughing hysterically, with red cherry and bread mixed together falling out of their mouths. Harley was on the floor growling at the old man of the family, Rusty the Wonder Dog. He was going to town beneath Lily, who was famous for the best spot in the house for food. Emily wanted to make sure their laughing was for the good of evil. "Hey kids, what's so funny?" Lily laughed, and Jake threw his hands up in the air, waving his head as well, and yelled, "Grandma Evans said I'm a coconut head." "What did she call you?" "Grandma Diane called me a coconut head." "Why?" Jake, the 12-year-old, shrugged, and his sister Lily laughed so hard that milk shot out of her nose. Emily took a towel to the 10-year-old and wiped at her cherry-wet milk face mess. Lily couldn't stop laughing, and Emily bent down, giving her a kiss on the forehead. When her face was less scary-looking, Emily looked up at her son, who had one eyebrow hunched up, looking hauntingly like The Rock. He held her gaze, fighting the corners of his mouth from breaking out into a smile. When he couldn't hold it any longer, he said, "Grandma Evans called me a coconut head." With that, he fell off his seat by the table, holding his belly, erupting in a fit of laughter. Emily bent down on the ground, giving him a kiss on the forehead. "I need to get to work. I'm going to let Harley and Rusty out before I go. When the timer on the microwave goes off, can you get your dad up?" The kids gave a thumbs up, and Lily said, "You better get Rusty Dog out or he's gonna pee on the floor, Mom." Rusty, the little orange and tiger-striped dog, was doing his "I gotta pee and poo" dance by the door. She grabbed his collar, letting Harley, who wouldn't leave the backyard for anything unless the neighbor men and women were out, follow. She hooked Rusty up on his leash and let him run out into the backyard. The old beagle had a few years left at best, they hoped, and as he ran, he squeaked. He was too old to use his hips and leg muscles without letting some farts make their way out. The kids, of course, erupted in a fit of laughter. Emily checked their backpacks, making sure their planners were signed and that they literally just needed their dad to walk them down to the stop. Emily looked around, making sure she had everything she needed. There was something she was forgetting, because that was a mother's life, taking care of yourself last. "You guys be good for Dad. He still feels horrible. I think he was puking in the bathroom almost the entire night." "Wow, that's really gross," Jake said. "I got to listen to it all night. It made me want to puke a little too. I'm glad that I got all of us a flu shot." Lily questioned, "Why didn't Dad get one again?" "Oh, because he is a 35-year-old toddler who decided to take 4 hours of sick time in October, and instead of going to see Dr. Kopp, he went out on a 4-hour motorcycle ride with Michael next door, which is probably why he's as sick as a dog. Michael is lucky he hasn't gotten it too." "Yeah, but couldn't Mackenzie take care of him? You know, because she's a nurse," Lily said. "He was supposed to go to the doctor that day too, and with baby Marin he probably should have." "Do you want me to stay home and take care of Dad?" "Lilybell, you have school. Mrs. Campoff would miss you if you didn't come in today, wouldn't she?" Jake cut Lily off before she could respond. "Yeah, because she's like a suck-up." "I'm sorry that I like to read, Jacob. It isn't my fault. I mean, sorry. Books are better than Minecraft." "Minecraft is awesome, Lillian." Emily caught Rusty by his collar, undoing the hook so he didn't choke himself out once he ran for the couch. She patted him on the rear and then gave both kids another quick kiss. "You are both awesome. Here, let me put some tea tree oil on your heads. The last thing we want to do is have another bout of head lice. I hate bugs, and we have all the laundry we need already." "I love our laundry, Mom. It makes the best pile of clothes to jump on." "Just let me put this on, and don't forget to get your dad up. I don't like you two walking down to the bus stop by yourselves." "We aren't babies, Mom," Lily explained. "Unfortunately for you, you are always going to be my babies. I love you guys. You have a good day at school, and remember, no TV this morning. Jake, you make sure that the two of you are ready for school when that timer goes off. Any questions?" Jake raised his hand in the air. Emily nodded, and Jake asked, "What's for supper tonight?" "Lily has fencing, and you have soccer, so we are doing pizza." Lily raised her hand and joined Jake. Jake kept his up, and Emily nodded. "Are we going to do Little Caesar's pizza?" "Nothing but the best for you two kids. Don't forget to get your dad up when the timer goes off. Just make sure that you pay attention to the timer. If you miss the bus and he has to drive you up to school, he's going to be very unpleasant." Lily gave a thumbs up as she finished off her Pop-Tart and started to chug her juice box. "You can count on me, Mom. I'm going to make sure he's awake so we don't get in trouble at school." Emily said, "I'll call you to check and see that you made it on the bus. Or I guess I'll call your dad." "Mom, you know, if you got me a new fancier cell phone that I could download apps on and not just have one to, like, call people and get texts, they have a sale on—" Emily killed his comment before he had a chance to start it. Every spoiled brat at Ankeny had a cell phone. Most of them, she'd seen from school events, were nicer than her own. The spoiled children had Apple phones, which was one brand she'd never had the chance to have for herself. They weren't poor, she knew, but the idea of getting Mike to splurge $1,000 on a phone was slim. He would lose his shit for sure. Emily took a look around and did the sign of the cross that Mike would get up, get them on the bus, and get himself enough rest so that he could get over this crap and get himself back to work and feel better by the weekend. Chapter 2. The two kids gave it a 30 count after the garage door opened and closed. Jake ran to the window. Harley, as usual, was already sitting up next to the window. Her white snout had the curtains moved out of the way, and she was watching her mom drive away. The two watched as the white Ford Escape disappeared down the street. Lily looked at Jake, who was already thinking what she was going to say. "Does Dad have any of my Girl Scout cookies left in his secret hiding spot?" "No more than 2 or 3 cases, I bet. He's your best customer. I don't know anyone who likes to eat cookies at night as much as Dad does." "I don't know. Grandpa Denny sure likes to eat some cookies at night as long as he gets his shot first." "Lily, Grandpa Denny isn't here right now, and if we don't get moving, we aren't going to have time to get cookies before we need to get Dad up. Why are we still talking?" Jake didn't respond. He understood the severity and importance of a few Thin Mint cookies before they had to wake him up. If they planned it just right, they could get a ton of cookies, and from there they could get their teeth brushed and the evidence would go down the bathroom drain. Jake jumped up to the counter, pulling himself up, and crawled up atop of the fridge. He opened the small door that his dad didn't think he knew about or that he could reach. Of course, he was wrong. Jake opened it, his eyes growing large and bright as the beautiful sight of boxes representing every color Girl Scout cookie that money could buy sitting in front of him. He said, "What kind do you want?" "I don't know, but let's start with the s'more cookies. I love marshmallows, like, a lot." Jake pulled the brown package out and dropped it out into her hands, already outstretched and ready. She took them, running back to the table where she pulled out the entire package and began inhaling the cookies, one after another. Jake grabbed the Thin Mints and tossed them down on the counter and didn't even waste time with getting to the table. He took 5 Thin Mints and started eating them 2 at a time. They knew that they were playing with fire, eating their dad's cookies. However, they almost never got the opportunity to be unparented at their ages, and this was like Christmas for their mouths. When the timer went off, the two of them looked at each other, faces covered with cookie evidence, and that "oh shit" feeling raced through their tiny bodies. Jake chewed with a purpose, getting it down, and chugged the milk that was left from breakfast. Lily and Jake ran up the steps, pausing at the door. The two of them knew that their dad was a fist thrower when he was touched in his sleep. He was just like his dad, jumpy all the time. Mike was just a bit less jumpy, mostly because of his anxiety meds, which helped calm him out. Lily and Jake looked at each other, saying, "Not it," at the same time, and "Jinx! Jinx blackout!" They immediately held out their palms for rock, paper, scissors. Lily whispered, "Best out of 3. 1, 2, 3, double rocks. 1, 2, 3, double scissors. 1, 2, 3, double rocks." If the two kids were allowed to curse, they'd have been doing it right now. Lily and Jake stared at each other, deadlocked, both intent on not being the one to do it. Lily said, "You are older. You have to wake him up. I'm older, and that means you need to listen to me. If you don't, I'm going to tell Mom about your cookies. If you tell Mom about my cookies, I'll tell her about your cookies." The siblings stood in stalemate. Each of them were trying to figure out what and how to do it. There wasn't a solution to this, which either of them liked the idea of. Lily sat for just another minute before the solution came to her. She whispered down the stairs, feeling guilty before it ever happened. Lily called for Harley, because Rusty was too fat and old to make it up onto their king-size bed. Lily sat on her knees, pretending to have something in her hand, and when Harley rounded the corner, she pretended to toss a treat onto her parents' bed. Harley was not bashful, and she lived for belly rubs and food. Always food. This was a case where she thought she would get food. She leapt into the bed, not considering the fact that Mike was still in bed. He usually left at 6 in the morning. This was not a normal day, and she realized the error in her ways mid-jump when she saw Mike with a light sweat and a horrible-sounding wheeze coming from his mouth. The dog looked like a cartoon character attempting to change her direction mid-air, attempting to stop and go another way. Harley landed square on Mike's stomach with her front 2 paws, and her rear paws landed on her dad's balls. Mike tried to scream, but the pain thriving in his testicles and the worst feeling of soreness from a night of dry heaving was an unimaginable Molotov cocktail of pain exploding from his nether regions and his ab muscles, which were hiding well underneath a small layer of fat. He tried to sit up, but realized the benefits from it were greatly outweighing the pain. Harley absolutely saw the error of her ways. She dropped to the bed and army crawled off of it, almost looking like a snake slithering away. Mike waited a minute before he sat up and then moaned as he rose. The 2 kids had a nervous energy, and they walked around the corner like they hadn't been waiting for the dog to do the dirty work. Harley came sprinting past the 2 kids and raced down the carpeted steps. Jake, without much believability, said, "Hey, Dad, we're just coming to get you up. You feeling any better? You still look like crap." Mike was going to answer, but Lily said, "Yeah, he does. I'm glad I don't look like Dad. He doesn't look very good. Are you gonna live, Dad?" Mike collapsed back into the bed, his abs and balls still pulsating. He thought they were probably 40 or 50 times their normal size, because he was pretty sure that they were in his throat. Jake said, "Our bus is coming soon, Dad, and Mom said to wake you up, but it looks like Harley beat us to it." Mike didn't say anything. He just held up his index finger, and Jake stopped immediately. It was quite apparent that they needed to give their dad just a second to collect his thoughts. He pulled the blankets back, slowly reaching around on the floor for a pair of shorts, and grabbed a wrinkled Spider-Man shirt from the floor, getting up slowly and wobbling at first. This wasn't going to be a pleasant experience. He kept a hand on the bed, walking slow. Both kids kept an eye on him, and both looked extremely nervous. Mike got up to the steps, looking down, and felt his world begin to spin, something he'd experienced a lot of over the last few days. They looked like they were a mile long. Jake and Lily both stayed where they were. The Evans household was for sure not one that was friendly to germs. Mike had a running joke each time a kid sneezed or coughed about, "Bless you, don't get sick," to which both kids would always say, "It is just a sneeze, Dad," if it wasn't for the intense fevers that the children had when they were just little kids. Then Mike probably wouldn't be so diehard about trying to keep the 2 of them healthy. Mike wiped the sweat from his palms and put a shaky foot on the first stair, testing his knees and leg muscles to make sure everyone was going to get along and work as a team. He started to take the steps slowly, counting all 16 of them, and feeling quite lucky to not have tripped and died on them. The alarm for the bus was going off outside, and they had a phone bus tracker app that told them when the bus was close. It was something to make sure the parents of Ankeny could get their kids to school on time. Jake held the door open, backpack in hand, and Lily ran out, jumping in the air off the 2 brick steps, doing a flying sidekick. The kids had been enrolled with Mike for Taekwondo for the last few years, and any opportunity they had, they used it. She landed, never slowing down, and ran halfway down the sidewalk before he was even out the door. Jake looked like he was doing the pee-pee dance. "Do you need to drain one off? I don't know if I can drive you if you are late." "I don't have to pee, but you're going to make me late." Mike wasn't any better when he was running late, and knew it drove his son towards the brink of insanity. He put a hand on the screen door's handle, keeping his balance, and motioned for Jake to run off. They could see the bus coming up Branwood Drive. Jake got his legs pumping, cutting across the front yard, high-stepping it in a few spots from the poop that needed to be picked up. Mike was confident the boy child would not scrub the poop off his shoes, so he was quite happy that he was going out of his way to not acquire any shit on his shoes. When he rounded the corner, there was a van coming down the street. Jake didn't look and sprinted into the street, not paying attention. Mike let go of the door, seeing some very horrible things about to happen to his son. Lily was sitting at the stop sign, trying to get her brother's attention, screaming, but he was focused on his task at hand and didn't know that his life was coming to an end if things were not drastically changed in the next few seconds. Mike took off in a pathetic attempt at a dead sprint. His son started to get blurry as he got closer, but Mike shook it off, unsure if he was going to pass out or if he was going to accomplish his goal. The idea of his baby boy getting hit by a car and him not saving the boy was fueling him and turning his stomach all at the exact same time. Jake saw Mike coming at the last second before he grabbed the boy. The van was so close that Mike could see the dead bugs that had splattered and dried onto the van's grill over an Iowa spring. Mike saw the woman driving the van, and she didn't look to be in her right mind. Her eyes were bloodshot, her hair pointing out in 50 directions, and she had a sweat going. Mike thought there was a very strong chance she was just a mother who was on her way to take some kids somewhere, or was running late and didn't have the sick time to call in to her job. At this moment, Mike was perfectly content blaming this woman for every bad thing potentially going to happen if he didn't succeed. He went off his right foot and tackled Jake, sending the two of them up into the air and landing hard in the grass. Mike thought when he struck the ground it might as well have been concrete. He extended his left arm to slow his fall down. He curled, pulling Jake into him so that the boy would take the least amount of impact possible. Jake still cried out when they hit. Mike looked down at his foot, which felt like it was on fire. He didn't know what had happened until he saw a Chevy symbol embedded into his ankle. "That fucking bitch hit me with her van. What the hell is wrong with her? She didn't even slow down." Jake didn't cry, but he absolutely looked like he was going to. He saw his dad's bright red ankle and a small trickle of blood coming from the Chevy symbol currently imprinted in his dad's foot. "I didn't see her, Dad. I'm sorry. Mike ignored his ankle, sitting up, putting Jake on the ground, and looking over him. He ran his hands down his back and side and chest and shook the grass out of his hair. "You're fine. I'm just glad you were okay. Does anything hurt really bad?" Jake shook his head no, and his eyes went wide when he saw the van screech across the bus, leaving a red stripe from its paint. Mike remembered he had one more kid to go and save. He held Jake by the hand, not content to let him be by himself for one more second. He was still feeling like hell warmed over, but the feeling of knowing he still had a son who was alive made everything completely worth it. Mike looked both ways this time, making sure they were safe. He hobbled on his ankle, testing how much weight he could place on his Chevy foot, which wasn't too much at the moment, but it felt better every second. He twisted his ankle before, and this wasn't that feeling. He watched the van as it crossed through the stop sign, a shower of sparks coming from the bus and the van scraping one another. The van never so much as hit its brake lights. The van crashed through a stop sign on the opposite side of the street, and the question of if the woman had been wearing her seatbelt was answered immediately. She crashed through her windshield, sending glass everywhere in front of her. She missed the light pole, and unfortunately for her, she skidded on the sidewalk. Mike could see, even from 40 feet back, that she had skidded every inch on her face. The woman, amazingly, got up immediately, no hesitation at all. She didn't show any effort to get up either. The strange woman was on her feet in under 2 seconds and ready to go. John, a retiree who drove buses during the school year, leaned up in his seat and watched this from the driver's seat as it began to unfold. He looked at the 15 young faces staring at him, and then back at the woman, who seemed oblivious that she'd been in a horrific crash and that she'd just scraped her face, chin, elbows, palms, and anything else which hit the concrete sidewalk. John waved the kids to get on to the school bus. Lily didn't know any better, nor did anyone else, including the adults. They climbed on quickly, one at a time. John hid his seatbelt, getting up once all the kids were in, and started walking down the steps and out of the bus. John yelled from across the street, "Hey, ma'am, are you all right? Do you need me to call an ambulance? Ma'am, can you hear me? Are you all right? You might be in shock after that. I don't think you should be up on your feet." The woman took a step backward, turning around, and seemed to all at once recognize John and hear his words. She didn't answer, though. At least, not with words. She bent at the knee and took off in a full-on sprint towards John. Her face was shredded. She had pieces of torn flesh hanging down from her cheeks, and one slice on her cheek was so deep you could see her bones. John watched, unable to believe that she was able to move, let alone run. He turned to run back into the bus, but knew he couldn't lead her to the children on the bus, and with her speed, there was no way he would be able to outrun her. John did the only thing he could think of, and took off around the corner of the bus. He looked over his shoulder and could see that the woman had not lost interest in him. John was almost 70 years old, so he didn't have much of a chance of getting away from her. He was trying to think quickly on his feet, and tried as gracefully as his old body would grant him to drop to the ground and roll beneath the bus. John sat there for a second, trying to be quiet. He didn't want to look left. He didn't want to see if there were still feet waiting for him, looking, hunting. John finally looked, massaging his chest and trying to not have a heart attack. He screamed as loud as he possibly could. He didn't see feet. He saw the woman, her eyes staring directly into his like he wasn't a fellow human, but a meal she very much was salivating for. The woman bear-crawled beneath the bus effortlessly, and John attempted to roll to the other side, trying to get away from her. He rolled, feeling fear, but hopeful that he was going to make it. He could feel the sun on his face as he neared the edge of the bus. He saw Mike standing there with Jake. Mike had the boy behind him, and he had his hand out to pull John up to his feet. John smiled, his face full of fright and pain. It had taken less than a minute for him to break out in a sweat. Mike gripped tightly onto his hand and pulled. His balance wasn't worth a shit at the moment, but he tried to pull him out from beneath the bus. John's smile instantly vanished as a pulling came from the privacy beneath the bus, and he grimaced as her teeth bit into the rear of his back just above his kidneys. John's grip loosened as the pain grew, and Mike watched his face begin to grow paler, and as it did, purple veins seemed to appear from nowhere. Mike studied his face, feeling like there was CGI going on or something. A small set of hands on his back brought him around, and he realized he still had his son behind him, and he was very much in danger. John's eyes turned pus-filled and cloudy, and a second later, the soft blue iris and sclera the man had were now as black as night. Mike let go of the man. Whatever was happening was no longer natural, and saving him was off of his radar. Mike pointed to the house and yelled, "Jake, run to the house! Get inside! Go do it now!" John's screams dissipated, becoming growls and moans. He reached for Mike as he crawled out from beneath the bus. Mike took a step back, tripping on the curb. The vision of the woman who was just as purple as John, holding on to a large piece of flesh torn from his back, was horrifying. Mike looked up seeing Lily watching him. She opened the window and yelled, "Dad, are you all right?" Mike didn't hesitate. He pointed to the bus door and ordered, "I need you to go close the door. Don't open it for anyone but me. Do you understand me?" Lily nodded and disappeared. Running away to the front of the bus, she grabbed the handle for it and pulled as hard as she could. The door closed, slamming shut. She saw the small lock on the side of it, and for good measure, she thought it'd be wise to go ahead and lock it. She wasn't used to her dad freaking out or yelling, and this seemed very important to him. Lily raced back to her seat and looked down at her dad. He wasn't focusing on her any longer, now that he knew she was safe. He crab-crawled backwards and glanced over his shoulder, seeing Jake disappear into the garage, then heard the door inside the garage close hard. Mike was going to say, "One down, one to go," but there was no way he could live with himself if he was to leave every one of the neighborhood kids by themselves on this bus with one, soon-to-be two people dying to feed on anything they could get their mouths around. John fell to the ground and started to shake violently. It only lasted for a few seconds, because when he seemed to be over whatever very painful thing was happening to him, he snapped his head up. A man who had looked like he was sore, tired, and weak was now filled with what seemed to be an abundance of energy, as well as rage. John looked around, seeing everything dead for the first time. When he saw Mike, he got on all fours, racing towards him. Mike brought up both feet, barely keeping his balance, and thrust them forward, connecting his feet with John's face. John's neck snapped back so hard that he smashed his skull on the underside of the bus. When he came back down, he ignored the blood dripping from his forehead. He didn't scream from the 3-inch gash on the top of his head. He didn't move. He simply twisted his head a little and lunged towards Mike. The woman was visible, tearing away at the fresh carnage of flesh she had torn away from John. She seemed oblivious to what was happening in front of him. He lunged a second time, coming out from under the bus. Mike twisted around, getting to his feet, and fell back down. His balance wasn't worth much at the moment. Mike looked at the bus, seeing Lily had listened to him. He ran back away from the bus, and John came out, covered in blood, purple, and looking insane. The children on the bus screamed a high-pitched, deafening squeal when they saw the bus driver, who was beloved by everyone on the route. When John heard that, he stopped looking at the single serving in front of him and turned around, staring at the boys and girls in the bus who should have been down in their seats. Instead, they were plastered to the window, watching everything happening in front of them. When John heard that, he turned around and decided maybe the sampler pack was the way to go. Mike watched John trying to figure out how to get into the bus, oblivious of the fact that a perfectly good door was only feet away. When Mike saw that he was trying to bust into the bus, he pulled his flip-flop off and chucked it at John, missing completely. He hit the bus instead, and his shoe fell next to John's feet. He turned around slowly to see another flip-flop coming straight for him. John didn't so much as flinch as the flip-flop struck him in the face. Mike clapped his hands at the driver, waving his arms and keeping his attention. Mike yelled, "Come on, you purple Barney-looking fucker! Come here! You don't want those kids! They are too little! Come on and get a big old taste of Evans! Come on!" Mike backed up until he hit the neighbor's chain-link fence. He put his hands on it, resting against it for a second, realizing he had absolutely no idea of what he was going to do once he got the man to chase him. This was something which he wished he'd figured out prior to taunting the flesh-eating monster to come after him. It worked, and John took off after him. He didn't seem to have any super-powered speed, thank God, but he also didn't look like he was trying too hard. As far as being out of breath, Mike tried to think quickly and yelled to Lily, "Wait until it is clear and get those kids to the garage and in the house, baby." Lily watched as the woman joined the race, going after her dad. Lily nodded her head and gave the only advice that came to her 10-year-old brain. She screamed, "Dad, run!" Mike waited for John to get closer, and the old man dove like a hungry linebacker towards him. Mike moved at the last minute, keeping a steady hand on the fence, trying to keep from getting dizzy and falling down. John flew past him, the look of anger never leaving his face. He collided with the black chain-link fence, hitting it hard enough that he ripped off the posts and went halfway into the neighbor's backyard. Mike took off in a sprint, which very quickly turned into a jog. His stomach and ass were telling him instantly that he was still not healthy. He was not over this bug, and that the amount of time he had was probably slim. He heard a growling coming from over his shoulder, and where his run was shitty, the crazy purple woman was quick, steady, and relentless. She gained distance on him quickly, and Mike knew he didn't have much more in him at the moment. The dogs started going nuts when they saw the strangers in the backyard. Harley was just smaller than a full-grown lab, weighing in around 50-plus pounds. She clawed at the screen, yet not hard enough to rip through it. Mike yelled, "Harley, go lay down!" He appreciated her concern and her want to help very much. Mike was far from the dog's favorite human. Not because he wasn't kind to them and didn't spoil them when time allowed, but because everyone else seemed to have time to snuggle and play with them. He felt like he was always too busy doing other things for people to have time to give to them, to get that love from the dogs. The happiness of his family was something he wasn't willing to trade for the adoration of a couple of dogs. Mike waited until she got close and tried to do a shake-and-bake move, faking out the woman. But he tripped over a divot in the backyard he'd been meaning to put soil and seed down on, and when that happened, he tumbled down to the ground. Mike went to get up and didn't have it in him just yet. Something the woman coming towards him seemed to be okay with taking advantage of. Mike rolled over to his back, lifting his legs, ready to try and kick her in the face if she got too close. Mike watched the side yard, seeing a bus full of children being directed to get inside by Lily, all of them with lunch boxes and backpacks in tow. She stood by the bus's door, motioning for them to hurry and get to the garage. The children ran as quietly as possible, and they did an amazing job of not screaming. They seemed to understand the fact that yelling meant bad things could happen, and none of them were looking for that to happen. The snarling coming from the woman brought him back to the present and what he needed to be concerned about. The woman had less than a few feet before she was going to be on top of him. He tried to get up, but his legs wouldn't respond for more than a few steps. Harley hadn't quit barking, and when she saw what was going on and her master on the ground and in trouble, she disappeared, only to reappear a second later, running from the front of the house back to the screen and launching herself through it. The dog was fat, but she still had all kinds of speed to move with. She sprinted like he hadn't seen in a while, and she made it across the yard in no time, not going for Mike, but headed directly for the woman. The minivan woman was so focused on Mike that she never noticed the dog coming for her. Harley leapt into the air, seconds before she was up close to the woman, and knocked her down, making her hit hard, very hard. She didn't stay down long, but it was more than enough for Mike to decide it was a good time to get back up again. Harley started barking. Rusty did as well, but he did it from the door. John snarled from behind as he approached. Harley was still guarding Mike from a creature which was unafraid of her. The deck door from the side yard opened. Michael, one of the Peterson household who rode regularly with Mike on motorcycle cruises when they were both healthy, saw the woman and John. He yelled, "Are you all right, Mike?" Mike ran for the garden. They had a small rectangular raised bed with a 3-foot wall around it. Mike was curious if the dead could jump, and he yelled over his shoulder, shaking his head. "Does it look like I'm fucking all right, Michael?" "What is wrong with those people?" Mike pointed at the woman who was up to her feet and chasing after him again. "Does that purple bitch look all right? I don't know. She almost killed Jake with her van, took a chunk out of John back there, and now they both want to eat Harley and me," Michael yelled, pointing to Harley. "He's going to eat Harley!" Mike tried jumping over the small wood barrier to the garden and tripped, failing miserably. Considering the fact that he could barely run, it almost struck him as funny that he thought he could jump this obstacle. He was nailing the falling, though. The echoing words of "Harley is going to get eaten" computed just as he flipped over the barrier and smashed his face on the ground. The wood mulch bits in the garden felt great, he thought, as they dug into his face. He moaned as he lifted his head, remembering what Michael had said, and looked over the fence. He had a few seconds before the woman was going to be up to the fence. Mike clapped his hands, knowing Harley's kryptonite, and that if the dog got eaten, his wife would be 10 different kinds of pissed. "Harley! Harley! Do you want a treat, baby? Come here! I got a treat for you!" The dog bolted forward, running straight for Mike. She got to the fence in no time and leapt over it. John had been mid-dive towards her, and he slid into the ground. Michael hit 911 on his phone. "Hey, 911 is busy! What the hell does that mean?" Mike looked around the garden, seeing gardening gloves, not much good, a rake, probably not going to be a winner. Lastly, he saw a shovel resting in the corner and smiled, lamenting the fact that he always bought the absolute cheapest things for the yard that he could, and that it was now his sole weapon for the time being. Mike took it by the handle and had Harley jumping on him and hell-bent on getting her treat. He pushed the dog down and brought the shovel around like a baseball bat, smashing the side of the woman's face with it, knocking all of the teeth out of the left side of her mouth. She screamed in frustration, and Mike thought if he got rid of all of her teeth, she wouldn't be able to eat him. "Where's a dentist when you need one?" he thought, and he watched her fall to the ground. "I have no idea why they are busy. Maybe because there are more than 2 of these things?" Mike high-stepped back over the fence as the woman was trying to get back up. He brought the shovel back down, hitting her in the back of the head. She didn't stay down for even a second. Mike brought it down until the shovel head snapped off. John rushed straight for him, and Mike looked down at the broken handle. John ran like there was no distance too far, and when he was within a few feet, Mike brought up the broken end of the shovel and let John impale himself on it. The stick went in through his heart and came out the rear of his back. If it wasn't for the visible proof, you'd not have known that he'd just been stabbed through the heart. John never stopped trying to reach for Mike. Mike didn't want to touch him, mostly because blood was dripping out of his gut, and he took the pole, swinging it to the side and tossing him over the fence. Mike screamed to Harley, "Hey, come on!" John tried getting up, but when he went over the fence, the handle to the shovel got stuck on one of the L-shaped garden planters. Harley jumped back out of the garden, and the two sprinted to the closed glass door. Jake and Lily were both standing there slack-jawed in awe. Mike got up to the door, and Jake yelled through the glass, "Are you a zombie, Dad?" Mike's legs were trembling, and he knew he needed to take a minute to collect himself. Mike held on to the handle and said, "I'm going to sell your Xbox if you don't open the door now." The sliding door clicked, and Jake opened the door so fast he threw Mike off balance and almost off the already questionable wooden stairs. "Sorry about that, Dad," Lily said. "Really? You were going to let zombies in if they threaten your stupid Xbox?" It isn't stupid. And if he's talking to us, then he isn't a zombie. He also didn't get bit. Those are like the rules of zombies. You wouldn't know. You're just a baby. Lily, not one for being made fun of or taking crap from anyone, including her brother, punched him directly in the arm. Her taekwondo had taught her how to hit, and the little sweet-faced girl did it quite well. There was a thud and a yelp from Jake. Lily said, "I'm not a baby, dummy. I'm only a year younger than you, jerk." Jake rubbed at his shoulder. "Dad, Lily hit me. I didn't even touch her." "Doesn't sound like it was worth it then, was it, Slick?" Mike looked at his hands, covered in blood. John's blood, and he wanted to get it off. Lily noticed her dad looking at his hands and walked over to the sink, turning on the hot water. She was a daddy's girl, and for the most part had him wrapped around her finger. Mike smiled, holding his hands under the soap dispenser. Lily put a heaping amount of soap on his hands. Mike scrubbed under the warm water until all remains of the blood had disappeared from his hands. Mike turned the water off, leaning against the sink. His face felt like it was on fire, and he was having an inner battle against his stomach not to puke into the sink. Not that there was anything left to come up. A tug at his t-shirt brought him back around. He looked down at the blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy from down the street, who was only 6 years old, and about 6 inches too short for his age. Rylan said, "Hey, John got back out of the garden. He's coming back to the door." Mike looked up, seeing John. The dogs were barking at the door, and it seemed that they weren't helping with keeping everyone quiet. Mike didn't know if it was the sound or that he had watched him possibly go into the house that was attracting him to the door. Mike's phone was ringing to add more chaos to everything, and he was pretty sure that this was very quickly turning into the worst day of his adult life. Chapter 3. Emily was drinking her coffee slowly, testing it, hoping she'd put enough ice into it to make sure she didn't burn her lips. When she had gone by the interstate ramp, she had seen that there were cars backed up for as far as the eye could see, so she'd taken the back road down to Des Moines. She was doing a checklist for her job, thinking of everything she had to do and if she'd remembered to pack all of her gear. She usually only had to manage the baby photographers of Des Moines and the surrounding Midwest, but so many people under her had the flu and were too sick to be able to go in and photograph the babies that she had to step in. The owner of the company had offered her too much money to not go in, even though everything in her brain told her not to go in. Mike hadn't said too much about it, because his head had been in the toilet bowl for so long that he really didn't care about anything, except if God would just grant him some relief. At one point last night, she was pretty sure he'd asked God to just take him now. She would say that he was being a giant baby. However, he usually was pretty damn tough. But when you've been sick that long, it was a whole new ballgame. She pulled up to a red light and checked her phone. They had a security camera for days somewhat like this when Mike had to work, but Lily got home a few minutes before he did. She liked that peace of mind that Lily had made it indoors and was safe and sound. She watched the red light, waiting on the slow connection to take place, and saw the round clock. 1, 2, 3, and finally the connection has been established. The camera came up, and she saw the chaos which was her living room. Emily said, "What the fuck? Why the fuck are all the kids in our living room? Where the hell is Mike? Where are our kids? Why aren't they on the damn bus?" Emily hit the voice call on her phone and said, "Call Ice Mike, now." The light turned green and a horn came from behind, startling her. She set the phone down, unsure what to think. She kept an eye on the road and hid out of the app and went to the bus tracker for Ankeny schools. It was a surefire way, if her phone wasn't dead, for the children to never be late for the bus. She scratched her head. wondering why the bus had been sitting near their house for 5 minutes. John was a slave to the schedule. He'd wait for a running child, but their kids and all the ones around were pretty prompt about being on time. Much like she and Mike, they all had jobs to get to, and not many of them were stay-at-home parents due to the expensive taxes and neighborhood they lived in. None of them were rich, but they all worked hard to ensure that their children had every opportunity available to them they could offer. The phone was on its 8th ring when it finally was answered. Lily had the phone, as Mike was getting his hands dried and looking around the kitchen for a way to deal with John coming up. Lily said, "This is Lily, Mom. Dad is busy with washing blood off of his hands, and our bus driver is a zombie." Emily just kind of sat there for a second, the sentences and phrases all not making sense, being used together and coming out of a 10-year-old's mouth. "Can you hit speaker on Dad's phone, honey? I didn't understand a thing you just said." Lily didn't think twice and tapped the speaker button. Lily said, "Okay, you're on speaker, Mom. Mike, can you hear me?" "Yeah. Hi, babe. Are you all right? Is everything okay with you? Anything weird going on in Des Moines?" "Like what?" "I don't know, like people eating other people." "Why would people be eating people? Please get the kids on the bus or call the parents or something. I can't think right now. Just figure it out, baby, and get back to bed. I need you to feel better. I can't handle this double duty with the kids. They outnumber me, and it isn't fair," Emily asked, starting to get that horrible vibe running up her spine in the way of chills. Tires screeched to her right, and she looked over, seeing a car disappear behind her. When she looked forward, a man was standing in the middle of the street, holding his neck. She hit him with her Ford Escape so hard that the crunch of the man's bones were heard inside of her SUV. "Mike, I gotta go. I'll call you right back. I just hit someone. I feel like I'm going to be sick. I can't believe he's even moving. I thought he would have been dead from that hit. I love you." Mike just stared at the phone, trying to think of what to say to warn her, but when he got ready, all he saw was the phone being held up by Lily and the notification, "Call ended. Ice Emily, wife." Mike was attempting to make a list of things that he needed to do. He needed to protect the kids, kill John, call Emily back to see what happened, and call Tony to tell him to get his arse home right now. His train of thought was broken when John ran up to the glass, never slowing down, either not scared of running into it, which was definitely the more likely option, or he just did not know there was glass he would slam into. John jumped up the 3 wooden steps which needed replacing. The top step broke from the weight of the big man, and he fell down and backwards. John's leg broke from the pressure and the insane angle put on it. He didn't scream at all when the bone protruded through his jeans and out into the morning air. John looked down at it as a foreign object. Then he balanced on just one leg, took hold of the bone, broke it right off. Mike dry-heaved watching this, and Jake, his 12-year-old who'd watched a good portion of the Walking Dead episodes, said, "You gotta stab it in the head like they do in the show, Dad." Mike held up a finger for Jake to give him a second. He didn't need to wait too much longer, because instant motivation raced through his body when John took the piece of bone and started to pound the glass with it. Mike watched as the harder he hit, the more he was pounding the shovel's handle out of his chest, and it was slowly sliding backwards until it fell out. The steps breaking was not a good thing after all, as John would have been at the top of the glass, but now he was pounding at the middle of the door's glass. Mike would have preferred him at the top of the glass, not in the middle of it, where the glass was always the weakest. Mike watched in defeat as the shovel handle fell out of John. It took him a few more strikes before the glass shattered in the middle of the window. It was only a crack that went up and down the door, but it was enough that he could reach an arm through. Mike saw now that almost all of the kids were crying. His son and the Buck's daughter, Madison, who were both 12, were the only ones not crying or on the verge of it. Lily's lip was slowly quivering, but she was holding the tears back. It broke Mike's heart when she cried. She was a tough kid, not into zombies or scary things like him and her brother were, and was doing her best. Mike said, "It's gonna be okay, baby. Maybe you guys shouldn't watch this for a minute. Dad's going to have to. I need to keep John from hurting anyone else." Lily, who was too smart for her own good, said, "Yeah, but he hasn't hurt anyone yet. You beat a lady with a shovel and stabbed him with—" "Lily, you want to let John in? Does he look friendly? Do you think he's going to come in and give you a cookie? He isn't the John that we all know and love and give treats to on the holidays and at the end of the year. This is angry John, and he doesn't want to give you anything. John wants to eat you and all the neighbor kids." The crying got worse at this statement, and quite a bit louder. Mike realized his lack of skill at sugar-coating anything was at an all-time low right now. Him being sick did little to help with that as well, and his sugar-coating abilities were currently awful. Mike held up a hand, trying to think of something to say. Lily watched her dad, thinking he'd never hurt anyone or thing that didn't attempt to hurt him, or, more importantly, anyone in his family first. He didn't let her go anywhere in public with him without being able to have an eye on her, or was holding her hand. There were too many weirdos, which she didn't understand, but she was well aware that Dad was not trusting of very many people. Lily looked over at John, who was smearing blood all around the door's glass. His teeth were out in a snarl, his arm through the glass, and he'd very quickly figured out that he wasn't getting through this invisible force field. He brought his head back and began smashing it into the glass. It very quickly began to shatter, and Lily held up a quivering finger, pointing at it. "Daddy, I don't think that I like John anymore. Can you keep him from eating us?" Mike didn't even answer, as he thought of Jake's advice and walked to the kitchen cupboard. He thought about Daryl and Rick and their machetes and badass knives. As he looked in the silverware drawer, he felt a bit emasculated looking at the plethora of colorful Fiesta knives looking back at him, each with their own plastic guard on them stating their use. No zombie skull knives. Shocker, he thought. He skipped the vegetable knife in lieu of picking the blue organic non-serrated blade. The glass started to shatter, and Mike ran up, stabbing John in the cheek, which did nothing. Mike held up the knife, not in the strongest frame of mind, and saw the blade protector was still on. John reached through the window, catching Mike by the shirt, and started to pull him back towards the glass. Mike put a weak arm up, trying to keep himself still and away from John's mouth. Jake yelled, "You need to take the cover off, Dad! What are you doing?" Mike didn't have a finger to give the boy at the moment, which he realized might have been inappropriate. He said, "Come here, Jake." Jake looked at John and back at his dad, and his feet didn't so much as move an inch. He shook his head no, and did not take a step forward. He put a foot on the doorframe, keeping himself from being pulled any closer, and pulled the sheath off. Mike took the blade with all his force and stabbed him in the face with it. The blade hit him in the cheekbone, making his head snap backward. John kept a hand on him as he fell backward, pulling a piece of his shirt through the hole. Mike looked down, realizing he had an option, and that was to duck down and to let his shirt be pulled off and through the hole. A few of the kids laughed a little, as he'd not had time to be outside, nor had there been much sun to catch any hint of color on his skin. The small belly did little to make him feel any better about standing there awkwardly in front of all the kids. Harley was still barking at John, who was currently at an impossible angle as he'd fallen backward, his legs in the broken steps. John was growling as he swung at the air to try and somehow get back up to his feet. Mike needed to buy some time. There weren't a lot of choices here, but something had to be done. Mike put his hand on his waist, thinking for a second. He felt his leather belt. He could gag it with that. He couldn't possibly eat him if he couldn't bite him. There weren't a lot of options, but after he'd thought about it for a moment longer, he decided he could try one thing. Mike opened the glass door, and all of the crying children screamed. Different variations of, "Don't go out there, Mike. Don't let him bite you. If you get bit, please don't eat us. Please, please, please." "Noted, kids. If something bad happens, then do me a favor and run up to my room, close and lock the door, lock the bathroom door, and go into my closet and lock that door. Do not come out for anyone who can't talk. You can take my cell phone, and you can call your parents to do whatever they can for you." Rylan yelled, "How about you don't get eaten by John?" "Solid idea, Rylan. Jake, did you hear everything I said?" Jake gave a thumbs up. "You get bit, lock every door on our way, hide every one of us up there, and don't come out for nothing no matter what. That about right? Oh, and don't get bit. Mom will probably blame it on us or something." "Thanks, smartass. I'm sure if I get bit during an evolving zombie apocalypse, your mother would blame you if I went outside and got bit trying to protect every school child on the block." Jake was going to say something else, but Mike walked through the kitchen, grabbing a wooden spoon and something black out of the junk drawer. He jumped down and over John, forgetting the "I am in serious pain and sick" part of his day. When he landed, he fell forward, scraping his knees, followed by his hands. Mike was all ready to go back to bed and die, but it didn't seem that there was going to be a possibility of that happening. John was still indisposed at the moment and stuck in the steps. When Mike jumped over him, he'd stopped wanting to get inside, and now John was doing all he could to get free and come for his meal. Mike looked around, grabbing his things, and crawled over close to John. John tried biting him and opened his mouth wide. Mike took the wood spoon, jamming the thick stick into John's mouth as he was trying to bite down. He couldn't clench his teeth because of the spoon. Mike held the man's head with his knees, making sure he wasn't getting bitten because of it. Mike grabbed the black object from before and bit into a roll of electrical tape he had. He pulled it out a long way, and when he had enough, began wrapping it around his mouth and the stick until it was impossible to know that he was a zombie outside of the hole in his gut and the chunk missing from his back. Mike pulled the leather belt, sliding it into the stairs, and wrapped it around John's neck. John was fighting hard to get up, and Mike didn't know just how long the steps were going to hold him in place. He knew that unarmed people in a zombie apocalypse didn't last very long, unless they had someone around to protect them. In this exact case, they did not have anyone available to protect them, and he was sure it was going to get worse before it got better. John clawed at the leather strap holding him in place, not pleased about the circumstances. The more Mike thought about it, the more he thought, I don't think it matters what he is doing. He'd be pissed regardless of if he was eating, running, chasing, or anything for that matter. The only thing that he thought he knew was rage and hunger. Mike looked around the backyard. He kept a pretty tidy ship, so there weren't any other shovels around. There wasn't anything readily available. Mike could hear the creaking of the steps and saw John had kicked so hard that he'd turned himself around. Mike saw a paving stone that he used to hold the mower down by the handle while he cleaned off the thick grass accumulated beneath. The property was 1/3 of an acre, and it was not a quick process to be done. The paver was a square foot and a few inches thick, and he ran over, grabbing it, and yelled to the kids, "Hey! I want you guys to look the other way." Not one of them turned their heads. Mike screamed in a father tone this time. "If you guys don't turn around right now, he is going to get up, come in there, and eat your damn brains." Every single one of the children and tweens spun around like a drill sergeant had just snapped off, giving them a command that was going to be listened to and respected. Mike was thinking about the 10 Commandments. There was nothing in them stating anywhere that it was not 100% all right for him to kill a zombie if they came to his house and tried to break bread with him. He wasn't a great Catholic, or for that matter, a practicing one, but he did try to live each day to its fullest, as well as to be respectful and honest every day. Mike took it carefully, making sure that it wasn't going to slip. The last thing he needed at the moment was a broken foot. Going to the doctor's at the moment did not seem like a fantastic idea. He got a good grip on it and carried it out in front of him. The kids saw him coming with the brick and covered their eyes. Mike brought it up over his head, unsure of what was going to happen. Real life versus what you saw in movies were drastically different. He brought the paver down with as much power as his currently weakened arms could muster. He landed the blow on the middle of John's forehead, and a bone-crushing sound came from it. Mike had to open his eyes to see what happened from the hit. He was happy with the outcome, and went directly over to the bushes, bending over and blowing a nice watery yellow projection from his mouth. He puckered his ass to make sure he didn't shit his pants, too. Mike wiped at his face, wishing he had a belt as well as a t-shirt on, something he'd be fixing in a second. Mike tried not to look, but really wanted to make sure he wasn't still somehow going to come back alive on him. He'd never wanted a school bus driver dead in his life. However, this was very quickly becoming a real thing he craved. Mike saw the skulls smashed and his brains leaking out onto their stone patio. Mike heard screams coming from outside of the house, and when he realized there was more than just his zombie, he looked around the block, seeing neighbors sprinting around the neighbors like insane people. Mike was pleased that none of them were the parents of any of the kids inside. Mike looked in the house and saw a few kids beginning to stare, getting curious and looking out the window. After looking and seeing the dead everywhere, he thought about the glass door and what a shitty state it was currently in. He stepped around John's corpse and pulled the tablecloth off and put it over the crushed skull. He closed the glass door and realized that it wasn't going to be near enough. Chapter 4. Emily, Des Moines. Emily was confident she needed to puke. She looked in her rearview mirror just as she was taking her seatbelt off to check on the man in the street who was trying to get up from the road. She tried to re-click it as she saw an Escalade racing towards her from behind and saw only an expensively dressed woman behind the wheel and her closed eyelids. The two cars connected, and Emily was flung forward like a rag doll. The airbag deployed, hitting Emily with all it had, and sent her backwards into her seat. She hid her head and saw stars. Emily sat there for a second, waiting for her eyes to begin to focus the way they were supposed to. Her right eye began to work faster, and when her left was still unresponsive, she realized that her contact had come out. She checked her photography bag for a pair of glasses, but none were to be found. She touched her cheek and then ran her hand down her chest and by the luck of God, found the contact and got it back in. She looked in her rearview mirror, noticing she'd gotten a nice cut from something. The woman who had struck her was shaking her head as well as cursing quite loudly. Emily checked that no other traffic was coming her way and stumbled out of the vehicle, leaving her door open and taking in a deep breath of fresh air. The woman who had smashed into the rear end of the SUV had the audacity to scream. She yelled at Emily, "What's wrong with you? Why were you stopped in the middle of the street? You know you shouldn't do that, right?" Emily had to process the words. She understood every one of them. However, the last thing which she'd expected was to hear the woman who had just wrecked the rear end of her vehicle to have the balls to be screaming at her about something which was her fault. "Are you kidding me? You weren't even looking. You were on your fucking phone. Don't you swear at me. Or what? You'll run into my car? Oh wait, you already fucking did that. What the hell is wrong with you? You could have killed me. I just hit someone. I was going out to check on them when you ruined my car. It's just a Ford. It can be replaced. That's fine. You'll be hearing from my husband. If you think that I'm bad, you'll love him. I'm calling the police to make a report." Emily held up the phone to call 911. She was so thrown off, she forgot why she had stopped in the first place. There'd been an accident before this one. She tried calling the emergency number, but she got a busy signal from it. A man came up by the two of them, dressed in a city worker's vest, pointing at the man that Emily had hit. She turned around, taking a look at him. The man had a chunk missing out of his arm and his neck. Upon further review, the man was a bum, but an injured bum, who should be dead or paralyzed, not standing up looking around. The confusion made sense at least, taking a hit like that. The woman yelled, "I thought you were calling the police!" "I was. I did, but I couldn't get through. The line was busy." "What do you mean the line was busy?" Emily slapped her forehead, holding out the phone, and hit the speaker on it. Emily snapped, "It isn't being picked up, you repulsive woman." "Do you even know what repulsive means?" "Yes, I do." The man cleared his throat. "Hey, that man looks like he's going to die. Look at all of that blood. How did you hit him in the neck?" "I didn't hit him in the neck. I guess I don't know where I hit him, but it looked like he got hit in the chest or the stomach, maybe." "Why? What does it matter?" Emily questioned. "He looks like he's going to rip someone's head off," the man said. The woman who had smashed into her car said, "He looks like a bum that hasn't had a shower in a few presidents." The man growled from his spot and took off in a sprint toward the three of them. The man stepped in front of Emily, not quite sure what the hell he was doing. Emily realized chivalry outside of her husband was not dead, but those being chivalrous were not always the brightest. She hopped into her SUV and slammed the door, hitting the lock on it. Emily hit and pushed at the deployed airbag that was in her way. The man jumped when he heard the door and looked at her, shocked, and realized that only the woman behind was still standing there, the one that he didn't really care if she got eaten or not. Emily didn't mean to make eye contact with the bum, but she did, and she wished she hadn't. The man that looked like he should have been on his back and dead was racing straight for her. He didn't slow down even as he approached the hood. The man jumped up onto the fender and launched himself head first into the windshield. It spider-webbed up, and the man only stayed still for a second. She watched the man, trying to think what was next. A single drop of blood ran from his forehead down the middle of the windshield. Emily screamed, turning on the windshield wipers. The rear-end lady screamed as well, and the man got up onto the hood on his feet. He jumped onto the roof and ran off the side of the truck, dropping down onto the woman, knocking her to the ground. She hit hard and screamed, but before the other man could get to her, the bum bent down and buried his teeth into her neck. Her scream became no more than a gurgle as her throat filled up with blood. Emily screamed. She had absolutely no idea what was happening or what to do. She wanted to help, but she wasn't going out there. The words of her husband hit hard at that moment. Every single word that had sounded like nonsense became vividly clear, and now she wondered if everyone was all right and safe at home and with their son at college. The city worker snatched the man's blood-soaked shirt in both hands and yanked him backwards and up into the air. He landed on the ground hard, sliding to a stop. The man ripped his work vest off, trying his best to ball it up so he could apply pressure to the wound, because that's what he'd seen in a movie. The man thought if 911 was busy and he was her only medical help, she didn't have the best chances for survival in her future. He stared at her face, which had a manicured kind of look to it. Not true Iowa beauty, but an okay face which had money applied to it. She was grasping at her throat. He was trying to hold her hands away, but couldn't blame her. The lady's face grew pale, and the man almost became entranced, watching the purple veins beginning to creep up her face quickly, as her face finally turned ghostly white. He heard the knocking on the window, looking back and seeing Emily pointing the other way towards the bum. He was back on his feet and racing towards the man. The worker crouched a little, trying to make sure that he was ready for the impact, but the bite came before he ever reached him. The woman bit into the rear of his thigh, and the man screamed. Emily couldn't believe that this was happening. This was out of a damn horror story, one she'd very much enjoy watching in the theater, but not in real life. This wasn't ideal for a Monday. He screamed, gripping onto the door handle of the rear passenger door on her escape. Emily turned around, ready to scream and pull it back shut, but her brain kicked in, and her left hand tapped the lock button. She felt like she might be going to hell because of this, but in hindsight, there was little that could be done if the woman had changed that quickly. He pounded on the window for only a second before he kicked the lady off with a barely functioning leg. He tried to run back to his city truck, but the man and woman both tackled him, ripping into his love handles. As Emily watched, she realized that they didn't get full. Satisfaction didn't seem to be something they knew, though there was plenty of this man to fill someone up. She gagged as she watched them feeding themselves like they needed it worse than air. Emily wondered at that thought. Did they need air? What would happen if they just walked down into the river? Would they come up the other side? Could they swim? Could they float? Would they die? Could these things die? She hoped that the answer was a hard yes. Emily saw people who had gotten out of their cars to see what the holdup was were now racing to re-enter their vehicles. Emily crawled into the back seat, hitting the phone again. Lily answered this time, yelling, "Dad, it's Mom!" Mike nodded his head. He had a few nails in his mouth and was using extra lumber from the many DIY projects they'd done to block off the patio door as well as the windows in the living room and the bathroom. They only had 3 places for entry to the house from the ground level. The garage was safe, given the fact that the door was down. He tried to ignore the screams coming from the street, unsure who or what or why it was. He was pretty sure he knew the why. Mike yelled, "Little busy, Lily. Can you hit speaker, please?" Lily gave a thumbs up and yelled to the kids, "Everybody shut up or my dad will kick your butts." Emily was trying to keep her shit calm, but there was no upside to any of this that she could think of, minus the fact that she'd not been bitten herself yet. Mike yelled, "Lily, watch your mouth. Hey, babe, are you okay? What happened?" "Fuck no, I am not okay, Michael Evans. What in the hell is going on? The guy I hit jumped up and tried to eat me, but he settled for a stuck-up bitch that rear-ended the back of my escape." "Is the car okay?" "That's what you are worried about? The stupid car?" "I couldn't care less about the stupid car. The wife I love is what I'm concerned about, and how she's going to get all the way home to us if she doesn't have a car." "Oh, that's definitely a better answer. Yes, I think the escape is drivable." "You aren't headed home? What the hell are you doing?" Mike questioned as he continued to hammer nails into the wood. Emily said, "What are you doing? Do you have to do that while you were talking to me? Dead people in the streets wanting to eat us, and 2 dogs being fucking morons and barking their heads off and enticing them to try and get into the house? Yeah, I really do have to do that, and I need to do it right fucking now. Am I going to be able to get in the house?" "You get home. I'll get you in. The front door just has the bolt on it, unless they start trying to come through the door. I don't plan on doing anything to let them know it is available. Maybe in their current state they'll be too dumb to notice the door." "Mike, what about the kids? Are they all right?" "Lily and Jake are fine. He's keeping an eye out for anyone's parents who show up or anything that we need to know is coming." "What about Tony?" No, I haven't had a minute to do anything besides protect the kids and get the wood barriers up and in place. Are you feeling all right? I don't think there's any way I could feel too much worse. I'm going to call Tony, but I need to get all these kids to their homes. What the hell should I do? Just call him to see if he is all right. Then call me back or message me. Go try and start the car, okay? You need to get moving. Emily nodded, realizing Mike couldn't see anything. Just give me a second. I'm in the back seat. Why the hell are you in the back seat? Because when those guys started killing each other, it seemed to be a good place to hide and to not get eaten. The tinted windows were enough that none of them saw me. I think I can drive out of here now. Okay, let me know that it turned over, would you? Then I need to call Tony and see what is going on. Emily got into the driver's seat. The woman and man had disappeared now, and found something else with which they needed to go and try to eat. She turned the key, and a horrific screeching sound came from the engine. It had never died. God damn it! It was already running! Mike didn't say anything. It wasn't imperative to the situation, and he knew that it wasn't going to do anything to improve her disposition. Okay, great. It's running. That's a good thing, baby. Now stick it in drive and take the back roads if you can, and stay away from absolutely everything. Now, is the road clear? Are you able to get moving again? Emily looked around, trying to see if she was able to move. She put it in gear, and a bus came across, blocking her path. Emily watched for only a second before the stretch of windows lining the bus's side was covered with hands. The hands were soaked with blood and streaked the window. Screams came from the inside, loud enough for anyone to hear from a mile away. The windows began to burst off the side of the bus. People with chunks missing from their bodies, as well as those who were yet to be bitten, were trying to escape out of the bus. Emily couldn't go forward, and it didn't help that bloody bodies were jumping out and onto the hood. She watched them as they grew pale, shaking and bucking, their faces showing purple veins growing darker until it looked like a rash that started small and engulfed their entire bodies. A man who'd just gone purple saw Emily and looked at her like her children looked at supper when they could talk Mike into making chicken burritos and rice for supper. The man climbed up to the window and began smashing his face into the windshield, oblivious to the fact that he had to have been breaking bones. His eyes never left Emily's. She thought about the Escalade behind her and that it probably weighed a hell of a lot more than the mid-size SUV she was driving. A hand finally broke through the windshield. Mike was on speakerphone. "What's wrong? Are you all right?" Emily couldn't believe that this shit was happening. And to his surprise, she didn't answer right away. Not because she didn't know the answer, but the amount of how fucked up the situation was actually made her laugh. She was looking forward to going down to the hospital and snuggling babies, and her worst problem would be the clients didn't buy the newborn photos, or worse, a baby puked on her all-black attire. It was not something you could blame on the kids, but it did seem to help out with the sales afterwards. She took a breath and said through a laugh, "Mike, a lot is wrong. Like, a lot. There's a hand through my windshield. A bus just crashed in front of me. People are eating each other. No, nothing is all right. I can't go forward, and I don't know if I'll be able to back up. Only one way to find out, babe. Go for it. What the hell do I do if it doesn't work? Emily, put it in reverse, hit the gas, and don't stop until there's enough room for you to get free. But, babe, punch it, now!" Emily jumped. Mike didn't yell too often. He was usually the cool, level-headed one who didn't freak out over everything. Or at least he had been that way until he had been forced to work overtime year after year and had 2 kids. His patience, much like his hair, had slowly disappeared. It had been helpful, though, since he'd gotten meds and a motorcycle for his temper. She hit the gas as hard as she could, and the SUV raced forward, slamming into the bus. The man flew backward, and his hand came free. He slammed into the bus, looking like the window sticker of a cartoon animal up against the side of it. The airbag thankfully hadn't deployed, because it had done that earlier. She put it in reverse. "I need to focus. You are making me do stupid things." "What did you do?" "Michael Patrick Evans, I will see you soon. If I don't call back, consider that a good thing. Get a hold of Tony and shoot me a message, please, that he is all right, okay? 10-4, babe. Be careful. I love you. And, well, I need you to get home. The kids all need you to get home. So get home. I love you, Mike. I'll call you if I need anything. Do whatever you can to keep the baby safe." "Yeah, I am all over it. I need some parents to show up and get these kids all picked up. Just keep everyone safe until they come for them." "What if I have to pick up Tony?" "He has a perfectly good car. Why couldn't he be able to drive home?" "I don't know. I just think that he might find a way to screw that up. If he has a girl with him, then I am sure he will think with the wrong head and things could go horribly wrong from that point." "You don't think he could focus for 30 minutes while he drives home?" "Never mind. It's probable he could lose track of something important." "What do you think is going to happen if the interstate is like the road I am on right now?" "I'll start by calling and go from there. Get your ass out of Des Moines and do it now, please. I love you, Mike. I love you to the moon, baby. Get out of there, now." Emily hit the end button on her phone, pressed the brake, hit it in reverse, and watched as the Escalade very quickly got closer. The Escape smashed into it, sending her back into the seat cushion and tweaking her neck. Not a very good feeling. She looked at the space in front of her, going forward and repeating the action. The truck hit a second time. She knew that it was a front-wheel drive and the engine was up front. If she just made sure to keep it running and moving, she could smash into as many things as she wanted or needed to. After the second time, she cranked the wheel. She hit the gas as the slew of people flooded the street in front of her. She couldn't tell who was purple and who was normal. When there was a hole in the crowd, Emily punched the gas, and the turbo in the Escape very quickly came to life. She had to hold it to try and keep the SUV steady as she raced forward down a side road. Chapter 5. Tony, Ames, Iowa. Mike walked around, pulling on a few of the boards. When he saw that they were all tight and in place, he felt just a little bit better. Mike looked at himself in the bathroom mirror. His shorts were barely staying up, and this was no way to say that he was prepared. Mike's tummy rumbled, not kindly, and he tried to hold his cramping stomach in a way in which it would not hurt worse. Lily whispered, "Dad, you gonna be okay? Do you need something to eat?" The immediate idea of groceries and mouths to feed, a lot of mouths to feed right now, was not a pleasant thought. Mike thought he might just have gas, but over the last few days he learned a valuable lesson in not trusting gas when it could be something worse coming out of your ass. He slammed the door shut and pushed his shorts and underwear down in one smooth motion. His stomach rolled again, thinking of John and his brains, and that was when the bile in his stomach decided that it needed to make its way back to the surface. He reached in the nick of time to grab a wastebasket. Mike dumped it out and held it up to his mouth, letting the yellow, sticky liquid come out freely. He didn't know if puking or dry heaving was worse, but right now it didn't quite matter. Mike finished wiping his face and rear and stood with his head on the cool sink. He ran the coldest water he could before dousing himself in the face with it. It had always been a surefire method for him to wake up when he was passing out at work, but right now it didn't seem that Niagara Falls pouring over him would give him the strength he needed to carry on today. Mike walked back into the kitchen and for the first time recognized the crumbs spread across the table and counter and said, "Lily, you guys are grounded for life if you ate the rest of my cookie stash. This very well might have been the very last time that I will ever be able to hold a fresh batch of Girl Scout cookies in my hand. I just know you guys were eating them like a fat kid unleashed on a cake. I thought you loved me." "I do. It's all Jake's fault. He said if I didn't eat any that—" Yeah, please tell me how Jake made you eat cookies because I'm going to call bullshit. Sydney whistled. Mike, you cuss a lot. I don't think my parents say that many words like that in an entire month. Yeah, well, I've had a shitty day, Sydney. And given the fact that I saved the block's kids from being zombie appetizers, I think that they might even be appreciative of me. What do you think? She tilted her head a little, thinking about it, and looked sad. I really hope that the Girl Scout cookies aren't really gone forever. I don't know what I would do if I couldn't have Thin Mints ever again. I'm glad you kids all have your heads in the right places. I need a few minutes. I want you all to sit on the couch and just chillax for a minute or two. The kids all raced for the 2 couches, filling them up instantly. Those that weren't so quick to jump on the gray-cushioned couches sat on the floor. Lily grabbed the remote, hitting home on it, and said, "Raise your hand if you want to watch Secret Life of Pets." Okay, kind of lame. How about Sing? Really? No one? Okay, how about Infinity War? A ton of hands went up, enough that she hit play on the movie, and Mike watched as the kids visibly looked like they were relaxing and sat down. Mike went up the stairs. The dogs followed him, not for protection, but because if anyone usually knew what was going on at the house, it was one of the parents. Harley jumped up onto the bed, resting her feet on the corner post, looking into the extensive backyard. Only thin chain-link fences were separating the 3-acre yard. Harley was doing her puppy talk, which typically would make him laugh, but today she was straight up warning that, hey, there are a bunch of zombies out there, and I'm pretty sure they are going to try and get into the house. Mike yelled to Jake, "Hey, Jake, are there any of those things out your window?" Yup, lots of them. They are mostly in the streets now. They don't look like they know what is going on. What about the neighbors? Do you see anyone else looking out? Yeah. Earl across the street is on his deck. Looks like he's boarding up the steps so no one can come up them. I just saw Amber fly down the street and race into her driveway. She must be okay. She put the garage door down and is standing up in front of her house on the 2nd floor looking out. She's crying her eyes out. Mike realized he hadn't done anything yet to let everyone know their kids were all right, and realized how sick they must be feeling about that unknown feeling of not knowing the status of their best thing in the world. Mike held off on what he wanted to do and took a look at everyone in the living room. He opened up a new group chat on his Facebook Messenger. He hit Ryland's parents, Sydney's, Middle Jake and Kara, Little Jake and Josh, and his buddy Matt and Jessica's kids who he couldn't ever remember the names of. It wasn't personal, but it was not easy. He typed in, "Hey, your kids are all safe at my place. I got everything boarded up. I hope that all of you are okay. I'm still waiting on Emily to get home, but I did want to let you know they are here, alive, okay, and seem to be handling things pretty damn good for their ages. If anyone is home, when it is safe, and only if it's safe, I'd appreciate you swinging by to get your kids. I'm pretty sure I'm over my flu, but I can't guarantee anything, and this doesn't seem like the best time to get anyone sick if I don't have to. I don't think going to the doctor is the best idea at the moment." A slew of hands together praying came from all of the neighbors. Mike had even messaged those without kids. Their block was a tight one, and they watched out for each other and all of the kids on the block. Strangers could come through, but if a car parked on the block that didn't belong there or looked suspicious, then the messages started popping up one after another. Everyone was currently alive and responding, but who knew if they would be one of those purple people eaters in a few hours. For now, they were good to go. Mike went upstairs and traded his shorts with no belt for a pair of jeans and a Welcome to Amity Island shirt. He rubbed his chest down with a warm rag, getting the remnants of puke from his earlier encounter with John off. He looked in the mirror and checked that his face wasn't pale or purple. He got dressed and pulled another belt from his drawer, pulling it tight. Mike grabbed a pair of socks, throwing them over his shoulder. He thought about it for a second, wishing he was 100%. He went to the nightstand drawer, pulling out a 9mm and attached the gun's holster to his belt. He pulled the drawer completely out, removing 4 boxes of ammunition and a couple fixed-blade knives, unsure what he would do with them. He thought about it and the cool weather and grabbed a hooded sweatshirt. He'd apologize later for not being in the greatest smelling state. He covered up the pistol with his sweatshirt and tucked the extra magazine in his pocket. The boxes of ammo in his hoodie were not going to work. He went to head downstairs, but realized he should probably call Tony. Typically, his firstborn would be a bigger concern, but he wasn't running 100%. He went to the family tracker app on his phone, checking where he was, and remembered that he had removed himself from the app because he said he was a grown, responsible adult that didn't need them watching over him, just needed their money to attend college because he thought the experience had meant living in the dorms. The fact that it was only a 20-minute drive to Ames from a very nice house in Ankeny made him sick to his stomach. Mike sat on the bed, his stomach muscles pulsating. He wasn't sure if it was nerves or the flu, but he held his stomach tight, though it did little to improve anything. Mike scrolled through his phone to Tony's picture. He was doing a cannonball off the high dive on a family outing. The boy was fearless. Mike thought of how much better that day was than today. Warm, sunny, lots of very cute women who were at best a size 0 and complained about their guts, which were non-existent. He would listen to their boyfriends tell them reassuringly how they weren't anything short of perfect, guaranteeing themselves that if anything was going to happen later, after the pool, the women would have nothing but pleasant thoughts when they considered the men. Mike hit Tony's picture, and it began to ring. Chapter 6. Tony, Ames, Iowa. The phone in Tony's dorm room began to ring. Holly pulled the blanket off her head, looking around. The sun filled her vision, and she ducked back under to the safety of the darkness. Holly moaned. "The light is making my head want to explode. I don't understand why they make something that tastes so good but hurts so bad. Who is calling you? Don't they know you don't have class until noon on Mondays? You know, for a reason?" Tony mumbled something that was impossible to understand. The Imperial March theme song from Star Wars echoed in the room. Tony brought a hand out, reaching blindly for the phone on the nightstand. "Where is my phone? Do you remember where I put it last night?" "Funny you say that, because you were very descriptive about where you were going to put something. I remember you taking my pants off, making many promises of what you would do to me in a drunken slur, and then you got into bed and completely passed out." "I was drunk." "Yeah, and I was horny. What's your point?" "I'll make it up to you." "I don't know. The moment seems to have passed. It would seem God replaced it with the feeling of wanting to die. Why do you have the Star Trek theme playing on your phone? That is so nerdy." "Star Wars." I don't fucking care. Just answer the damn phone. I feel like my head is going to explode. Who is it? Actually, I don't care. Just hit mute and let's go back to sleep. Until Tuesday. Tony replied, "It's my dad. He'll just keep calling if he wants something. He never calls unless he has something to tell me. I hope he didn't see my midterm grades. Fuck. He will be pissed. I thought you raised them." "I did, but I'm on his dime, so it is his time working that pays for it, and if it isn't an A, it isn't acceptable. He never made me work during high school. Hold on. I can see his head right now, and I'm pretty sure he's going to lose his shit if I don't answer." "Then answer it," Holly said with ice in her voice. "I was trying to," Tony said. He crawled out into the light, glad there wasn't any garlic around with the way he felt about the sun. He saw his phone, or rather the light from the phone, coming from his pants pocket, crumpled on the floor. He stretched out for it, missing, and fell out of the bed. Holly let a snicker of a laugh squeeze out. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." "Shh, not now." Tony hit the answer button on his phone. Hi, Dad. Good morning, or whatever. Good morning, or whatever? Were you sleeping? Trying to. I don't have class until noon on Mondays. I was up studying really late last night. You sound like you're dragging, son. Look, I'm just getting over the flu. I feel like fucking shit, and the world is right about to end. Did you and Mom take the day off to do Irish coffee, Dad? No, smartass. There is no calling in, and you aren't listening, Mike yelled. Okay, fine. I might still be a little drunk from last night. Mike knew that he was a complete hypocrite when it came to this, but he yelled, uncaring for the hangover he knew Tony was dealing with, or would be now that he was awake. I told you, if you are going to live up there, you aren't going to be fucking around. That means girls and booze. Did you just call it booze? You and Mom have a complete bar at home, stocked to the brim. Right, a stocked bar that my job paid for, Tony. Thank you for bringing that point up. It really helped to change my mind. I still think you aren't the angel that you let on to be. Are you telling me that you didn't drink at my age? Because your mother was pregnant with you. I was throwing kegs of beer 12 hours a day, and then worked at a gas station for another 6 hours at night to make ends meet. Right, and it was my fault that she got pregnant at 18, right? Do you want to live to be 19, Tony? Tony was going to answer, but a slam came at his door, followed by a scream. Sirens either began going off in the hallway, or they finally noticed the sound, and Holly started kicking and hitting the bed with her hands. Why can't anyone shut up this morning? You know they were there with us, except the sick kids. Do you think that they are pissed off that we partied late last night and they had to listen to us possibly be loud? Babe, I'm on the phone with my dad. Well, I'm glad he's more important than... Holy Christ, give me 2 minutes. I'm sorry you got woken up. He put the phone back up to his ear, lying on the floor and feeling like a bag of shit. Sorry, Dad. Yeah, I knew you were working, and it's probably my fault that you knocked up Mom because I was dying to be born during the we don't have shit phase of your lives. I wouldn't have loved to be around like Jake and Lily getting spoiled, pampered, and with kid gloves on. Mike slammed his hand on the bed leg. This was a conversation he had had with him more than once, and every time they did, it didn't end well. I'm sorry that you had such a shitty childhood. I'm sure you remember me sitting by the fireplace throwing $100 bills into it and riding around wasting money frivolously. Tony's head was beginning to pound. His dad could throw a guilt trip like nobody's business, and Tony looked around, thinking how the only reason he could be in a dorm right now was because of the man that was on the other end of the phone. He didn't sugarcoat shit. He didn't care if he offended someone, and he always told it as it was. That was his dad, for better or worse. Maybe I'm getting off topic. What did you mean the world is ending and that there isn't any more work going forward? Does that mean I won't have school either? Tell you what. Get up off your ass, look out your fucking window, and tell me what you see. Dad, get up now, Anthony Patrick Evans, Mike screamed, realizing he should have had Emily call him. Mike didn't do disrespect, and Tony knew that if he could stick his foot through the phone and up his ass that he very well would, without prejudice or pause. Tony rolled over and pushed up, putting his phone on speaker. He stumbled forward, aware that he definitely could still have a buzz. When he looked at his alarm clock, it showed just before 8 o'clock. He hadn't quit drinking until 3 last night, and the amount of time spent hitting the red solo cups had been a race and a marathon all at the same time. He was pretty sure as he fell onto his desk that he'd lost that race all around. Tony pulled the string to raise up the shade. The sun that came in might as well have been fire. Tony found his glasses and put them on. He squinted, waiting for the shapes to come to him. When they did, he yelled, "Holy fucking shit!" Holly threw the covers off her and crawled up to the bed's end. She looked out the window to see what it was that he was freaking out about. She gasped. She didn't know what to say or do. The two looked at each other. Tony's room was off Lincoln Way, one of the busier streets next to campus. He had a view of the courtyard. Usually, there was a group of kids studying, others playing frisbee, throwing footballs, usually people wanting signatures for things that couldn't ever be changed, even if they got 10,000 students to sign their papers. This was absolutely not the case. Holly yelled, "Hey, are they doing a, zombie run this morning? They are really playing it up." Tony watched for a second longer. The head of the LGBTQ, Mary, a very outspoken student who donned a purple spiked haircut, from whom he'd learned very quickly when he said hello that it was a form of sexual harassment. He had never been told that in his life, and it was the last time he'd chosen to tell any colored hair student with signs of batting for the other team hello. She was doing her best to shake and bake, but the dead coming for her didn't know football or anything else. It simply came straight for her, never slowing down. At the last minute, Tony thought maybe she was going to do something to escape her, but the woman leapt straight for Mary, tackling her to the ground, and took a bite out of her nose, tearing the tip off. Her legs kicked and she bucked, trying to free herself. She grabbed the woman by her hair, threw her off to the side, and clutched at her nose. Mary turned over, pushing up off the ground, and the woman watched for a moment, seeing her meal getting away as she chewed on the tip of her nose. Mary screamed and cried as she ran, and she'd made it about 10 steps when she crossed paths with a star football player for the Iowa State Cyclones, Trevor Downing, a 300-pound offensive guard who could hit like a freight train and just keep on moving. Right now, for both of them, it was flight or fight time. She and he had the same thing in mind, which was getting away from all of these flesh-hungry purple students and teachers. When he saw Mary headed straight for him, screaming, with blood racing down her face and onto her shirt, she looked too much like one of them. So much, in fact, that the fight to be able to flight was absolutely what was going to happen next. He used every pound of his football-acquired muscle to clear his path, which, unfortunately for a horrified Mary, was directly in his. He barely knelt down, but came up with 2 hands into her chest and propelled her up into the air and backwards. She hit hard, screaming at the top of her lungs. Trevor was doing an infinite 100-yard dash, not stopping his sprint for anything until he was out of the courtyard and on Lincoln Way. He flagged down a pickup truck, jumping into the back and laying down, disappearing from sight. Mary got back up, screaming at him, but he did not care. She yelled, "Do you know that is so offensive?" She didn't have time to scream another insult. Downing hadn't just been running for freedom, he'd also been running away from the dead. His teammates were running like a hungry pack of dogs. They slammed into her so hard that when she hit the pavement, her teeth shattered. She tried to get up, but she had a few 1,000 pounds of football players on her, ripping into her back, her thigh, her calves, neck, and rear of her head. Her screams echoed through the courtyard alongside a symphony full of others crying out in pain, in rage for another bite of food, and those in fear of being eaten, or possibly worse, turning into one of them. Tony pulled the shade down slowly. He picked up the phone, hitting the speaker button back off. Tony asked, "Dad, what's going on? What happened? Are Jay and Lily okay? Is Mom home? She's there, right? I don't know what happened, but the kids are downstairs. Mom got called this morning to photograph. She hasn't called back. She wanted me to call you. I just got done boarding up the windows. I wanted to get the house safe. I need you to try and get home. Can you do that?" "What has the news said?" "I don't know. I haven't stopped yet to know what is going on. Do you have a full tank of gas, Tony? Yeah, about that. I do have a full tank. Tony, time is ticking. What is wrong? My battery is dead. I just put a new one in before you went to school. Why isn't your battery working? Basketball. How did a basketball break your battery? It isn't broken. It is dead. There's a difference. For fuck's sake. What is the reason it is dead then, smartass? We were playing basketball and it was dark. Well, we played a lot longer than we had expected. When it was time to go, the car was dead. I came back with a battery charger the next day. Yeah, and it had gotten towed by the city of Ames. I guess I wasn't supposed to park on the park's grass. Something about it being off limits. Mike said, I love my son. I love my son. I love my son. I love my son. I love you too, Dad. No, I'm trying to talk myself into it. I don't know where you get that from, and you are driving me to the point of drinking this morning. Gotcha. Any advice? Do you have a girlfriend? Does she have a car? Do you know of anyone in your building with a car that you can call? I just got up, and yeah, there are people with cars, but I don't know who is alive. I can start sending messages and see. I can call you back if I need to. Tony looked at Holly, who was already typing away like her life depended on it, going through her contacts. She ignored the blatant fact that she'd met Mike at least 3 times for family dinners. You need to get out of there. With all those dorms there are going to be too many kids for that small of an area. It's going to be a clusterfuck. Don't let them touch you, okay? If anyone has got a bite on them or are covered with blood, then I need you to stay away from them. Is that clear? Do you understand me, boy? I will give you a call back. Tony, hey, don't go on the interstate. Stay off the main streets. I only assume that there's going to be a shit ton of people, idiots, who want to get as far away as possible, but not have any real plans. So don't take the interstate home. Then how else do I get home? You've lived in Ankeny your entire life. It is 20 minutes away. You don't know any other ways to get here? The interstate is the quickest way, Dad. Lame. So lame. Cruising. You've heard of it? It's when you aren't really trying to get anywhere and you are just out. Mike thought of Tony growing up when gas was $3 plus a gallon. He didn't understand anything outside of economy. There was no racing down streets or going to another state and back on a whim for no reason or parking out on a gravel road with your girlfriend. Mike shook his head. He didn't know what to think about these goddamn millennials. They were so easily upset, but if they just lived a little, they might realize how much there was in life to live for. Tony answered, and he knew what the kid was going to say before the words ever came out of his mouth. He said, You realize that it is not good for the earth or my wallet to waste money, right? I mean, my Prius, the car you bought me, isn't really a cruising car. That was absolutely your mother's fault. I would have never purchased that car for you. No self-respecting Evans male would ever ride around in that car. I can't understand how I signed off on the papers for it. Holly yelled, Are you seriously talking about cars? What the fuck is wrong with the two of you? I mean it. There are people getting eaten outside. What can you possibly be talking about? Tony held up a finger. Wrong answer to her. Tony said, It's my dad, okay? He's weird. He goes off on rants, just like his dad. It dawned on him, and he asked, Where is Grandpa Denny at? Have you called Grandma Diane to see where she is? That they are all right? Are they at home, or are they at Lake Thunderhead? I've been so busy worrying about your mom and you and your brother and sister that I never even thought about it. I hope Dad slept in today, or he's going to be raising so much hell. I don't know if Mom could have kept him from doing something. What would he do? I have no idea. But he has all the firepower in the world to take them out if he is home. I just hope that... Goddamn. Do me a favor and call me back if you need a ride. I'm going to call them and see what is going on. Okay, I'll give you a call back as soon as I know. Chapter 7. Part 2. Tony and Holly. Tony put the phone down, looking out the window again. Holly was sitting on the bed with a sheet up in front of her. I can't believe that this is happening. I mean, what the fuck is going on? Why is this happening to us? Holly, it isn't happening to us. It is happening to everyone from the way it looks outside. We might consider ourselves as some of the lucky ones to still be alive. I can't imagine being one of those purple things running through the streets and trying to eat everything that I see everywhere. What are we going to do? Tony went to the fridge, pulling out water bottles. He tossed one to Holly and took out 4 ibuprofen before tossing the bottle to her. She liked the way this man thought. There would be no time for hangover headaches. She thought about her nakedness and realized they probably should get dressed. They chugged their waters and each got a second one. With as much as they drank last night, it would be a few bottles before either of them would be concerned with having the option, let alone the ability, to go to the bathroom. Tony looked around his room. 2 beds, 2 nightstands, a mini-fridge with drinks, beer, and some shooters, and outside of that he had a couple pocket knives that he carried for protection because he wasn't old enough to be like his dad and granddad and carry a piece to protect himself. Tony's stomach rolled. He wasn't hungry, but he knew that the medicine was going to take a while to kick in, and in all reality, all it was going to do was help him with his head. It would do very little for his stomach and joints feeling so shitty. He was happy that even as bad as he felt, that at his age he was able to recover pretty quickly. There were plenty of nights when they would get shit-faced a few days in a row, and with the exception of some beer shits, there were very little consequences physically. Not counting brain cell damage. Thuds came at the door, followed by screams and then growls. Tony went to the desk on his side of the room, grabbing the wooden chair that no one ever used because 10 minutes in it guaranteed to leave you with a numb ass. He slid it under the handle, securing it so that no one could get in. He could feel his manhood swaying in its freedom and thought maybe it would be a good time to get dressed. There would be very few advantages to being completely naked if he had to, or when he had to leave the room. Tony went to the closet, grabbing jeans in lieu of normal track pants like almost every student who wasn't wearing shorts took for daily attire. He found a black long-sleeve Under Armour workout shirt as well, and from there looked at his very naked girlfriend, who was in party clothes from the night before. The only positive thing was that he wasn't very tall, and that they were both skinny. Tony took a pair of sweatpants and a sweatshirt that he knew she liked, because it was almost always missing. Not because he left it in places, but because she loved it so much. He smiled, watching her stand up to find her underwear and bra. She got dressed quickly, never setting her phone down. She saw Tony and said, "Oh no. You need to get your shit together and think with your other head, or we aren't going to make it back to your parents. We aren't cut out for this. We aren't experienced." As opposed to the other people in the world who have survived a zombie apocalypse? There's the smart-ass I know and love. Now I just need you to come up with some genius plan. What is it, 20 or 30 miles to Ankeny from Ames? Do you think we could do that on foot in a day or two? If we just walked across farm fields? Probably, yes. But we also need to get out of town and to the farm fields. So we run. We aren't more than half a mile from a field. I'm sure of it. Can't we hide in, like, the crops or something? We could if it wasn't spring and the field wasn't bare. Chances are that they are probably muddy as shit. A knock came at the door, and the two went as silent as a hooker in a confessional booth. Holly whispered, "What do we do? Just keep quiet, please." The knock came a second time, and the handle jiggled this time. Tony's chair was doing its job in stopping whomever or whatever was attempting to enter the dorm room. The knock from the other side came again. Holly said, "Do you think zombies know how to knock?" Tony shrugged. A light voice, almost scared to be heard, came from the other side. "Tony, douchebag! Open the fucking door. Do it now. It's me. Me who? Tony replied, not firing off at 100% and still waiting for his water and ibuprofen, the breakfast of champions, to kick in. It's Joshua from down the hall. Come on, let me in before someone bites me. Holy fucking shit, someone is coming. Hurry up, open the fucking door. Tony shook his hands in the air, still considering if he should open the door. Holly snapped, Who the fuck is Joshua? He helped me with some papers this year. I wouldn't have passed a few classes without him. So you owe him for some classes you passed that probably aren't ever going to matter now? Tony answered by moving the chair and swinging the door open. 4 students piled in before he could see that Joshua hadn't been alone, and it seemed as if maybe he'd forgotten to disclose that important fact when he was pleading for his life. Tony slammed the door shut after poking his head outside to get a glimpse of what it looked like in the halls. There were 6 students in the hallway. 2 were meals, and 4 were the ones feeding. Tony shut the door as quietly as he could. Tony straight up asked, Who here has a car? Joshua asked, I thought that you had a car. That's kind of the reason that we came here in the first place. I mean, my roommate Trent was also trying to eat me, so I left him inside the room. He was trying to break the door down, so I don't know how long he is going to be stuck in there. Those out in the hallway didn't seem to notice us at all, but their faces were buried inside of stomachs, so lucky for us, right? So you wanted a ride? The 4 nodded slowly. One of them said, So you don't have a car? Holly snapped, because the way she thought about it, it was that if they weren't doing things to move forward, then they were sinking in quicksand. Hey, perfect stranger. Yeah, he has a car. No, it isn't running. Did you have a car? Do any of you have one? Could we get it running? Perfect stranger boy asked. Sure, if we had 4 or 5 hours and a battery charger, but I'm headed to Ankeny, and we aren't dropping people off on the way. I assume you've been outside? Tony asked. Joshua said, Hey, if you even get us out of the campus, we'd be grateful. I'll write you papers for a whole semester. That won't do a lot of good considering the fact that we probably won't have any future tests. It isn't anything personal, but if I bring anyone else home, then my dad will kill me after he kills you guys. My name is Ralph, and we have a couple classes together, Tony. Do you think that we could stick with you? I mean, we literally have no clue what to do. We thought you had a car. That was like our entire plan up until now. And you thought that I was going to want to take you with me out of the kindness of my heart? Yeah, you know, people need to stick together and help each other. You have a car, so we thought we could help, Ralph tried to say convincingly. Holly scoured the room, looking around and attempting to find something that they could use to make their way out of the dorm. Tony said, Did you find anything at all with anyone around? This is actually the least amount of people that I have ever found online before. Where is everyone? What is going on? Holly yelled, trying to refrain from throwing her phone. Holly, baby, they are either dead or hiding right now. That is about all that I can assume. The only other girl with them said, That is so sexist. Do you know how degrading it is to be called a baby? Like we need you to take care of us? To wipe our asses? And you are? Tony asked. I'm Lucille. Now what are you going to do? Tony actually laughed, which of course was the wrong response, but he had a lot of his dad and his dad's dad running through his veins. Tony said, So wouldn't it be sexist if I was the one that came up with a plan and then saved you? I mean, wouldn't you feel better if you were the one to come up with your own plan and then you saved yourself? I'm sure all your friends and all those wonderful clubs you were probably in would totally make you in charge if you were able to do that. Ralph added, You might have gone too far, Tony. You might have gone just a little too far. Lucille snapped off, How about I kick your ass? Do you think that might make you feel a little emasculated? Just looking at your haircut is making me feel emasculated, if you'd like me to be completely honest with you. I don't. I just wish that you'd stop talking. If you aren't going to do anything to help us, then you aren't doing anything to save anyone, she yelled. Hey, Lucille, I didn't ask you to come in. I thought just Joshua over there was coming in. I didn't particularly want to let him in either. I just didn't want to worry about shit later making me feel bad with karma. That isn't what karma is, Tony. Joshua, do you seriously not know anyone who has a car? Like, this guy was the best one that you could find? He was the only one who would answer the door and was still alive. He met all of my needs at that moment, just not the car part. And that doesn't seem like it's my fault. Lucille found a textbook on the floor and flung it as hard as she could at Joshua's head. You are both fucking idiots. I don't know if I need you to save me. I don't know why I didn't just go with my gut. Tony had his hand on the door. I've already had a really shitty start to my morning so far. So if you'd like to leave, Lucille, then be my guest. No one is asking you to stay here. Okay, everyone, can we please relax? I think everyone is getting a little too worked up here, Ralph said. The only guy who hadn't said anything yet, Brett, pointed out the window. Hi. I am Brett. We need to get out of here. There's more people coming into the courtyard. I don't think we want to wait any longer. Maybe we need to go a different way to get off campus? Holly looked out the windows. There's nowhere else to go. I mean, they are everywhere. What are you expecting to find? I was hoping for car keys to find a way out of here, Brett replied. That actually isn't a horrible plan. Someone down there has got to have a set of keys. I'm sure Dead Carboy here, Tony, isn't the only one who has a car on campus. I mean, there's never anywhere to fucking park. It can't be just his, can it? Lucille yelled. Holly looked around the campus, and the spots which were typically packed to the brim with small, compact cars were currently as bare as she'd ever seen them. This did not fill her with hope. Tony checked his phone one more time. He had a picture of Jake and Lily with him down at his grandparents' lake house on the boat. Tony didn't go down there nearly as often as he used to, because he either had a girlfriend or a part-time job for more spending money than the allotted cash his dad, who was born in 1980 and had absolutely no sense of what it costs to be a kid nowadays, gave him. Plus, he needed to keep up with the spoiled rich kids at college on a regular night out. Tony slid it into his pocket and prayed that they could try to get out of town. Tony removed the chair, which slipped and banged against the door. They all cringed. Be careful, Tony, Holly snapped. Oh, duh. That's right, because I was absolutely trying to be loud. It was part of my master plan to get us all killed. Lucille said, Is this the best time to be sarcastic, Tony? Obviously, it's a coping mechanism, Ralph tried to explain. It's an Evans thing. I met his dad and family, and they can't help it. Stress does nothing to improve upon it, Holly explained. Tony set the chair down, thinking that he, in many ways, didn't belong in the classification of millennials and didn't share a good majority of their behaviors. He checked that Holly was ready because she was really the only person he cared about coming with him. She nodded to him, and he mouthed, I love you, to her, and opened the door just a crack. He looked to see if there was anyone in the hall, or if he could hear anything. Nothing. Safe. Safe as it could be. Brett would have not asked his question had he heard it aloud first. Hey, do you see anything? Tony didn't have a chance to talk. Holly had no lack of smartass in her personality. Probably more now that she'd dated Tony for so long and been forced to meet his entire family. It was definitely a growing experience in what she could handle, and if she could be quiet when she knew there was nothing they could do to be changed. Yeah, Brett, is it? Yeah, so he's always opening the door and letting zombies in. Tony motioned for everyone to get ready. He started counting down with his hand. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And on 1, he looked to their small group. Everyone nodded, and he opened the door all the way. A student who had apparently lost a good 50 pounds because he had absolutely no guts left in him growled at them all. It had a brain, or what was left of it, in its hands. Pieces of the brain fell from its mouth as its teeth chewed into it, and it jumped forward immediately. Lucille screamed, "Shut the fucking door!" Tony flung the door to shut it, but the stomachless zombie had already started running. The plethora of living in the small room apparently looked more appetizing than the student on the floor whose head had been smashed in and brain had been removed. They all took a cringing breath, waiting for that feeling of relief to come, with that beautiful sound of the door clicking shut, and therefore keeping them safe and sound. But the absolute opposite happened instead. The student made it to the door before it could shut. The thud they thought was the one that they were waiting for was not the one wanted. The door connected, but it was with the student's skull, not the strike plate of the door. It bounced back open, hitting Tony, who tried to put his hands up in time but failed. The corner of the door's edge connected with his forearm and hit it hard. Tony brought up his arm, cradling it. He didn't see a bone coming out of it, but he realized that he couldn't feel a single thing in it. Nothing whatsoever. It was like he had 1 billion funny bones being injected into his arm at once. He stumbled backwards, tripping over a laundry basket, and landed on the floor with a crack of ass to tile, the only tile spot in the entryway of the small dorm. He tried to get up off the ground at first, but failed. Tony had a perfect view of everything, and it was a freaking nightmare. When the zombie student entered the room, it never slowed down. Everyone tried to get back as it came into the room. Lucille ran back, but all she had was the bed in front of her. She dived onto it, and the zombie student did as well. She rolled out of the way as it dove for her. It crashed into the wall, and with the small room and lack of space with 6 people in the room, she didn't really have too many places for escaping. Everyone screamed, all looking at the doorway and trying to think of what they could do. Brett and Joshua ran straight for the open door. They both stopped dead in their tracks when they saw a zombie roaming the halls holding a forearm up like a turkey leg, chewing on it and looking for something more to eat. They raced back into the dorm and shut the door quickly, hitting the lock, and saw what they were in store for, or, more accurately, to become, if they did not eradicate this threat and do so now. The zombie student lunged for Lucille. She backed up against the wall, kicking it in the face. It didn't seem to mind the pain, because it felt none. The thing that made it so upset was that it wanted something in its mouth. A pound of flesh was all it needed, until it was gone. She kept kicking, trying to show it that she was not the easiest meal, and that someone else would be a much better option. Joshua and Ralph jumped forward when the door banged behind them. Whoever was on the other side of it was definitely bigger. Lucille's stone exterior was definitely faltering. She started crying, and no one blamed her for it. There wasn't anything she could do to stop it. A plethora of feelings raced through her, and she could only keep so many of them in check at once. Tony got up to his feet, looking around the room, hating everything about it currently. He looked at his roommate Todd's bed and realized the amount of options available were limited. If he'd been home, he would have a small arsenal at his fingertips. At least he thought that would be possible. Tony knew he needed to get moving. With every second they wasted, there would be less of the living and more of the dead. He wanted to be far away from well-populated cities by that time. He knew Ankeny had a population of 60,000, which wasn't much less than Ames, but knowing what was at home waiting for him, or at his Grandpa Denny's house, would absolutely make him feel like survival was more of an option for him. Tony ran over to the bed, ripping Todd's sheets off the mattress, and shook the nervousness out of his hands. Everyone except for Lucille seemed to be unknown at the moment to this purple student. Lucille, to her credit, was doing her absolute best to keep from getting bit by the son of a bitch. It didn't have superhuman strength, she was noticing, However, this dead was goal-oriented, and he was currently focused solely on getting a bite out of Lucille. It was chomping its teeth together, making a clicking sound. The click reminded him of his old dog Rusty, who was once a ninja at being able to catch popcorn thrown to him, but now just chomped until whatever object thrown to him either hit his mouth or bounced off his head. He had to scurry to get it before much younger, agile Harley could beat him to it. Tony made sure there was plenty of slack in the sheet and came up behind it and threw the sheet over its head. Tony pulled it tight. He could see the mouth going up and down in the mirror. It was chomping, even though it couldn't see anything in front of its own eyes. He looked around the room. There was still nothing of use inside of it. Tony lost his balance and fell backwards, the dead swiping at the air as if it would get a hold of something to free itself, and it could go back to trying to eat the kicking meal in front of it. Lucille clapped her hands together, resting on all fours for only a second on the bed. She looked at Joshua and Ralph and gave both of them the finger. "You guys fucking suck! What's wrong with you? I don't even know this sexist pig, and he's done more for me than you two." Tony was flexing to keep an enraged zombie from breaking free and away. He ran through what he should do and finally realized there was only one option: to get it out of the room. He looked to Joshua and Ralph and said, "Get my bed out of the way and open the window." Joshua said, "Why?" "Are we going to jump out of it?" Ralph asked. They were within a few feet of Tony, who reacted to their comments with a frustration which he couldn't answer in words at first. He kicked them each in the shins once. They both grabbed for their shins for a moment. Tony yelled, "If you don't open it, I'm going to throw both of you out the window." "We're on the 3rd floor, damn it. No, we aren't jumping. Or I'm not, at least." Lucille jumped off the bed, and the two got to work, quickly flipping the mattress off the bed frame and then moving the frame itself. Holly came over and slid the window open, took the screen off, and let it fall to the ground below, striking one of the dead in the head. It looked around, seeing what it was that fell on its head, and proceeded to stomp on it. Tony wrestled the creature over to the window and held it up next to the opening. Holly asked, "What do you want us to do?" "I want you to get it by the legs and lift it up and over the window frame." "And then what?" Ralph asked. "Then you let go, dipshit," Lucille instructed. "God, how did I end up with you two?" "Just lucky, Lucille, just lucky," Ralph answered, as he took the left leg and Joshua took the right. Tony held the sheet until he was out the window before letting go of it. He landed on top of the screen zombie, and it began hitting the dorm room zombie in the head. Tony fell against the wall, sliding down and trying to catch his breath. He was thinking if he could take last night back, then he more than likely would. Although thinking responsibly, he realized last night might have been his last ever regular party. The type where there was all the food, booze, and electricity that a soul could want. Holly knelt in front of him, caressing his cheeks in her hands gently, and leaned forward, kissing his forehead. "Are you okay?" "I'm just really hungover and feel like a bag of shit." Brett was pushing up against the door. He asked, "What are we going to do?" The group looked at each other and at Brett. Holly said, "I think you don't fix what isn't broken." Chapter 8. Des Moines. Emily held the wheel tight. The roads were full of potholes and speed bumps, and she fought to control the SUV. A little girl walked out in front of her SUV from between two cars parked on the street. Emily didn't think for a second. The mommy in her, and just being a decent human being, took control of her hands, and she cranked the wheel to the left. The old neighborhood she was driving through was filled with large, mature oak trees. She hit the curb hard, sending her up and hitting her head on the roof of her Escape. Emily screamed and cursed like a sailor as she slammed on the brakes. She lurched forward, trying to swerve the wheel, but it was too late to do anything but hope that she was all right after the crash. The SUV was going almost 20 miles per hour. She normally wasn't a speeder, but today was obviously not the norm. Emily crashed into the tree, propelling her forward. She'd remembered her seatbelt, thankfully, which saved her from crashing into the windshield. She cracked the radiator, and a shot of steam was coming up from the hood. She looked in the mirror and saw that she didn't look great. She had a gash along her forehead. She got her Bella apron and rolled it up to push against the wound. Emily got her phone, not thinking real straight yet. She opened the door and stumbled out of her escape. She walked out into the yard, looking around the property and for the little girl. She was walking down the street, slowly. Emily yelled, "Hey, hon, are you all right? You should get out of the street. Today isn't a very good day to be out in the street or outside. Let's get you home." The girl stopped walking and turned around. Emily squinted to see her, and when she did, she wished that she would have just kept on the gas. The girl took off in a dead run, literally, coming straight for Emily. She looked around, trying to figure out what to do and where to go. She had never been on this street before. Emily looked at the surrounding homes, seeing the blinds with a single blind up to see what was going on. No people seemed to be motioning for her to come to their home to save them. Emily watched as the little girl went from a run to a maddening pace, full-on sprint. She bared her teeth as she raced toward her. As she approached, Emily saw the light purple tint of her skin. There was one spot of blood on her side, and she could only assume that the girl was bitten. Emily did a 360 while never forgetting about the girl. If she had Mike's car, or Mike in general, she knew that he'd have a plethora of pocket knives on him, capable of stabbing this little shit in the head. She couldn't complain either, because he had tried multiple times to try and get her to carry a knife, or even better, he'd always said, a pistol. Not once had she thought she would put herself in a situation where she needed something like that. On top of that, she never ever considered a zombie apocalypse. Her husband and oldest son, Tony, would laugh and joke about it regularly. However, she never took them seriously. She, of course, right now, was wishing that she had something. Anything. Emily looked around the block, trying to think of something she could use. This was far from the best part of town. She, quite honestly, wouldn't have come into this neighborhood if her life wasn't in danger. Emily saw a million items, but unlike her son and husband, she didn't think about how to kill a zombie with every item she saw. She did know that she was going to hear no end to Mike's bitching that every time he'd asked to buy some kind of weapon, bullets, or survival gear, and she had dismissed his excitement dead cold, saying it was a waste of money, and having one kid in college and two more who eventually needed to go, and both were in need of braces. They couldn't afford it. She'd strongly told him it was a want, not a need. She would, however, not mention anything about her 31 bag purchases that her friend Bobby sold her at discounted prices, of course. The sound of the little girl's play shoes clacking as she picked up speed were getting closer. Emily was doing her best to think. She yelled, "Fucking think! It's like a first grader. Just trip it and then kick it." "I can't kick it. It is a sweet little girl. What if they can be fixed? What if someone can heal them? But what if they can bite my ass and they make me one of those eggplant-looking little shits?" A tapping came from one of the houses and caught Emily's attention. They weren't pointing towards the front door, which of course they could let her in and bring safety to Emily, but a little Spanish girl was pointing to the ground. Emily ran to where the little girl was pointing and began looking around and saw a small doll on the lawn. Emily looked back up, seeing the little girl clapping her hands and pointing excitedly at it. Emily could not believe the girl in this time of horror. She grabbed the doll and ignored how she normally would have reacted. Emily took the doll in one hand and the head in the other, and thought for just a second that she was going to rip it off. but the chances of her getting new toys were probably slim to none. She tossed it up into a flower box that was on the windowsill for safekeeping until later. The little girl smiled, but then her face turned to fright. Emily heard a scream from behind her, which was more of a growl, and she jumped to the side. The girl flew past her, slamming into the house, head first. She fell into the bushes, and Emily prayed she was knocked out or something, because she wasn't getting up. Emily wiped the blood from her forehead and looked back up at the little girl who was gone. Emily looked around. She watched the bushes beneath the house, shaking, and she didn't breathe. She just peered around, trying to find the girl. The bushes shook uncontrollably, and Emily made the sign of the cross. She couldn't think of anything it could hurt. When the final bush shook, she thought that she was dead. A small white terrier came out from the bush, and Emily felt a weight of 1,000,000 problems come off of her shoulders. The dog began barking at Emily, and she smiled, fresh tears starting to fall. The girl must have left, is all that she could think. The dog began to run towards Emily. She knelt to reach for the little white dog, who was running straight for her. The dog got ready to leap off of its rear feet when the little girl jumped from the bushes, grabbing the dog, pulling it back towards her, and ripping a chunk out of its spine. Emily, being a huge lover of all dogs, gasped, clasping her hands over her mouth, trying to be quiet. The little girl chewed for a second. She looked up, seeing Emily backing up slowly and trying to be quiet. Once she locked eyes with Emily, there was nothing that she could do but resume her search for a weapon. She thought about trying to hit it on the head with her phone, but she couldn't. There was nothing good that it would do, and on top of all that, there'd be no way to find out if her family was all right. That was still more important to her than her own safety, because she loved her family with every beat of her heart, more than anything else. The dog screamed on the ground, which was, to date, one of the most horrific sounds that she had ever heard. It squirmed on the ground, and then started to slow down and finally became still. The girl spit a chunk of white, blood-covered hair out and took off, racing towards Emily. Emily ran through the yards, and the little girl was beginning to make up the distance. Unlike Emily, this little bastard didn't seem to be running out of energy. Emily began to wonder if she still needed to breathe, or how she was able to not grow tired. When Emily got to the 4th yard, it was white trash heaven. There were more cars than there was grass in the front yard. Emily found a pipe resting against one of the cars. She took it in her right hand as she ran past it and tried to put the car between them. This did less good than she could have ever imagined. The girl jumped up onto the car's tires and then the hood of the car, barely slowing down in any way. Emily tried to bring the pipe up to strike it, but the girl had already jumped after touching one foot down. At the last second, Emily did the only thing she could and took the bar in 2 hands. The girl came at her, hands out with her mouth wide open and literally chomping as she flew through the air. She brought up the pipe, pushing it hard into the girl's mouth. She bit hard when she connected, and the sound of teeth sprinkling onto the hood was loud. She bent down with the girl as she fell flat onto the hood, never letting go of the bar. Emily twisted the bar and made the girl twist over when her neck could go no further. The girl looked like she was straight out of the poltergeist. Emily kept her face back, trying to keep away from the girl as she scratched and clawed at the air in front of her. There seemed to be no way for this to end in any way other than to end the little girl. Emily stepped a foot back, bringing the pipe up high above her, looking like a deranged lumberjack dressed in her all-black work attire. She brought it down and hit the hood. The girl, once freed, had rolled to the side. Emily cursed and swung it baseball style, missing again and cursing again. When the girl came up, rushing her, again Emily decided swinging wasn't worth a damn. She brought the pipe up two-handed and connected with the open-mouthed, ever-increasingly angry girl coming for her. She missed her chin and sent the pipe directly inside of her open mouth. She tried to swing her off, but the girl clenched onto it with both hands. When she realized she wasn't getting the pipe back, Emily took what was probably a 45-pound girl and lifted her up into the air to her chest level, then brought the girl with the pipe down hard, smashing into the ground, and put a foot on the kid's head once she was temporarily immobilized. She bent the pipe enough so that she could use it and let the girl up an inch, then rammed it back down, pushing up and through her brain. She wiggled it, lifting it up and down, and after a second, it quit moving and became still. Emily was hoping it would be that way forever. She sat there for just another second, waiting, making sure it was safe. When she didn't move, Emily put a hand on her mouth, under her top jaw, and pulled the bar out an inch at a time. It was covered with blood and gore. She checked her phone, seeing that Tony was all right. She typed back, "The SUV is crashed. I'm trapped outside. I don't know what I am going to do." Chapter 9. Mike checked his phone, seeing Emily's message. He felt handicapped at the moment with a house full of children. He still didn't know about his parents or sisters, as he hadn't had time to figure out if they were okay. Now he had Emily with no car, which he'd like to know more details about, but of course it was one of the lesser important details. In the end, it would not change a single damn thing. He tried to think of what to do. It wasn't like he could send an Uber driver to pick her up. A picture of his neighbor Michael popped up. Mike swiped his face. Michael was already typing another message and asked, "Do you have any idea what is going on? I can't get a hold of Mackenzie. She got called into work today. All the nurses did, so something has to be going on. What the hell? She had to have driven, right? Yes, that's usually the way she gets to work, 30 miles away. I don't know what's going on. Some disease or something. I haven't even had time to check the news yet. I'm just trying to get a hold of everyone. This is fucked up." Mike hit the button on the voice chat. He didn't want to keep typing. There wasn't time. Michael and Marin, their sweet baby, came on. He was only 30, but was definitely someone who carried a lot on his shoulders. His stress level, mostly due to anxiety, was far more than anyone his age should have to deal with. Today was definitely not going to be better than any normal day. Mike said, "Hey, I got the entire neighborhood's kids over here from the bus route. Everyone's coming for them, but I can't leave them until I get another adult over here. I have to go get Emily, unless somehow Mackenzie could get her." "Hey, Mackenzie is calling right now. Let me get back to you." "Sounds good. Thanks." Mike hit the family tracker app that they all had so they would always know where the kiddos were, given they had their phones and that Lily had her damn phone charged because it was so difficult to remember to plug it in. It didn't hurt that most of her friends didn't have phones yet, and she didn't have a lot of people outside of aunts and grandparents to chat with. He saw Emily was on a side street off of 2nd Avenue, a road which she usually wouldn't go down because there were definitely some rough spots along the way. He did a screenshot of it and sent her GPS location to Mackenzie's messenger. Mike didn't have anyone's numbers in his phone. He always had a rule of thumb that there was little reason to have a married woman's number in your phone. Mike called Emily, who was out of breath. "Yeah, hi. Is Tony okay?" "Are you okay? Is Tony okay?" Mike loved how much he loved her kids, but sometimes prying an answer out of her was next to impossible. I talked to him, but to be honest, I don't know. His car is dead, so he's going to try and find someone with a car to get home. His girlfriend Holly is with him, so I wouldn't be surprised if they both came. Did she spend the night? There's more important things going on right now than if our son is getting some. Oh my God, don't call it that. Okay, Mother Mary. I forgot we were both innocent young virgins when we made love our first time on our wedding night. Emily took a moment, putting the phone down and taking a long, deep breath. She said, "So we don't know about him yet?" "No, we don't know at all. And he got rid of the family tracker app. I told him to let me know when he is safe. That isn't why I'm calling, though." "Okay. What else could you be worried about?" "My wife getting back home and safe. I can't run to get Tony anyways because I still have a ton of kids in the living room. We are keeping everything closed up until we get some parents to come and pick up the kids. We might have to drop them off Jake's windowsill." "You will not." "Emily, we don't have time for this right now. I called to make sure you were okay, but also to tell you that we might have a ride for you. Is there some place that you can hide and not worry about getting eaten?" "Who is going to give me a ride?" "I was talking to Michael next door. He said that Mackenzie got called in and is at the hospital. He was just getting a call from her. He saw me when John and some other girl was trying to eat me in the street and the backyard. I asked him to shoot her, but he must have thought I was kidding. I was pretty close to losing Harley, too." "Is she all right? Oh my God, I would feel horrible if anything happened to her." "I love you too, dear." "Are you all right?" "Besides being sick, yes, I'm all right." "Good, then shut up. I just love you, baby. Can you find somewhere to hide?" Emily looked around the neighborhood, trying to decide if indeed there was somewhere she could hide. She looked at a pickup truck that was jacked up 2 feet higher than the already tall truck should have been. She looked at the topper atop of it and thought, why not just hide up there? Emily realized climbing this behemoth of a truck might be more difficult than originally imagined. She got her shoes on the lug nuts and gripped onto the end of the hood next to the window. A tapping came from the house on the window. Emily looked, thinking if another girl wanted to have a damn doll picked up, that she very well was going to rip its head off this time. She looked at the home's picture window and saw a guy with an impressive handlebar mustache, as well as a get-it-dirty baseball cap on. He was motioning for her to get down from the truck. Emily pointed to the house to be let in, and he took no time in shaking his head no. Emily shrugged, pulling herself up onto the hood and smiling as she felt her metal buttons scraping across the hood. He pounded on the windows and Emily ignored him. When she got to the top, she lay flat, hoping that these things wouldn't be able to sniff her out. The man would not quit smashing the window. He was doing everything he could to draw attention that he wasn't going to want in the long run. Emily hit the camera option on her phone, setting it next to her and twisting her head so she could see if this screaming was bringing any newly dead their way. It wasn't any dead. It was an entire horde of the dead. She set the phone down as quietly as possible. The horde raced down the street. Their mouths were covered in blood, and it ran down their fronts. She looked around the neighborhood, and minus the guy in the window still pounding out of absolute ignorance, there was no one to be seen. The dead continued walking straight for the house. There wasn't anything but one path in mind for them. When the man finally tried to put 2 plus 2 together, he just barely was able to fathom what was going to be happening next. The dead pushed up against the house. The ones in front were pounding the glass until it finally broke and shattered. The dead continued pounding on the shards, not caring about the cuts that they were inflicting on themselves. Those behind them were just as impatient to get into the house and to eat anything that was available. They began climbing up and over those in their way. The man brought out a baseball bat, but after the first 3 or 4 of them, the hits lost a lot of their power. The man dropped the bat, making his way into the house and out of her sight. Emily could only hear the screams of the man coming from inside, and she was even more motivated now than ever about not letting them catch up to her. She stayed on the roof, holding her breath, not wanting to make a peep. Chapter 10. Michael hit the answer button on Mackenzie's face. The fact that his wife worked in Des Moines had seemed like it was a hop and a skip on any other day. Now it felt like she might as well be working in California. He loved her so much, but there was nothing in his gut feeling that told him he could or should take a baby into what could be the largest part of a zombie apocalypse. There was no shortage of reasons why taking the baby out was a horrifically bad idea. Mackenzie came up on his FaceTime. "Michael, is Marin all right?" "Yes, dear, and so am I. Thank you for—" "You answered. Relax. I love you, but I didn't know if you'd taken Marin out to her sitter's house yet or not." "No, I wasn't in a rush this morning, and I'm running late. Are you still at the hospital?" "Yeah. The news is broadcasting all these crazy things. I don't understand what is happening. It doesn't make any sense." "Did security lock your floor down?" "I have no idea. We've been watching the news and keeping a watch on the ground below." "Did you park in the ramp this morning?" "I did. I got here early." "Can you make it to the SUV?" "I have one lady still in labor. I can't leave her." "What about her baby?" "How close is she?" "It doesn't matter." "Is there still a doctor there to deliver it?" "Honey, you aren't listening. I'm not leaving until this baby is born. I'll lock the room after that and leave." Michael was pacing the kitchen. He should have known this could be an issue, but was hoping it was a slow baby day. "Well, Emily was on her way to work, and she was in the middle of it." "Oh my God. Is she all right?" "She was the last time that Mike talked to her, but she lost her car or crashed it. I don't know. Mike was hoping you might be able to stop by and get her, if it is safe, of course." The woman behind Mackenzie began screaming, and when she turned around to see what was happening, a thud at the door came. Her friend Megan was up against the door. Mackenzie went to open it, but stopped when she saw she had bloody hands. Her eyes were insane, and her face was purple. Mackenzie let go of the handle and backed away. She knew better, but didn't know how she was going to escape this floor once her job had been taken care of. There was no way she could just leave this woman by herself, either. The woman in labor screamed again, but this time it was not in pain. It was pure rage. She screamed, "Hank, if you don't wake up right now, I'm going to cut your dick off!" The man jumped, kicking off a cover. Mackenzie had adopted the room from one of her friends, and had been so busy racing in and out of all the rooms that she'd never noticed there was a husband sound asleep in the room with her. It would give her peace of mind that there'd be someone to watch out for her while she could only watch out for those smaller than her. Hank rolled to his side, falling off the couch, popping up and sliding off his feet and back to the floor. The woman, Jane, said, "Good God, Hank! I mean, you're in the right place, but could you possibly not get injured in the hospital while we are waiting for the baby to come?" Hank sat down on the couch. He was heaving for breath and held up a finger. "Do you realize you woke me up when your water broke, screaming your head off that you were dying? You woke me up in the patient room telling me that someone was trying to kill you. The nurse was being very touchy with the blood pressure monitor. Is there a reason that you need to sleep through every moment of this magical experience?" "I was working for 40 hours straight on call with the fire department, as you know. I didn't know that you were going to go into labor a week early. I'm sorry that I was missing some of these very magical memories." "I know that you are not giving me shit or sarcasm right now, are you?" Hank thought of a million things that he wanted to say at this moment, and none of them would leave him married after this 10-month pregnancy from hell was over. If his one and only God loved him, he would get his wife back. The sane, happy, relaxed wife whom he missed more than sex. Well, almost as much as sex. "No, dear, of course not. I'm very sorry, though, for anything and everything wrong that I have said. Do you need me to get the nurse? She's right here. You are literally sleeping through everything, and there's something crazy going on inside of the city. I'm so scared. Mackenzie took the blind on the door and pulled it down slowly. She smiled nervously, and from the screams coming on the other side of the door, she wasn't going to have any chance of getting help from a doctor with this delivery. She ran through 1,000 hours of her nursing degrees, and was never happier that she'd never once chosen the easy GPA class out of her options. Hank cleared his throat and said, "What's going on outside?" He looked to Mackenzie, who was not breaking the news of what could be the end of the world to a complete stranger. If they needed to know a medical answer, she was the woman for the job. This didn't have anything to do with her job. However, it was keeping her here longer than she knew she would be staying. Michael would understand, but having to try and explain that to a baby who'd one day be a young girl, young woman, and a woman walking down the aisle, why her mom wasn't there to watch her, would be tough. Jane said, "People are eating each other in the street. It has been all over the news, and you'd already know that had you been awake, Hank." Hank looked up at the news, seeing people running for their lives. The only thing being shown was security footage of attacks. He walked up to the screen, watching a group of people jumping a man and tearing into his arms, legs, and back. Hank felt his pockets, realizing just how naked he felt at the moment. "I promise I won't ever sleep again." When another thud came from the door, Hank looked, realizing that there was not just something going on in the streets, but inside as well. This was bigger than he could possibly believe. Jane started to scream again, and Mackenzie could see that she was beginning to crown. She lay back on the table. There was a pain like she'd never before experienced. The anesthesiologist had never had time to come, which she wasn't overly surprised about. Mackenzie, who didn't know why, said, "It's going to be okay, Jane. I promise. We'll get this little baby out and take care of both of you. I just need you to be strong." "It hurts." "It's going to, Jane. I need you to be strong. You are going to be okay. I promise. I just need you to hold on for a few more minutes and push when I tell you to. Can you do that for me, please?" "I don't know. I can try." Mackenzie had been doing this for 7 years, and had delivered more babies than she'd ever be able to remember. The only ones that followed her were the tragic cases, where the woman had a stillborn, or the baby had a condition that they could not treat, or did not know about prior to delivery. She shook off the small amount of experience which made an otherwise extremely fulfilling career imperfect. Mackenzie watched and tried to stay calm. "Okay, Jane, I just need you to push as hard as you can. I mean it, okay? We are going to make every one of these count, and you'll have that baby in your arms in no time." "Yeah, honey, you're going to do great." "Hank?" "Yeah, Jane?" "I hate you, and you suck. Don't ever stick that thing in me again." Mackenzie ducked under her line of sight. With the exception of parents seeing the brand new babies for their very first time, the things that women said in a time of pain, worry, stress, and the unknown coming down their path were absolutely priceless. The men were in so much fear that they never uttered a word back, if they were smart. She could see Hank, and wondered if blood was going to come from his tongue for as hard as he had been biting it at this moment. Within 15 minutes, there was a newborn baby crying in her mother's tired arms, and Dad sitting on a stool next to them, his face soaked in sweat and smiling tiredly. Once Mackenzie got everything possible situated, bandaged, and did a wellness check on the baby, she felt like if she left the room, there'd be no judgment put on her. This was the woman's first, and she'd done wonderfully, and if she could keep safe in this room with minimum movement, she'd be okay. Mackenzie hoped that they'd be able to do that. She checked the fridge, showing Hank that there was plenty of food for the baby in there if she wasn't able to take to Mom. There were more diapers and other products than necessary for a typical few days' stay. When she'd seen the shit hitting the fan, she had gone through the nurse's station and grabbed a pretty impressive amount of food. It wouldn't leave anyone jealous of them, but it would keep them from starving under the worst circumstances, which they currently were dealing with. When the first of the dead entered the floor, she'd rushed into the room, locking and barricading the door with a chair. She pulled the blind back slowly on the door, doing what she could to keep from drawing any attention to her or the room she was leaving. She had 50 routes in her head that she could take to get to her car, and each of them seemed like a great idea until she had to actually remember them as she raced through the hallways. She checked her watch and knew Des Moines would be at its worst right now, with the rush-hour morning traffic coupled with the impending zombie apocalypse going on in the hospital. Hank said, "Hey, little lady, you be safe out there, all right?" "I will, I can assure you. I've got my own little one to get home to. Now you do everything for her that I wrote down, and if you guys try to make a run for it, then please put the two of them in a wheelchair. I don't want any stitches getting torn." Jane smiled and whispered, "Good luck. Get going now, please." Mackenzie nodded, not saying anything else, as she took one look at the hallway and the nurse desk out front, seeing a break with no one in her path. Mackenzie opened the door, sliding out in a crouch, and sitting there for a second, looking left, then right. That moment of "this is going to be easy" dissipated quickly. Her friend and fellow nurse Meredith came sprinting down the corner. Mackenzie watched her, seeing that look on her face was the one which she wanted not to see. It was full of fear, and was not a look of her being a meal. Erica was on her tail, and the two of them weren't stopping for anything. Meredith yelled as she approached, motioning for Mackenzie to get up. She didn't take long to get the drift and popped up to her feet. Mackenzie asked, "Are you okay? Are you both okay?" Erica, never shy to give the facts, yelled, "Do we look okay? We are running. Who the hell runs when they're okay? There's 3 doctors coming down that hallway. We waited past everyone because of some moral fiber apparently we have. We wanted to take care of our patients before we left. Mackenzie, what are you doing here?" "I was doing the same thing. I don't think my husband was very happy about it." "What did he expect you to do?" "He protects people he knows at his job. He doesn't have the joy of not getting to know them intimately, so I think it makes us more prone to wanting to protect them." No one answered, because the doctors they'd been speaking of came around the corner, flesh falling from their mouths. Mackenzie noticed one horrible fact. This was something which she'd really been hoping for almost immediately after Meredith had mentioned that there were 3 doctors coming her way. Mackenzie had hoped, no, prayed, that the doctors were not the 3 that participated in multiple Ironman events each year, and when they weren't doing that, were training for 26-mile runs for shits and giggles. The guys crapped salad and peed kale. The short amount of free time they had was religiously spent on a bike, under weights, or whatever kind of exercise equipment they could get their hands on. Erica was behind, trying to keep up, and Mackenzie and Meredith were running like their lives depended on it, which they did, of course. Erica flipped a wheelchair alongside her. The doctor in front didn't know it had fallen. He tripped over it, twisting his legs in the wheels. The second doctor jumped above his fallen comrade, who was already kicking the chair out of his way so that he could regain the chase for food. Erica looked back, seeing it had somewhat worked. The new lead zombie doctor was gaining with every second. She yelled to Mackenzie and Meredith, "I gotta go another way! He's catching up to me!" Mackenzie yelled, "Don't split up! We can get to my car!" Erica didn't take that advice and stopped short, lying flat for a second, letting the doctor fly past her. He snapped his neck around to see where his prey had gone. She knew she was now in the middle of it. She took one last look, watching her friends running across the bridge to the parking ramp. Its glass was smeared all across with blood and gore. Erica pushed off her back foot, giving it her all. The doctor, who'd been tricked temporarily, was joined by the wheelchair doc, and they followed her down a parallel glass-covered bridge to another of the parking ramps. Mackenzie watched her friend as the two caught up to her. Erica could hear their footsteps. They were sloppy and loud, since they weren't worried about catching their prey, and they had nothing but confidence. The doctors leapt at the same time, grabbing onto her. The three of them slammed into the glass window with her face leading the path. Erica hit so hard that she almost knocked herself out. She tried to shake the fuzz out, trying to figure out what was going on. When her head started firing off again, like it should be, she realized what she was feeling. Erica could hear horrible chewing on something very wet. She tilted her head up and saw both doctors with their backs to her. Her stomach had been ripped open, and they were fighting over whatever the two were pulling from her stomach. Erica screamed bloody murder. The two doctors turned around immediately, their blue scrubs and white lab coats soaked with her innards. The faces were dripping with bits of her guts falling out as they chewed like their lives depended on it. She tried backing up, but Erica was up against the glass, and other than breaking it and falling to her death, there was nowhere to go. Erica's screaming did nothing in the way of turning the doctors off from their meal. They both lunged towards her face at the same time. The doctor on the left bit into her cheek, tearing through it with his incisors so hard that when he pulled back, she could have stuck her tongue out from it. She tried to reach up with her hand, as if it or anything was going to make any of these circumstances better, but it was instinct, and she wanted to do something to help with her pain. It would seem the second doctor did too, because he brought his head down and in so fast towards her face that he broke Erica's nose with it. She was the only one who felt the pain, and when the doctor saw the fresh, warm blood hitting his face, he reached down, clenching onto the upper bone part of her nose, biting and ripping at it like a wild dog until he was able to tear it free. Erica tried to punch at them and kicked, but her screams didn't stop until the cheek biter moved down to her jugular and tore into her neck. She watched the ceiling through blood-filled eyes as she drifted into a temporary death. Her next life would not be nearly as pleasant, minus today, as this one had been. Mackenzie and Meredith watched over their shoulders as they sprinted through the bridge. Meredith screamed, "Oh my God! Oh my God! They... Mackenzie could see the door ahead getting closer with every step. She was doing everything she could to focus on what was important. But that doctor whom she'd seen daily for the last few years, ripping her neck apart with no remorse. Mackenzie looked behind her, realizing that the third one was not eating Erica, but was currently busy with making up the distance since it had tripped on the wheelchair. Mackenzie yelled, "There's still one more! You need to run faster, Meredith!" Meredith tried to run faster, but she was going as fast as her body would allow. As they made it to the door, Mackenzie realized that this door wouldn't slam shut, so once it was open, it was going to stay that way, long past the time needed for them to get through. When their approach to the door came, the fact that there'd be no rest for the weary hit home. Mackenzie had both hands out, ready to push the door open. Meredith had caught up to her, and the last doctor was screaming and hollering behind them. There was nothing he was saying which made any sense. He swiped at Meredith's hair, gripping a few strands of it and yanking back. Her head snapped back, but it was only for a millisecond. The pain in the rear of her head exploded, but it was temporary and not wet. When he reached a second time, she jumped to the side and thought quickly, kicking his foot behind him and sending him face first into the closed door of the two. Mackenzie saw it as she looked back and smiled, thinking that for some reason everything was going to be better and safer if they got to her vehicle. The benefit of being a nurse was getting to work before the butt crack of dawn, which meant getting a close parking spot. That had been a much easier thing to deal with before they'd had Marin, who she would not trade for anything. Mackenzie felt for her keys, which were at the nurse station, locked up in her purse, which did her absolutely no good right now. There was no way that she would ever make it back in and out without getting caught by one of those things. Then she remembered the hide-a-key Michael had put on the bottom of her car after she'd locked herself out enough times when she was pregnant and a bit absent-minded. She told herself when she had Marin that she'd take it off, but could never think of a real good reason why not to have it. Meredith caught up to her, and Mackenzie said, "I need to grab my hide-a-key. I forgot my keys were in my purse." Meredith was going to say something, but she didn't have her car keys either. Meredith nodded, giving a thumbs up. A scream came from behind them, and the doctor whom she had just tripped came around the corner, eyes insane and face purple. With the dim lighting in the parking garage, he looked even more horrifying. Mackenzie ran to the back tire, finding the key box and fumbling with it to slide it open. It had a few months of grime built up on it, and it was slippery. Mackenzie took it in her scrubs and got it to break loose. When she saw the key, she felt a small victory and a sigh of relief. The doctor from behind could be heard getting closer, his yells louder and his footsteps growing harder with the anticipation, given he still felt those feelings as he got closer. Mackenzie finally got the key in her hand, and she unlocked her door, holding it left for a moment longer to get Meredith's door open as well. As she got it unlocked, Mackenzie wasted no time ducking into her seat. Meredith pulled her door open, and the thud of feet on the roof of the car next to her echoed. She wasted time that she should have spent getting into Mackenzie's car with looking to see what the noise was. Once she saw it in the dimly lit ramp, it was too late. A zombie leapt off the roof from a pickup truck, flying straight forward and slamming into her. Meredith screamed, because her hand was half in the door and half out. The audible crunch sound came and could be heard both inside and outside the truck. Mackenzie had already begun starting the vehicle and yelled, "No!" when she saw what had happened to Meredith. Meredith tried to put up her good arm to protect herself, but anything in front of the zombie was a meal worth eating. She realized this fact at the same time as the zombie, who had never been deterred by her arm. She brought up a foot straight to its crotch, sending it up in the air a few inches. It didn't so much as flinch when she connected with its groin. She tried to run away, but it caught her by the hair, pulling Meredith off balance and into Mackenzie's door a second, third, and fourth time. He slammed her so hard that the glass spiderwebbed on the passenger door. Mackenzie wanted to help her, but knew that getting out of the SUV was an absolute death sentence. Meredith screamed from outside as the zombie quit smashing her face into the window and brought up a black and purple tongue across the glass of the window. Meredith was barely whimpering now. Meredith could tell by the fluttering of her eyes that she was close to passing out, and if she wasn't, she would be very soon with the extreme stress that she was under. The zombie held her up against the window and noticed the blood dripping down her head. Her eyes rolled into the rear of her head. The zombie lifted her, looking at his meal, seeming to try and figure out a place to begin. It opened its mouth as wide as it could before clenching its teeth around her jugular and biting down, ripping until the flesh of her neck gave way and he was able to tear the skin away. Mackenzie watched in horror as more blood than she had ever seen at once exploded from her neck, painting the window. Her cheek pressed up firm against it and slid down, leaving a streak as she slid slowly. Mackenzie went to put the window down and halted. There was nothing she could do for her. She wiped her eyes, trying not to feel the guilt, until she saw a laminated picture of Marin from her daycare. and knew she wasn't just leaving to save her life, but to be in the life of her daughter. She took a steadying breath, trying to mute the screams from Meredith, and put the SUV into reverse and punched the gas, watching the reverse cam as she spun the wheel and backed into an exit. Mackenzie watched Meredith and her zombie as she spun from backing the SUV up. The two fell to the ground. Meredith tried to get up and run, but by now the zombie doctor, who had been racing to catch them in the hallway, was now feet away, and he knocked her to the ground a second time. Her last time. He took her by the sides of the head, lifting her up and slamming her skull into the hard, unforgiving concrete below. Mackenzie choked on a scream as she watched the man, who was relentless, even with the other zombie trying to tear her away from his grip. He did not stop until he got what he wanted. When a crack from the back of her skull echoed, he flipped Meredith over, burying his hands into the rear of her skull, and pried until her skull split open. He buried his face into the rear of her skull, looking like a dog with a treat that would be dangerous to try and remove from it. Meredith did not move again, and Mackenzie hit the phone button on the SUV's steering wheel. It only rang once before Michael answered. He only cared about two things, and one of them had been answered when she called. He asked, "Did you get out of there? Did you get to your car?" "I did. Meredith and Erica were okay, and we took the bridge." "Okay, great. Bring them here. Just get out of the hospital. It is crazy, right?" "Yeah, it's a nightmare. I don't have anyone with me anymore. They didn't make it. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to forget it either. Those things are vicious. You keep our door shut and don't let anything in. If anything happened to you or Marin, I don't know what I'd do, Michael." Michael had his holster on his hip from his job, and he'd grabbed all of his personal protection by now and had it lined up on the kitchen table, locked, stocked, and ready to go. "We will be just fine. Are you going to try and pick up Emily? I mean, what are the roads looking like?" "I don't know yet about the roads. I'm still on my way out of the parking ramp. I still have another flight to go. I'm going to get Emily. No way she wouldn't do anything she could to try and save anyone she knew. Or didn't know. I'm sending you her message from Mike. It has her spot. Just click it and it'll tell you where she is. You aren't very far. You just need to go down a side street, it looks like." "Yes, Michael, I'm aware of how my phone works. I'll be home as soon as I can. Send her and Mike a message, letting her know that I am on my way, please. I want to keep both hands on the wheel. I have a sick feeling University Avenue is going to be a freaking mess. Be careful. I love you. I love you too. Give Marin a squeeze and a smooch for me. I'm going to get home just as quick as I can, and we can try and figure out what to do next after that. I just want you home. Michael, after I get Emily, I promise we are headed straight home. I'd take some of those country roads home. I would like to think that you will have better luck and less traffic. I love you. Keep our baby safe. Is Milo doing good?" "Will do. I gotta go. He's barking at something." Mackenzie was going to say one other thing, but Michael hit the end button. She peeled around the corner, spinning tires and never letting off the gas. She approached the ramp, and there were a group of zombies kneeling over an unlucky patron of the hospital. She punched the gas, feeling like she was ready to get a little revenge on those who were causing so much harm and pain in the world this morning. Mackenzie hit the speed bump next to the security guard who waved people in and out. The small SUV jumped up into the air, sending her 2 feet vertical, and the bottom of the SUV scraped across, hitting them in the head and sending them off their prey and down to the ground. She heard a chorus of bones breaking as she came back down to earth. The vehicle's suspension contracted until there wasn't any room left for it. It bounced back up, and the tires skidded a second time. She refused to let off the gas until she was far, far, far away from this place, which had taught her so much and given her so many amazing memories. Mackenzie raced out into the street, pulling the wheel to the left and swerving to miss 2 different cars before she spun the wheel again to race down the street towards Emily's location. Chapter 11. Michael looked to the front of the house. Their dog Milo, a 12-inch white Maltese, was losing his mind in front of the window. Michael was going to laugh, watching the dog practically flipping in front of the window until pounding started hitting it. Michael grabbed Milo, trying to get him to stop barking, but the task was futile. He ran to the cupboard, grabbed a jar, and stuck 2 fingers into it. He ran back to Milo, jamming his fingers in his mouth and putting easily a 1/4 cup of peanut butter in the small dog's mouth. He choked at first until he got a glob of it down, then began licking relentlessly, trying to get to the end of it. Michael took another fingerful, sticking them into his mouth for a second time. The large amount of treats that he wasn't used to made forgetting about the stranger danger outside easy. The window exploded from the patio, and he slipped a pair of shooting hearing protection cups on Marin's young sensitive ears and held her tightly to his chest. He placed Milo in the duffel bag as he was running out of the room looking for places to put things. Michael put a magazine in his back pocket and zipped the bag shut to keep Milo down, as well as keeping him from jumping out. Michael looked in the backyard, not seeing anyone back there. He thought about going out into the backyard, but didn't have any way of seeing if there was anyone in the side yard. He had too much stuff right now, and with Marin and Milo both squirming, he didn't want to risk it. Michael grabbed his semi-automatic rifle off of the table and put the strap around his neck to back. The glass broke a second time. This one was more intense, and a body fell through. It was new Peter, the neighbor that had moved into the old Peter's house, but wasn't the most talkative, so he'd been deemed new Peter instead. New Peter locked eyes on Michael and Marin and became enraged. Michael tossed Marin into her high chair and clicked the lock on it. Michael rolled her around the corner and into the bathroom, shutting the door. Michael turned around just in time to see new Peter running towards Michael, who was trying to get his rifle up in time. Milo had been jumping too much, and he had put the loop of the duffel bag around the barrel hanging down on the rifle. He tried pulling it up to get it loose, but there wasn't enough time. New Peter started running straight for the high chair, apparently wanting the easy meal. Michael ran straight for him, grabbing his outstretched arm and holding on tight as he used new Peter's forward momentum to swing him around. Michael let go, losing his grip on his wrist, and new Peter flew forward, crashing into the flat-screen television resting on the stand. New Peter hit it with such force that his head buried 2 inches into it. When he tried to pull back, the glass had gotten stuck in his scalp. New Peter lifted his head, and in doing so, the television, when he tried to free himself. He was finally able to push the television up off his head. Michael watched, feeling his stomach turn as the skin from around new Peter's ears began to peel up slowly from his skull with each inch until he finally got it off enough to throw the television across the room, leaving himself a skin bowl cut raised up in the air. Marin began screaming and crying, as any baby would if they were trapped inside a bathroom. He was glad that they didn't need to see the skin tornado going on atop of his head. New Peter looked around, trying to find Michael or Marin, but his eyes were soaking wet with blood. Michael clicked the button on his backpack, letting it slide down to the ground. New Peter finally realized he needed to get the blood out of his eyes before he would be able to see again. He finally wiped the blood from his eyes and was able to see somewhat. When that happened, he was able to see Michael and rushed directly for him. Michael used the gun's stock to strike him in the face, then put up a foot, kicking him in the stomach to continue new Peter's momentum backwards towards the window. He kept racing towards him and hit new Peter a second time with the gun. New Peter went backwards out the window. and when he tried to get back up, Michael had decided not to use the butt. Instead, he was ready to use the other end of the gun. Michael flicked off the safety and squeezed off 2 quick rounds in succession. New Peter's head exploded out the back, and the rage in his eyes seemed to dim as he fell to his final death off the patio's concrete step. Michael looked around. Seeing there was no shortage of attention he'd received, he ran to the china hutch and slid it across the floor and up against the broken window. He ran to Marin, getting the buckle off of her waist, and pulled her up. He unzipped the bag a few inches so Milo could see again. Michael backed up against the kitchen wall where the china hutch had previously been and slid down it, catching his breath and doing all he could to try and keep an anxiety attack from taking over. Milo whimpered in the bag until he was free and climbed Michael's chest, licking his clean-shaven face. Michael rubbed his head and went to the bathroom, getting Marin, who stopped crying and leaned against her dad's chest, putting her pacifier back into her mouth and finding the comfort of her binky and having her dad's scent under her nose. Michael readjusted the ear protection on her and took some hope in the gunshots ringing in the far distance. He hoped to God that they were shots of victory, leaving the dead where they landed alongside the smoking bullet casings on the ground. Chapter 12. Mom and Dad's Townhome, Ankeny, Iowa. Mike's mom, Diane, was outside, watering her plants on the front step and at the end of her walkway. She and her husband of 50 years had been at the townhome ever since they'd sold their ranch, which also had been located in Ankeny. When Denny was getting ready to retire for his second time, his first from the Air Guard where he'd been a jet mechanic, and his second career where he'd taken his other skills where he could pretty much fix anything with wheels and had begun working for an auto shop as a mechanic. Upon his final retirement, he decided it was time to be done caring for 2 houses that each had a hell of a yard to mow, and had settled for a house where they could pay someone to take care of the yard in the summer and snow in the winter, which could be brutally cold in Iowa. She waved at the school children getting on their buses. She didn't know any of them, but as long as they were respectful, Diane loved any and all children. None so much as how much she cared for her grandchildren and great-grandchildren. She watched until the bus was out of sight and went to turn around and walk back in as her watering can ran out. Tires screeched from out of her view. She walked a few steps down the driveway before she saw a car race down the side street of the dead end they lived on. She screamed, not expecting to see a car, let alone a car coming out of nowhere and crashing into the mailbox. The driver, who'd not worn a seatbelt, flew through the windshield with enough force to fly 15 feet from her driver's seat. Diane's stomach turned, and being the saint she was, dropped her can and began running straight for the woman. She reached for her cell phone, but she wasn't like 20-somethings and forgot that it was on the kitchen counter, more than likely. Diane made the sign of the cross when the woman got up slowly. Diane stopped running and slowed to a walk. The woman seemed to be looking around, dazed and confused, which she thought would be perfectly normal. She cringed when she saw the woman's face and appearance. The skin on her face was purple, at least the skin that hadn't been torn off as she had slid on the pavement. A woman driving by stopped her car, being closer than Diane had been, and she rushed over to her. When the injured purple driver saw the woman, she met her in the middle. The driver had taken off in a dead sprint, startling the woman, who was yelling, "Are you all right? Are you all right? You shouldn't be running. Please stay still." She didn't take the advice of the woman and took off at an in-it-to-win-it sprint. When the woman, who was only trying to do good, realized that this wasn't going the way that she wanted it to, it was already too late to save herself. She turned to run and was barely turned halfway around when the woman leapt off her feet, diving towards her and tackling her, smashing the woman into the sidewalk. She tried to scream for help, but the woman buried her teeth into the side of her neck. She actually choked on her own scream, unable to let it out because of how bad it hurt and how hard she'd hit her. Diane screamed, wanting to help the stranger, but didn't know what she could possibly do. A car horn blared from behind her. Diane spun around just in time to see a car coming from the busy street, usually filled with buses and commuters making their way to Des Moines to work. Ankeny was primarily a commuter town. It was far enough from Des Moines, or at least the bad parts of it, that the crime rate was substantially lower than in the less than desirable parts of the inner city. 3 cars came flying up through the ditch that separated her small townhome community with the rest of traffic. The cars launched into the air, each landing in a different spot of the 2-lane short road they lived on. Diane, who had never had a reason to be scared for as long as they had lived there, was now absolutely terrified. A red Yaris came darting down the street straight towards where she was standing. The person behind the wheel looked as if they were asleep. They crashed into a decorative light pole in front of her house. The pole gave way to the weight of the car, falling to the ground. The bulb in it shattered on the ground. The driver, unlike the woman earlier, had her seatbelt on and was currently fighting to get out of the car. Diane squinted through the spider-webbed windshield, seeing that she had the same purple complexion as the lady who was still feasting on the neck of the woman who'd tried to do a good deed. The other 2 cars crashed into the garage across the street and the other light pole. One of the passengers burst through the window. She did not have a purple complexion, and she tried to move slowly, but she was severely injured. Diane was frozen, looking around at everything happening. It was too much to take in. The thought of getting inside had become a relevant idea that she very much enjoyed. The security of the heavy front door didn't break her heart. The woman crawling away did not make it far before the driver of that car, who didn't seem smart or realize that getting out of the car would be easier through the door, decided that crawling out of the shattered windshield would be easier. It made it out inches at a time, crawling and getting his face ripped apart as well as his arms and stomach. When he finally got to the hood, he stood, running and jumping off of it, landing on the woman's spine. He took each side of her head in both hands and began smashing her face into the cement. Diane was frozen in place. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. It made her think that one of her son Mike's books had come to life in the worst way. Her inner voice was screaming at herself to move, to pick up her legs and move, to move until she got back into her house, locked the doors, and could call the police. She could barely blink, though. The sight of the person getting her head bashed in on the concrete was unfathomable. She saw her retired neighbor Irv come out of his garage holding a shovel. He wasn't the greatest walker with his hip replacement, but he could still definitely get around. When he got close, he brought the shovel up. He brought the side of it down as hard as his aged muscles could offer. When the shovel hit, it sent him off of the woman, who it was unfortunately too late for anyways. Unfortunately for Irv, he was now getting all of the purple man's attention. He raced straight for Irv before he could get the chance to bring the shovel back up. The top of the man's head exploded, and he fell to the side. Irv rolled to his waist and did a half-assed army crawl inside to his garage. A moment later, the door was going down. Diane wasn't sure if she heard the shot first or saw the result of it. Diane realized that at least her neck muscles were still moving. Diane saw the greatest thing she might have ever seen in her life. Her husband of 50 years and counting, Denny, with his golden tan arm sticking out of his red Silverado, holding a pistol, unshaking. He bought a new truck every other year, and when people asked why, he'd just say, "I never thought that I was going to live this long, and since I am, I might as well have the best truck that I can." She started taking in more details about the truck, and could tell from the looks of it that he had been forced to probably deal with a few of these things on his way home. The normally immaculately washed pickup looked like what she could only assume were bits of brains had been scattered around the side of it, and a few new holes that she was confident had not been part of the truck's package were in the door frame. She tried to smile at Denny, who was already changing the direction of his pistol to the last car that had crashed. When the last car's door slammed open, Denny was already leveling his pistol at it. When he squeezed off the gun, it clicked on empty. Denny floored the truck, racing to the zombie before it could make it to Diane, who was slowly regaining the use of her muscles. He never let off the gas until he slammed into the man, who had locked eyes with the love of his life. The giant Silverado was enough to decimate the man and send him back 15 feet, skidding and bouncing to an ugly stop. Denny waited for a 3 count, watching him, and when the man started to rise back up from the ground, he floored it a second time, connecting the bumper of the truck with his head. A thud echoed through the townhome community when it did, and Denny backed the truck up, racing straight backwards and hitting the original woman who had started off their zombies on the block. By the time Denny had taken the last of what would probably be many out, he brought Diane back to the real world. Denny screamed as he honked the horn when coming back up to park in their slope of a driveway. He squealed the tires up to their driveway. "Diane, get in the damn house! Now! What are you doing outside in the first place?" She snapped out of her temporary funk. Diane nodded and ran back up to the house, slamming the windowless door and locking it. Denny hit the door to the garage and backed his truck into the tight stall space. He hit the button again as he stopped inside the garage. He got out of the pickup, stepping down a little too fast and hard, and held on tight to the side of his pickup bed, feeling like his back might slip out of place, which wasn't anything that he needed. He remembered in his 20s that he'd been invincible. Not so much the case anymore. When he looked it over, he wasn't very pleased about the state of it. Denny was a man's man, and was proud of what he'd accomplished with his life, and took pride in those things that he had acquired. He was a firm believer that not having a clean truck or a lawn that was without weeds or not cut straight and regularly was just not an option. When the time came to purchase something, he believed that it was absolutely still worth it to spend an extra few dollars on an American-made product. He didn't believe in giving handouts, hippies getting to do drugs, and wasn't the biggest fan of the general way that all millennials thought they wanted to take this country. While all of these kids were trying not to leave college and their safe places, he went down to the recruiting station during Vietnam and willingly and proudly signed up to join the military. His body had suffered over the years, but his children had been provided every single thing which he could offer them, and he'd never regretted it a day in his life. The garage door opened to the house, which led to a mudroom and a nervous wreck of a wife who was standing in the doorway. She watched in awe that he was worried about and looking at his pickup truck. She almost never yelled loud enough to startle someone, but she flipped the switch on when she saw that he was inspecting his truck and not getting his ass in the house. "What in God's name are you doing, Dennis Lee Evans? Why aren't you in the house? Are you really looking at your truck right now?" Denny knew that there was no intelligent excuse. He used a failsafe and said, "You know what? I think I better get inside. Might be time to check on my blood sugar. You wouldn't want me to have an episode here in the garage, would you, my love?" "You are going to get a foot in the ass, is what you are going to get, Dennis. Actually, let me see your shot. I can find somewhere to stick that needle if you don't get in this house and do it right now." Denny opened the rear door of his truck, grabbing 2 cartons of cigarettes. He stuffed them under his shirt, which didn't actually allow for any room to put anything under there. His grandpa's stomach took up plenty of room. When he looked down and saw the 2 rectangles in his shirt, he took them out and would just own up to the fact that these might just be his last 2 cartons on Earth. The very thought of this made Denny pat his chest for reassurance he had a pack sitting there, and he took one out and lit up for good measure. Diane was going back and forth between the bathrooms and the windows. Denny watched her for a second while sitting down at the counter and checking his blood. He asked, "What are you doing, Diane?" "I'm filling all the bathtubs with water." "Did the water turn off?" "Will it turn off, Dennis?" "I don't know." "Exactly, and that's why I'm filling it up. If worst comes to worst, we can boil the water in the tubs and use it to eat and drink." "Better keep mine as backup for flushing the shitter. I pee in my shower." "You are so immature." "No. When I was young, it was because I was immature. Now that I am 70, there's no way that I'm going to get out of the tub soaking wet and try not to slip and break my neck so I can pee 2 feet over." She thought of him on the ground with a broken hip and screaming for help or God knows what else, and she couldn't even get mad about it. She went to the rear of the room and closed the blinds. She didn't want anything from the inside drawing the attention of any of those purple freaks on the outside. There were other townhomes across the street and apartments behind them. She watched as people tried to get inside of their garages and scurried to get away. When they were thinking that they were safe, the zombies dived beneath the door as well. Diane cringed, thinking that the neighbors across the way thought that they were safe, but it only turned out that it was a false hope, and she could unfortunately make some pretty accurate guesses about what might be happening inside of those homes. She watched Denny, trying to be patient, as he did his injection into his abdomen. When he was done, he watched his wife like there was something he was supposed to say, something she was expecting. He almost felt bad that he had absolutely nothing to say. Diane asked, "How was it out there driving?" "Not a good day to be out cruising. I got up to coffee at the Ankeny Cafe just before 7. Half the guys who were regulars up there didn't show this morning. The staff looked like there were 2 sheets to the wind, so we all just ordered coffee. Didn't want their hands dishing up any food. I just figured I could grab a donut at Casey's or something from Taco John's when we were done. You know, those breakfast—" "Dennis, I don't care about your stomach right now." He waited a second, thinking about it, and she probably had a valid point. "So we were up at the diner, and Carrie was bringing me my coffee, like she does every morning. She had a sweat going and just couldn't look any shittier if she tried. So she was walking over and could barely get the pot to stay steady. Well, her husband Ryan was watching this and came over and finished off what she was doing. He looked like he was a day behind her, and he'd be looking like shit too. They went off and he sat her down at a table, checking her fever and not looking real damn hopeful about what he found when he checked her. I decided I'd just pay for my coffee and make a pot when I got home. After my bout of food poisoning back in February, I wasn't too keen on getting some other disease." "Amen to that. I've never been so scared in my whole life. For you, at least." "Not top of the chain for you that time." "No, I think Mike, 1 minute out of the womb and rushed off to emergency Nick surgery, and then finding out the doctor was doing surgery from a guy's directions in California was enough to make my heart hurt." Denny nodded. They had 3 children. Mike was a later surprise in life, having him when they were almost 30, which was considered old by the standards then, and would be young going off today's. So I sat there, not drinking coffee, and we watched the people. The traffic was light for rush hour, and all the school and work commuters. We sat there for just another couple of minutes before I had to go to church and drop off the soldiers. Well, when I came back out, Carrie was on the ground, and her husband was going nuts and smashing the cafe's phone on the counter because he couldn't get a call to go through to save his life. He was screaming, "What do you mean that all emergency lines are busy? That's the point of it being an emergency." "You aren't making me feel much better, Dennis." "I'm not trying to make you feel better, sweet cheeks. This is just the facts." "Well, thank God you aren't going to sugarcoat anything for me." "Do I ever?" "No, not in 50 years. Well, it isn't going to start today, either. So the owner's wife was flopping around on the floor, looking all purple and nuts like a bass. I stood over to the side, as there was nothing I could do. I looked to Highway 69, and it looked like 6 or 7 cars all smashed together out of nowhere. I went outside to see what the hell was going on, and people started getting out of their cars. Well, they didn't get out of their cars. They broke the windows out and were all purple and shit. They walked around on the street like everything was okay for a minute, before they started taking off in a run. Cars were swerving, trying not to hit them, but some of them teenagers who can't drive for shit were smashing into them left and right, though. When the drivers started getting out of their cars to see if they were all right, that was when all hell broke loose. Even worse. They started running and jumping in the air, landing on those who were trying to see if they were okay. I couldn't believe it when they began running and ripping their faces off. It was something horrible. I thought the same thing when I saw the lady come out of her windshield, only to jump up and tear into that poor person who was only trying to help. So was that when you left? Damn straight. There wasn't any reason or anybody that I liked that much that I need to stick around for anything. Shit hits the fan, you get out of the way of the fan. Then what happened to your pickup? I had my special parking spot on the side because you know how I feel about strangers and them parking next to me. Well, when I went to the side of my truck, there was a group of purple flesh-eaters racing down the alleyway. I don't know if it was the smell of the food coming from the restaurant, or if it was something else. Either way, though, there was no reason to stay. I tried getting in my pickup truck, and one of them ran up, hitting the door, and slammed the truck door shut and sent me back a few feet. When that happened, I had to be quick on my feet. Diane hadn't seen her husband so much as jog for longer than her 2 youngest grandkids, Jake and Lily, had been alive. You were quick on your feet, huh? Quick for me. I ran the few feet to get behind my tailgate and flipped the handle on it. When he chased me around the corner, I let the gate down and let him run into it, chest first. Now, he didn't die from that. He got right back up. I'd grabbed a towing chain out of my wood box I keep in the bed. When he came towards me a second time, I whipped it around his neck, which did less than expected as well. He gripped onto the chain and tried to pull me forward, but he was just a little yuppie fucker and couldn't pop a bubble if it was spit. Anyway, I pulled it off balance, and when it was down, I picked up the box that had the rest of the chains in it and brought it down on the back of its head. When it tried to get up one last time, I brought the box up over my head and brought it down so hard that I must have killed it or cracked its head open. Either way, it didn't get up after that. So what happened to your truck? Denny said. I wasn't done talking, Diane. So I had a smashed zombie by my feet. I ran around to get in the truck and 2 more came up. This time I got the door opened in time and grabbed my Colt. When they made it to the truck, I splattered their skulls onto the truck, and that's where I got a few new air holes for streaming. Why in the hell didn't you just get in on the passenger side instead of dealing with the tailgate? You were too old to deal with any of that. You need to be careful. I didn't have all the time that I was in need of, believe it or not, dear, Denny said with more than a tinge of sarcasm in his voice. Well, at least you're okay. I need to call everyone else. I need to know how everyone is doing. What you need to do is to help me start getting stuff rounded up on the main level. Would you please make some sense, Evans? I don't understand anything that you are talking about. How did everyone that tried to help them do while you were outside? Did anyone not die, or almost die when you were sitting outside? Exactly, because they need something to protect themselves with. You can't just shoot off guns in the middle of Ankeny, Dennis. The hell I can't. If they'd like to arrest me, I'd be more than happy to sit in an iron cell until which time this thing is over. You know you can't smoke in jail now, right? Denny, who'd never been in jail before, did not know this, and given he usually smoked close to a pack a day, this was not going to work in his favor. They'll never take me alive, then. As long as you have your priorities worked out intelligently, I need to call the kids. Can you come unlock your safe and show me which guns you want brought up the stairs?" "What do you mean, which guns? I want everything. You can't shoot it if it's locked up. It'll take us more than a few trips to get up and down the stairs that many times." "You can only shoot one at a time, right?" "Typically, but Mike can shoot one. Nate and Jeff kind of can shoot. Joe, Jacob, Lily. Do you want me to keep going?" "Other than Mike and the kids, who is actually close? We don't have very many options for you to get guns to everyone. There is no way in hell that we are going to Des Moines. I can't imagine the mess going on there right now. I just pray everyone is safe. I feel so guilty that there isn't anything we can do for them." "They've had their whole lives to move to Ankeny or to get out of Des Moines. No one ever told them it was a good idea to live in town anyway." "Well, there isn't much point in wasting your air now about that, is there?" "No, I suppose not." "Then we are getting guns and bullets. Do you want your cases up here for them?" "Yeah, let's get everything that we can up here. We don't have much time before it is going to be impossible to get somewhere. Maybe we get all but 3 or 4 guns put into the rear of my cab. If we need to get out of here, we need to be doing so quickly." Diane was nodding, not for a second considering that they might have to leave their beautiful home. She was meticulous in decorating it. Every room had a theme, and she'd never mentioned to Denny how much she had spent on the rooms to get them done. Any time he asked, he got the same answer, that it was on sale and you can't beat a bargain. "Do you want to wait it out here by ourselves, or do you think we might be better off at Mike and the kids' house?" "Why don't you call them first and see if they are even there? Maybe they are smarter than we are and already headed down to the lake house." "Do you really think they would go straight down there without checking on us first or checking with anyone?" "I don't know, Diane, now do I? Why don't you give them a call and then check on Sharon and Shauna? Who knows? Maybe Joe took her and Nate out to his mom's. She's so far away in her farm, it would be hard to say if they are even in any danger, if they could get there." "Do you think we should go there?" "I think you need to quit yapping and get calling over to Mike's, and then get your sweet ass going downstairs and call the girls after that. If he's there, then we will go over there. If he isn't, we head south. It's going to take forever to get there. We aren't going to be able to take the highways down there. It is going to be all back roads." Diane should have already known the answer prior to asking, but she couldn't help herself and asked, "Do you know how to get down there on the gravel and back roads?" Denny could get to any of Iowa's surrounding states without ever getting on the interstate. He replied, "I'm going to pretend that you didn't say what I just heard." The couple made their way downstairs. Denny got the gun cabinets opened up and found holsters for 3 of his pistols, one of which could shoot further than the compact Colt. He knew if he shot with one of his 357s or 44s that it would take the side of their damn heads off. He was pretty sure, as he loaded the 2 pistols, that if he was about a foot taller and 50 pounds lighter, he'd be a dead ringer for Clint Eastwood. He gave the Colt to Diane, along with a few additional magazines he had. Diane tried to protest, as she'd never been an avid shooter. Her dad had about killed Denny when they had been 19 and first dating, and Denny had, for some reason, allowed Diane to shoot his 12-gauge. It was made worse by the fact that it was a time in gun history where buttstocks didn't have the rubber padding. You were just supposed to be tough. Denny slid the small pistol back into a small holster and walked up to Diane, showing her that he wasn't asking this time. He stuck 2 fingers in her waistband and pulled it out as far as possible before jamming the holster clip into her pants. He pulled her sweater up and tucked it behind the gun. "This isn't the time to get gun-shy, Diane." The window shattered upstairs. The sounds of honking horns, screams of pain and rage and crying poured in. The 2 did not expect it to sound so horrible all at once. Diane said, "We can't stay here any longer, Denny. We need to get out of here." Denny wasn't opposed to the idea of keeping his wife safe, but he wanted to know more about what caused that noise up the stairs. He prided himself on a selection of guns, and for as long as his son Mike had shot guns with him, Mike had always said that having a rifle and a handgun, which could shoot the same caliber pistol cartridge, was better. It had taken him years, or more like a few decades, before he had decided that his boy, his only boy, could not be more right. When he'd retired for a second time, he'd celebrated with buying every damn gun that he'd ever wanted. Lever actions, carbines, pistols, and even a few for his grandsons. Denny whispered, "I want to know what in the hell just cracked that window. Why don't we just wait it out? Because people will eventually come downstairs, and those purple freaks might fall down the steps at some point, and then we will have to deal with them." She was going to say something else, but Denny didn't want to waste any more time. He looked in his gun cabinets and picked out a rifle he'd picked up for so cheap that he thought he was ripping the dealer off, only to find out from Mike that it was a model that was made just a stayed over. They spent half their year making rifles and the other half manufacturing pistols. He'd only opted for the rifles from the company, but in doing so had picked up 3 of them to match 3 of his pistol calibers. He took the .45 and the 5 magazines he had for it, sliding 4 into his back 2 pockets and 1 into the gun. Diane watched as he went out of the back room. If it wasn't for him, she wouldn't be alive right now. Once they were done with whatever was going on in the house, they would get to Mike's house, and they would do it immediately, just after they got the guns and a bag of clothes in the truck. Or they would go to the lake. "You be careful, Dennis Lee," Diane whispered. "Get her done." Diane rolled her eyes. She was absolutely in love with this man. But good Lord, she thought, he was sent here some days to put her good patience to the test. She watched Denny make his way slowly across the downstairs living room. He swung around, looking at the stairwell upstairs, and never said a word. Chapter 13. Ames, Iowa. Lucille cut in before Brett could intervene. Lucille snapped, "I don't understand what that could possibly mean. Don't fix what isn't broken. Everything is fucking broken. What are you talking about? We can't get out of here if those things are at the door, can we?" Holly looked around, and everyone was in agreement. "We also don't want to stay here because, well, we are going to starve. And at some point when we have to go to the bathroom, we are going to start making this place smell pretty horrible." "Okay, great, we leave. So how do we leave?" Lucille asked. She could feel the anger growing in her arms and back. She actually was trying to calm her nerves, but unless this stranger had some kind of real plan, she wasn't sure if she'd be able to control herself for much longer. "We can just push them out the window. I mean, they obviously aren't very smart. We don't really care what happens to them, right? I mean, their well-being is probably going to be second to our own in priority. We let one in, take it quickly with the sheet and toss it out. Rinse and repeat after that. I feel like that's a solid plan." Everyone, including Tony, stared at her, not quite sure how to respond to her idea. "So we just let them in and then just kind of keep doing that? Is that about right?" She nodded slowly, waiting to see anyone show any type of enthusiasm for the situation at hand. Tony said, "Babe, I don't know if that's the safest idea. I mean, it's a wonderful idea." "Do not patronize me, damn it. Someone else have another idea? Maybe we could feed them ramen noodles or throw water and Gatorade bottles at them. I'm sure that would be successful, right?" Tony's head was pounding, and he was trying to do what he could to hold it in a way that didn't feel like someone was drilling from the inside out. He looked at his bed frame. The school must have gotten a hell of a deal on them when they bought these. "I think maybe we should focus," Lucille stated. "I never stopped thinking, Lucille. I wanted to say that we could use them to our advantage." "You planning on taking a nap?" Joshua asked. "I only wish I could go back to sleep." "No, look at the frame. They are solid. We can leave mine intact and then push it out in front of us." "How do we keep them from trying to bite our hands or knocking us over?" Brett asked, being one of the first to actually look like he was interested in the answer and be free of sarcasm. "We take my roommate's bed apart. Those tubes on the frame are over 6 feet tall. We can have someone with the 2 poles walking with us and pushing at anything coming with mouth open." "What do we do once we get to the lobby or the courtyard?" Holly asked. "I have no idea, but being on the ground floor instead of the 3rd seems like it would be a good idea, don't you think?" Tony responded. Ralph was going to say something, but stopped himself. This guy had an idea. It seemed legit, and there wasn't much that could happen if they couldn't reach them. If he picked right, maybe he could be one of those not holding the bed or frames to keep the distance where it should be. Not having to worry about being responsible for anyone's safety did little to hurt his feelings. "I think that's the best idea that we've heard yet. At least we can get some forward momentum going that way. We only have a few doors to get past before we make it over to the stairs." No one seemed too upset about the idea, the more that they thought about it and pondered the options at hand. Tony wasn't the type who waited for others if he didn't have to. He sure as hell could disassemble a metal bed frame without any help. He got his roommate's mattress off and tried not to laugh when he saw the pile of magazines that had been underneath. Mostly the fact that he had them and didn't just use the internet. He flipped the box spring up with it and out of the way. He slid the frame apart and pulled the front and back off so he could just have the rails. The rest were still looking at him like he had some other answer, but he really didn't. His plan had been given, and what he was going to do was exactly that. If they were going to be on board, they would need to get their shit together. Just as Tony was going to say something, Holly stepped up almost at the same time as Lucille did. Holly pointed to the frame, and Lucille nodded. The 2 of them lifted it up and got a good grip. Tony watched them for a second, and went to his dresser, and threw each of them a couple towels. "What the hell are these for?" "You don't want to get bit. You get bit, you die and become one of those things, I think. You probably don't want to take a chance, do you?" Holly started wrapping it around her forearm and hand until it was pretty well covered, or the best that she was able to. When the 2 were done, they each had an arm to protect themselves when they had to deal with those things. Tony held a rail in each of his hands. He looked to the other boys, and Joshua immediately said, "I have a really bad wrist. I don't think I'm the one for it." Brett coughed. "You're full of shit. Since when do you have a bad wrist? I just don't want to give you guys the chance of getting hurt. What happens if it gives out?" Ralph walked forward, elbowing Joshua in the side, a little harder than necessary, and took the rail from Tony. Brett said, "Is there anything I can do? I don't want to just be in the back, waiting for those things and hoping. I'd rather do something to try and help out. What can I do?" Tony looked at his closet. His roommate was on a roller hockey league, and Tony grabbed a hockey stick. He put it down on the ground and snapped the puck end off of it, leaving only a jagged edge. Brett accepted it, not quite sure what to do with it. Thanks? Poke those things in the eyes with it if you need to, or anything. Just do your best to keep them away from us. Ralph and I are going to be doing the same." Joshua said, "So what can I do to help?" Lucille was amped up and ready to roll. She snapped, "Nothing. You be the little bitch that walks behind everyone. My wrist is a serious medical issue. I've had to go to the doctor more than one time because of this." Ralph snickered. "Maybe you need to use lube next time, douchebag." Joshua was ready to retort, but Holly yelled, "For the love of Christ, can we please just do something like move forward? We need to get out of here. The longer we sit and talk, the more problems we are going to have to deal with. Do you not agree?" Brett was still pushing against the door and holding his jagged hockey stick in his other hand. The door kept being pushed, and the strike plate holding it shut was beginning to give way. "I don't care what we do, but let's do it now, because we are fucked if not," Tony said. Everyone, get to the side of the door. Brett, you open it and let whatever is out there in." "Then what? That's a horrible idea," Brett said, not really having a reason why or how it was a bad idea, other than the obvious fact that it was not a good thing to have zombies in the room with them, as previously proven. "We let them in, we leave, we close the door. We don't need to deal with those." Lucille said, "Solid plan. Brett, open the door on 3. Wait, is everyone ready?" Everyone but Ralph nodded or gave a thumbs up. Lucille and Holly held tight to the sides of the frame. Tony and Ralph slowly slid the rails through, giving them each the space they needed, while keeping the rails low so that they could navigate the halls. "Okay, I think we are good." Brett watched her mouth. 3, 2, 1. On 1, he opened the handle and it burst open. 3 of the dead immediately rushed through the open door. Brett ran, trying to keep out of reach. The plan went to hell in a handbag pretty quick, or at least for Brett. He tried to round the corner of the bed frame, but he tripped over a sneaker. Holly and Lucille didn't wait for a millisecond. They rushed forward, pushing the zombies up against the side of the dorm room. Jobless Joshua had no job, so he checked the doorway. He poked his head out for less than a second before he realized just what kind of a mistake that was. Joshua looked left, but when he looked right, a hand took him by his hair. It pulled him out of the doorway and off balance backward. He tried to hold on to the doorframe, but he couldn't help himself and let go when a mouth wrapped around his Adam's apple and bit down. He tried to yell, but blood was the only thing filling his mouth. He tried to pull away, but the teeth didn't let go until they had bitten through his Adam's apple, as well as all the skin around it. Brett scurried to his feet, holding his hockey stick spear, and ran to the doorway. He saw a red-headed woman with purple skin bent over Joshua's neck and tearing away at the skin and flesh. When the woman came up and saw Brett standing there, feeling less confident by the second about his stick, she threw Joshua to the floor. He clutched at his neck and did little to stop the bleeding. The woman raced towards the group, who all had their backs to her. He rushed forward, meeting her halfway with the stick in both hands, and connected with her neck, sending her backward. She didn't do anything like a normal human would have, like attempt to reach out and grab something. The only thing she reached for was Brett's head. Brett stopped walking forward when she went back against the wall. A second later, she crashed into it, cracking the drywall from her force. She didn't so much as flinch before she began racing back at Brett. He looked at his weapon, not of choice, and realized he had no clue what he was doing. The jagged edge of what was possibly a Walmart hockey stick stared back at him. He wished that there was something else he could do, because he felt like an idiot. Though he had been in college for 2 years full of academics, it dawned on him that in real-world situations out of an office, out of a classroom, he was just as stupid as everyone else. The woman ran for him, jumping mid-air, and Brett tried to do anything he could. He walked forward, putting the blunt end of the stick against the floor. She screamed as she approached. Brett forced himself to do the hardest thing he may have ever had to do in his life, keeping his eyes open as a purple-skinned zombie, covered in blood and gore, raced towards him, flying through the air. He adjusted at the last moment, as she was coming closer and within inches of him. The sharp end of the stick buried itself in through her eye socket. The only thing that stopped it was when the stick had gone through her eye and brain and was stopped by her skull. Brett jumped a foot back, slamming into the doorframe, because when she couldn't go any further back, her neck bent back and her mouth naturally fell open, exposing bloody, broken, mangled teeth with bits of hair and gore stuck in them. When she didn't move again, he tried to, as respectfully to the dead as possible, pull the stick out of her head. The business end was stuck on something deep inside of her skull. and he hoped God wouldn't judge him too much when he placed the heel of his shoe on her shoulder and pulled as hard as he could. The woman slumped to the side, falling over and landing on the floor. He felt a sense of pride rush through him. He might not have saved Joshua, but he did save everyone else. Not that they would know. At the moment, Ralph and Tony were both fighting to keep the new occupants in the room at bay. They were trying to reach around, but the two boys kept using the rails to keep them from squeezing around the bed frame. The sight was not pretty, as they were not worried about their appearance, and they were pushing up against the metal wire that was the shoddy support structure for the bed. The bars on the underside of the bed pushed into their skin, ripping it away as they fought to try and get at their meals. Brett looked down the currently empty hall and figured there was probably no better time than now to get everyone in the hall. Brett yelled, "Hey guys, all clear right now!" Being in the hall, if there wasn't anyone trying to kill them, sounded a hell of a lot better than being inside the dorm room. Tony did one last look around, but there wasn't anything in here that he couldn't live without. He figured this may be the last day of his collegiate career. The group backed up slowly towards the door. A fact none of them had thought very clearly about was that their zombie fence wasn't going to fit through the door, though it was definitely what was keeping the dead away from them in the room. Brett yelled again, "Did you guys not want to leave anymore?" Holly gave him a look, definitely void of love. Tony said, "Hey, we aren't going to be able to do this. The plan is going to shit right out of the gate. We throw the bed, shut the door, and get the fuck down the hallway. We can keep these rails, though." The group only seemed to negotiate with this idea being good or bad for a few seconds. It didn't fit. There wasn't any time to rehash the plan, given that there now were zombies on the inside of the dorm. There sure as hell were zombies on the outside as well. Lucille and Holly pushed forward as the boys pushed the dead back. They retreated from the dorm room, and Brett was standing there already waiting for Ralph, who was the last one out, to slam the door shut. Ralph practically dived, watching behind him to see as the dead students inside pushed the bed's frame off of them and raced for the door, feverish with rage. Brett almost felt guilty as he shut the door at the last second. The dead smashed into it, making the door shake, but it held steady and it didn't crack. A student came racing around the corner. The heavy sound of footsteps raced towards them. They didn't slow down when the sound rounded the corner, and a terrified student who they happily saw wasn't purple rushed towards them. She didn't slow down. She didn't want help. The harsh realization that there was no help, none that a fellow student could offer, was a strong message by her not stopping for anything. She squeezed past, running to the end of the hallway and turning. A second later, her screams came back again, this time louder, not fearful, but filled with pain. Tony was going to say they needed to keep moving, but when a mob of the dead rounded the corner, it kind of began to feel like it wasn't necessary. They rushed towards the staircase, not slowing down as they hit the door open bar. The dead were coming from both directions of the hallway. Tony waited by the top of the steps, trying to force it shut, but it had something to keep it from shutting quickly. He could have put an elephant's force behind it and it still wouldn't have moved. 3 of the dead squeezed through the door. Tony put the rail up next to the door handle, trying to keep any more of them from forcing their way through. The dead headed straight for the larger numbers of the group, bypassing Tony. Ralph and Brett tried to keep them at bay, but it wasn't possible with their numbers paired with the rail and makeshift hockey spear. Tony forced his weight against the door, and as hands made their way through the door, he used the rail to push up and force them back out of it. Holly and Lucille both stood with Ralph and Brett in the way. Holly watched Tony, trying to see what he was going to do. When the door finally clicked shut, he rushed towards the 3 dead. Tony picked the smallest of them, picking it up by the legs, lifting with his knees and dropping it over the side of the railing. The floors it had to fall to make it to the ground were enough to smash its head open. The student had hit every piece of concrete and railing that it could until its head imploded when it crashed into the floor below. There were only 2 left at this point. As minimal as it was, the other 2 boys felt a tinge of hope. It was now 3 on 2, if you were counting only the people who had weapons. Brett brought his spear back, and when he tried to drive it home, he missed. The student leapt up into the air. Brett hunched down, thinking he was the one it was going after. He looked up, fear filling his every thought as it soared over him. Lucille tried to move out of the way, but she would have had to fall back down the stairs to do so. She pulled Holly over into the path of the dead coming towards her, trying to use her as a shield. Holly ducked a foot, elbowing Lucille in the gut, and before she could bend over in pain, the dead connected with her, sending itself and Lucille tumbling down the stone stairwell. Holly was going to yell, "Bitch!" but it didn't seem nearly as important when she saw the aftermath of the situation. Lucille clenched her teeth as she hit the steps. Her vision spun, and she watched the lights come and go as she rolled down the steps. Each new time she rolled, it felt like another thing was bruised or broken. She felt nails digging into her arms and sides as she tumbled down the stairs. When the spinning finally stopped, she tried to tell herself a million things. To get up, to move, to fight, to survive, to live for God's sake. But nothing, and I do mean nothing, was happening. She watched through tear-filled eyes as her vision began to focus. It made little sense to her, because everyone was upside down. Holly was screaming to her, "Are you okay? I don't know what happened. How am I seeing you upside down?" Holly noticed that there was a bulge coming out of the side of her neck, and she feared there was a very strong possibility that it was her neck. The purple zombie who had been laying there, lifeless, now began to move. Holly wondered if it was even possible that they could be knocked out, but it began to move and noticed Lucille. She was stuck with her feet up against the wall, and her neck craned backwards at such a position that she was seeing everything upside down. When she tried to move and her body told her no, that it would do no such thing, that was when she realized it was going to be a shit show from there on. The zombie pulled itself over to her. She'd broken her neck, but it had broken its lower vertebrae and could only crawl towards her. When Holly noticed that she might have the chance to get there in time and attempt to save her, she tried to rush down the stairs. The zombie took her by the hair, pulling Lucille over to its open, waiting mouth. Holly felt like she was running through quicksand as she tried to get down the steps. Every visual that she could see was one that was like a single-frame image capturing itself inside of her. And if they survived this thing, she'd wished that it would be able to be erased from her memory. It pulled her over as far as it could and craned its neck until it was able to grip onto her cheek and pull her a few inches closer. Lucille was terrified, limp, and unable to move. It was a slow-motion nightmare. She could feel the concrete scraping the back of her head as she was being dragged closer to it. She screamed as loud as she could, and it put its mouth to her own, clenching down on her. Her lips and jaw were separated by her cheek, and it brought its head back up, slowly ripping and pulling like a wolf trying to get a piece of a kill before the others could take it away from it. Holly screamed, "We need to do something! We need to do something!" Brett and Ralph were more than a little bit preoccupied at the moment. There was still one zombie, and their shitty makeshift weapons did little to help anything. No one turned to help Holly except Tony, who was already looking that way. She was in no more imminent danger than any of them at the moment, and as much as she wanted to help Lucille, She was already dead. He cringed as he saw her cheek skin rip free. It looked like a bloody ravioli in its mouth as it tilted its head backwards and devoured the piece of cheek. She was screaming frantically, and it was echoing through the stairwells. The zombie bent down, biting her nose off next. It was going to go after her throat when it looked over, seeing a smooth tummy, barely wrinkled by being up against the wall. Lucille tried to shake her head no, but there was no point in attempting to move. It ripped the cotton shirt out of its way and buried a blood-covered mouth around her abdomen. Its teeth weren't as strong as they needed to be to break through the many layers there were in its way. As it was able to tear a gash in her abdomen, it sucked at a wound, salivating on the blood. Lucille had a perfect crooked view to watch it drinking her blood, lapping it up like a dog. When the blood slowed, there was a hole that it saw, and like a curious child, pushed in pride until it was inside of her up to its wrist. She wished for death now, one that would not be followed by coming back as one of the dead. Her eyes rolled into the back of her head as it pulled her intestines and stomach out from the hole before diving into it face first, covering itself in her innards. Holly leaned over the side of the railing and began puking and crying all in the same breath. She could not think of something more horrific than seeing this. Lucille began to twitch on the ground, shaking violently, and Holly thought that there would be no chance in hell that she was still alive. There was no way it was possible. Even with God looking after her, it would be a difficult thing to do. She leaned against the railing and could feel and see the puke stuck to her hair that she'd not had time to brush behind her. The only thing that made it look not as bad was that she had little to puke out, and her hair was dark. Tony felt bad for her, but wanted to do something to get rid of this one immediately. Ralph and Brett were keeping it a few feet away from them, just barely. Ralph said, "We need to hurry up." The sound of footsteps racing down the stairs was not hard to hear. There were more floors, and they hadn't thought about the fact that even more dead could be up them. "You three, step to the side, now!" They did as ordered, and he dropped the rail as he ran for it. The zombie thought that the meal was coming his way, and at the last moment, Tony took a leap of faith, quite literally, and jumped up into the air, bringing both legs up as high as he could before kicking them out and into its chest. It flew back 3 feet, reaching out to try and grab Ralph and Brett, who had been trying their absolute best to melt into the wall. It missed them and flipped head over heels down the staircase. When it got to the bottom, it crashed into Lucille, and the student-feasting zombie came straight back to its feet, stumbling and tripping into the stairs. It looked even more enraged than it had been a moment ago, if that was a possibility. Tony was already starting to walk down towards it when something came flying past him like a brick being dropped out of a window. Tony looked over the railing, watching feet bounce back and forth off the railings as it made its way down to the floor below. A rattling came again, and this time it sounded even faster, as a growl preceded it. Tony got back just in time before another and another came by. There was a growing sound of a herd's worth of footsteps coming down the stairway. Holly screamed, "We need to go! We need to go now! There isn't any time! Come on!" They went to run down and try to get past the two at the bottom of the steps. The dead both started to fill the space at the bottom of the steps. Tony looked over the side one last time, in between the falling bodies, and realized it wasn't just those coming down the steps that they needed to fear, but that there were just as many possibly coming up the steps as well. A light bulb went off in Tony's brain, and an evil grin spread across his face. The two boys who saw the immediate threat of the two dead coming up the steps again, followed by Lucille, who would be dragging a string of guts behind her, knew it wouldn't be long. Ralph said, "What are we going to do? What are we going to do? We can't go up. We can't go down." Brett said, "Yeah, we are fucked." Holly came running back up the steps. The idea of being trapped here forever was more than she could bear. She went past both boys and hugged Tony. He said, "I think I've got an idea." "I don't understand. What magical idea did you come up with? Did your hangover finally go away?" she questioned, with no shortage of sarcasm. "It's going to be a little leap of faith. I mean, do you think you can trust me?" "Of course I'd trust you, Tony. I just don't want to get trapped here. It doesn't feel very safe on campus at the moment, and I don't want to stay here any longer than is physically necessary. The longer we are here, the closer we are to death. How strong is your idea?" "A solid 6.5, Tony said as he pulled Holly in close to him, put a quick, wet kiss on her lips, and squeezed her. "We are going to make it through this. You and I are going to be just fine." Brett cleared his throat. What about us? I mean, what are we going to do?" "You can come with. I just don't know if you two are going to be able to handle it." "Handle what?" Brett snapped back. "The descent." "What descent? What are you talking about?" "Oh, don't worry. I have a horrible idea." Chapter 14. Mackenzie had taken the first side street available to her. The current state of the main roads looked like a war zone. There were crashed cars, flipped cars, and burning cars. The only thing else needed to complete it would be a young boy standing with an AK-47 out in the middle of the street and smoking a cigarette. Instead of a boy, there were blood-soaked people racing around the streets everywhere, running up to the cars who were still attempting to move and growing insane with rage that they couldn't get the meals on the inside of the car. When they couldn't, they began smashing their faces on the glass. It was at that time that she'd punched the gas, turning the wheel hard, and raced down the street, swerving up and down off sidewalks. She turned her phone over, seeing she'd be to Emily in less than 2 minutes. She attempted to call her parents and sisters, but only her teenage sister answered. She said, "Oh, thank God, Angela, you are all right. Where are you, honey? Are you okay?" "Yeah, Dad's driving. We figured that no one was home, though." "Why wouldn't you think that anyone was home? I don't understand." "Your front window was shattered when we went by. We just figured you guys had gotten out of there and were driving home to Michael's parents or something." "I was at work. Marin and Michael were... Oh my God. Oh my God. I need to call home. I need to call Michael and Marin right now. Stay safe. I love you guys." She hit the end button, feeling warm tears begin to flow down her cheeks, until she realized she was sobbing uncontrollably. She had to come to a stop because her arms were shaking and she couldn't drive any longer, any further. She rolled to a stop and hit the picture of Michael holding Marin, unlocking her phone. Just talking to them a minute ago did very little to reassure her that they were okay. She felt like something had both hands around her heart, because the idea of losing both of hers was too much to handle. The phone answered, but no picture came across when it did. Mackenzie yelled, because she felt like she needed to see it to believe it. "Hey, hello? Where are you? Michael? Are you there? Honey?" A barely audible voice came back as more of a whisper. "Yes, we are here, and we are fine. What's wrong? Did you not find Emily?" "My sister said they drove by and looked and saw the windows in the front had been broken in, and the dead were walking around everywhere. I thought for a moment that..." "You don't have to think about that. New Peter got in from next door. He's already turned into one of those things. I took care of him. But the bad news is we are probably going to need a new television. I kind of smashed the one in the living room over New Peter's head." "I assumed that New Peter was a zombie." "Yeah, of course. A zombie apocalypse doesn't give me free rein on people. Although I could see it being a good idea to go to the Indian dealer and make sure that all those brand new motorcycles are safe and have a safe place to call home. There is nothing wrong with the one you have. Going to Des Moines is the last thing you want to do. I can assure you of this. She knew she was kidding, and she appreciated him trying to make a joke, when on the inside his anxiety was probably at an 11 out of 10. Are you going to be able to make it to Emily? I don't see why not. The side roads aren't great, but they are a lot better than attempting to go down 6th Avenue. That was a freaking train wreck. It was going to take a while to get home if all the roads are like this from Des Moines to Ankeny. Just take your time. I don't want to worry about you driving recklessly. Okay, Dad. Good Lord, Michael, you sound so old sometimes. I'm sorry that I care. You are a long way away, and today isn't ideal to take Marin somewhere. I'm sure you have figured that out. I was going to make a run to Mike's, but he boarded up his windows in the back, and there seems to be a growing number of the dead walking in front of his house. I don't know if he boarded it up either. I wouldn't think he'd lock Emily and Tony out if he's coming back out. So are you just planning on waiting for Emily and I to get home before we all try and go over at once? Or do you want to try and get over there if it clears off? If you want, we could jump in my SUV and then head over. I have no idea. I'll just keep watching. If I see a path where we can get over there with nothing to fear, then we will. Otherwise, I think we can leave when you get here. I am sure that Emily is going to want to see the kids and Mike. Just be careful, all right? I'm not going to let anything happen to the three of us. I'll hold you to that, Michael Peterson. Don't break my heart, honey. Take a second and collect yourself. Get Emily. We are okay. We aren't in any danger right now. You mean other than having to constantly worry about those infected people breaking into the house and coming after you three? I can't imagine what I would do. So keep her safe. Done. Go get Em and get your butt home, please. I love you. I love you guys. Mackenzie looked at Marin's sweet face one more time before she hit the end button. She hit the GPS locator for Emily and began driving slowly through the neighborhood. Thankful that it was still working, she questioned how long it would be until things stopped working. A list of things rushed through her head, daily amenities that people, herself included, took for granted each and every single minute of the day. She had the GPS on an updating loop so she could drive. The phone showed 1,000 feet, 800 feet, 500 feet, 300 feet, 100 feet, and finally got up to where it said you have reached your destination. Mackenzie looked around, attempting to find her. She was within a few feet of her, and all she could see was a redneck truck and a shattered house window that appeared to be empty. Mackenzie hovered her finger over the picture of Emily on her speed dial contacts and refrained. She realized if Emily was hiding, she very well might be invoking a death sentence on her if she had her phone on loud. Mackenzie went to put the car in reverse, wondering if Emily had lost her phone, and that was why she couldn't see her. She'd driven to a path off of the one which she needed to be on so that she could see her own child and husband, and now she had failed and could see her neighbors' broken hearts strewn across their faces. She put her head down on the steering wheel, trying to figure out what to do next. She wondered if maybe Emily might be inside of the house in front of her. It could be possible. She could have left the phone, right? No, she wouldn't leave the phone. It was the one thing that she had which she could use to get a hold of the world, a hold of anyone, to get the news. There was no way at all she would have done that. The wind blew, and the house, which she thought she might be in quickly, answered that. If she was in the home, she was dead, because there had to have been at least 30 zombies walking around on the inside of what was more than likely the living room. Mackenzie thought about it and thought hard. She felt defeated until something hit her windshield. She jumped a foot, or tried to, had her seatbelt not kept her in place. A loud ping came a second time. She leaned forward, not jumping, and looked at the windshield. George Washington and Honest Abe were staring back at her. A dime came next, and she finally put the car in park and crawled over to the side of the passenger seat, looking up. Emily was peering over the edge of the truck's topper. The two of their eyes met, and she felt so good and happy that she was alive, that coming here hadn't been a bad idea after all. Or at least it was still left to be seen if it was a bad idea. She started to roll down the window and stopped when she looked across the short distance to the house and saw 4 of the dead looking back at her. A moment of calm, wondering if they were going to come for her, was very quickly answered when they stumbled forward and out of the house, falling into some smashed bushes. Mackenzie yelled, "Emily, get down and in here!" Emily looked around, wanting to run down to her. The dead, quickly and without a lick of grace to it, fell out of the windows. They wasted no time getting back to their feet and rushing the hood of the SUV. Emily wasn't quite sure what in the hell she was going to do. Her answer, which she was not overly fond of, was given to her by the slow-moving sunroof. Emily thought about the distance and felt that Mackenzie was probably grossly overestimating what she was capable of. Emily said, "I can't do that. What are you doing? I can try and get closer, but they'll start climbing the truck in another minute, and then you aren't going to be able to get in either. Please just get a running start. You'll make it. I know it." Emily didn't know what to say, but she did know that if she stayed here, eventually the window of her getting out was slowly going to close. Once they made it onto her truck, she was going to have serious issues. Emily wanted to retort with something, but it seemed futile at this point. She got to the edge of the truck topper and got a 4-step run in, thinking of her kids with each and every one of them. When she got to the edge of it, her forward momentum was enough for her to commit to her choice, because if she tried to stop, she would crash down on the ground and have a few dozen zombies or more to deal with. She leapt into the air and very quickly realized an unforeseen problem that she had not anticipated. Mostly because in a million years she didn't think she'd ever be jumping cars to survive in a zombie outbreak apocalypse or whatever the hell it would be called. When Emily saw that she was clearing the space, she actually was pretty impressed with herself. She landed on the edge of the topper and realized there was nothing to stop her. She had fresh air in front of her and nothing else in her path. Emily dropped as she hit, grabbing onto the bike rack on the top of the truck and holding on tight. Her momentum still continued to go forward. Her legs kept going, but her hands held firm and strong. She put her feet on the edge of the door and pushed herself back up. When she was good to go, she slammed 3 times on the top of the SUV. Mackenzie yelled, "Are you okay? I can't see you. I don't know what the fuck that means." Emily knew that the stress of the morning and day was definitely getting to Mackenzie. Not that she could talk. She'd be having nightmares forever about this. PTSD wasn't something she thought, not serving in the military, she'd have to worry about. That was until she had people trying to eat her for the last few hours of the day. Emily yelled, "Go! Go now! Go!" She hit the gas, sending Emily forward and almost off the front of the SUV. She put a hand on the sunroof, holding tight, and felt her fingers giving way as she stopped. Emily screamed as she thought of what was happening. The dead rushed after the car, slamming into the hood. Emily used her feet to try and push herself back up. The redneck from earlier, who somehow was not completely eaten, grabbed Emily by the ankle and pulled her towards his mouth. Emily felt herself sliding down the roof and closer to the hood as more hands gripped onto her foot. Mackenzie cried out, "Kick them! Kick them! Please kick them!" Emily brought her only free leg up and brought it back hard enough that she could feel the man's jaw give way from the kick's force. She realized they probably couldn't feel pain, because anyone who could take a kick like that with not so much as a grunt couldn't have felt it. It did not make him want to try any less to eat her, though. She squinted, her eyes waiting for the bite. She felt his warm tongue, a mixture of blood and saliva drooling and coating her bare ankle. Emily couldn't handle that and began crying. She waited for that pain, one she could only imagine. Emily, after a 2 count, finally looked back behind her. It was doing the motion, but looked like an old man with a limp dick trying to hump a wife. There wasn't anything that could be done. He had the tools needed to do the job. However, they could not work, which in this case, as his mouth hung open, Mackenzie and Emily locked eyes at the same time, seeming to get the hint all at once. Mackenzie hit the horn and screamed, "Get in the car!" Emily didn't waste needed time with an answer. She crawled up into the sunroof and fell down, trying her best not to impale her head on the gear shifter. As she came down, she felt the rapid acceleration taking place. Mackenzie took the SUV back down into the street. When the Toyota hit the curb, Emily's arms buckled, and she collapsed into the passenger seat, which she was thinking she'd gracefully lower herself, arms first, into. "Shit up a tree!" Emily yelled as she fell down into the seat and console. Mackenzie was mouthing "shit up a tree" to herself and realized asking and finding out what it meant probably wasn't nearly as important as getting the two of them out of the city and back to Ankeny, where they'd be safe, or at the very least, where they could be home. At home, they'd have some time to make plans and figure out what everyone else was going to be doing. The idea of being stuck at the hospital with all of those things running around was not appealing. However, being stuck in the city was not any better. Emily crawled forward, ending up in the rear seat. She turned around, yelling when she saw herself in the mirror. Her hair was going in a slew of different directions. Mackenzie swerved, looking around, trying to see what was going on and why she was screaming. "What's wrong? What happened?" Emily kind of ran her hands in front of her face, motioning that was why she was screaming. "You see me, right?" "Emily Evans, I see women giving birth multiple times a day. I can assure you, I have seen you better for sure, but I 100% have seen worse in the hospital, hands down." Emily still did the best she could with her fingers to try and get the hair all going in one direction. She did a very ugly job of crawling up to the front seat, where she immediately leaned over, giving Mackenzie a bone-crushing hug. Emily rested her head on her shoulder, trying not to lose her shit. She felt like she'd done a pretty good job, up until the realization she might get home and she might live through the day all struck her at once. "Thank you for coming to get me. I didn't know what I was going to do. I mean it. I didn't have a car anymore. I didn't know anyone to call who was close. Mike is barely alive at this point. He's been so sick. I don't know if he could drive if he had to right now. I'm just thankful someone was home to try and get all of the kids inside the house. I just can't imagine a world where any of the kids got hurt. Do you know what I mean?" Mackenzie was white-knuckling the steering wheel as she whispered, "I have no idea how to get home. Like, I know what way we need to go to get back to town, but I don't understand how we are going to get there." Emily was going to tell her it was all right, but she could see that each time she was turning, she was finding a road with crashed and overturned cars. There was no one outside, and everyone who was alive was currently hiding in their homes. By the looks of many houses with doors left open, they had made a run for it, not worrying about what they left behind. Emily said, "Everything is going to be all right." "How? I mean, great if it is, but I can't get back to the main road. It is getting scarier by the second." I want to call Michael, but I know he's already worried sick. He seemed okay when I spoke to him. I'm pretty sure he's freaking out, but he's keeping it cool in front of Marin. Well, let's get home. We will figure it out. If we need to get a different road, then we will do so. Everything is going to be great. I mean, it has to be, because I'm not letting those damn things eat me or you. It'll be great. We just need to take our time and do it smart. We are smart, right? Sure. We were totally prepared for a zombie apocalypse, right? I mean, sorry. I'm trying to talk myself into it. I might not be doing that great of a job. I do have wine at home, and I feel like we deserve a glass or two when we do eventually make it back to Ankeny. Agreed. Right after we see our babies. Fantastic. The two drove slowly down the block, looking for some sort of an outlet to freedom, or at least roads that would take them north, which was about the only direction in which they had any interest in traveling. The beginning. This concludes Zombies on the Block by Mike Evans, narrated by Tristan Morris. Copyright 2019 by Mike Evans. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Mike Evans and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Zombies on the Block, There Goes the Neighborhood, by Mike Evans, narrated by Tristan Morris. Chapter 1. Mike waited impatiently for the children's parents that lived on and near the block to show up or respond with more details. The praying hands he'd gotten from many of them only told Mike that at the time they were still alive. He tried his best to keep his cool. He tried taking some anti-diarrhea medicine, which only resulted in him puking his guts out again when he tried to keep the water down. He wished he could get some to stay down because he just about shit himself earlier as he was trying to survive John, the bus driver, and the strange lady in the van. Crapping himself was not something he had time for. The anti-diarrhea medicine had become his best friend after he'd had an unfortunate incident at the local Walmart earlier that week. If someone didn't know Mike, then saying he was an introvert was putting it nicely. He had realized while paying that there was no chance of him being able to make it home. Mike had let Emily and the kids know he had to hit the shitter, and when he went to the closest facility available, he'd been stopped at the door with a sign saying that it was being cleaned. Mike, being painfully shy, decided that in lieu of having to talk to someone, especially a stranger, that he would race time, aka his asshole, and had tried to race across the store, only to end up with one less pair of boxer briefs in his life. He had a newfound respect for the power of advantages related to having low shorts, not the type that showed off his ass, but the kind that did, thankfully, hang a good 4 inches lower than his boxers did. When Emily had asked him to hurry, he'd gotten to tell her he had shit his boxers and that it was going to be just a minute or two longer. He was sure that he'd been embarrassed in the past, but this definitely ranked highest on his most recent list. The number of dead, or dead on their feet, were starting to accrue. He watched out Jake's window, and thankfully, he saw that none of them walking were the parents of the kids downstairs. He wanted his own kids here, and wife, and outside of that, his list was pretty short, not counting family, of course. Not one of the parents had shown up yet, and the chatter from them had died after the first 10 minutes. Lily had been an absolute rock star, keeping them occupied with snacks and a cartoon on the television. They hadn't forgotten about what had happened, but having something to wiggle in front of them to keep their focus elsewhere had done nothing to hurt anything. Jake tapped his dad on the shoulder, making him jump a foot. He was so focused on the scene outside that it had sucked him in. Jake knew the unwritten Evans rule, which was quite simple. Don't ever wake an Evans male. Don't ever scare an Evans male, because their reactions were guaranteed to be one thing. Mike jumped, bringing up his fists. Jake immediately said, "Don't hit me, it's me. I'm not going to hit you. I was focused, and you scared me." Jake held up his bow. "You realize I've only got like 6 arrows and I can't pull back your bow, so your arrows are useless to me? I mean, we are going to run out, and I doubt we can ask for a little help out the window and have one of the zombies toss them back up to us." "I know, Jake. I'm trying to figure out what we are doing here. I'm winging it as I go." Jake looked at his dad. He knew how shitty he'd felt the last week, and that if his dad looked this bad, he probably felt 100 times worse. He wasn't going to ever say how truly horrible he felt. "I didn't expect you to have a plan. I don't know why I'd expect a guy who writes zombie books and probably makes 6 zombie jokes a week would know what to do with himself. Don't think that just because the world is ending and I feel like shit that I won't put a size 11 right in your ass. You'd fall over. I could get back up. To get to the point, I need to check on the littles downstairs. Dad, it's like 2020, and you have me shooting sticks with a string. A fancy string, albeit. But seriously, what's the plan?" Mike was going to say something about it being a great bow, but realized what he was talking about, and hands down, he couldn't think of a valid reason he'd given him the instructions to shoot the bow. In his defense, there was nothing that made sense at the time, because everything was absolutely batshit crazy. He'd gone through 1,000,000 times in his head through his books, through conversations with other writers, with co-workers who never wanted to talk about it, and most importantly, he'd gotten more fan input than was probably healthy to receive at times. In every single one of his scenarios, the millions of ways he'd thought things would go, there had not been one single situation where he had been sick enough to debate that he might be happier dead if it would mean that the shits and puking had ended. Mike reached over to his son, taking the bow and tossing it onto the bed. He motioned with his head and went to the bedroom. Jake said, "And what are we doing? Did I just lose my zombie watching job? I promise I can do better than this. You know I like the bow. It just seems a little silly when we—" Mike put up a finger, and Jake knew that shutting up was the answer. Mike said, "You didn't lose anything, and I appreciate the help, bud. I'm not always right, and at the time it felt like a great idea, only because I know you can drill those arrows like nobody else. Well, nobody else but me, given your good genetics and all." Jake looked at his dad, who was surely not at 100%, of course, and didn't want to bring anything up about how he looked and how that did little to make him feel better about his genetics. Jake just followed his dad, who reached behind his dresser and brought out a key ring with 2 keys hanging from it before Jake could see where he took it from. Jake knew his dad and guessed that he had more guns than anyone on the block. He unfortunately had mostly only practical guns, with the exception of one. Mike typed in the keypad numbers, and when the light went green, he twisted the key and the handle. Jake had seen it 1,000,000 times before, but at 12 years old he still smiled when he saw all that blued steel in front of him. He'd been learning over the last few years how to shoot, and had recently taken his hunter safety course, which only led to more shooting, which made him even happier. Before that, he'd still been his dad's hunting buddy since he was big enough to wear camo out in the field. The sarcastic side of Jake, part of that amazing genetics his dad had been preaching, whistled and said, "Hey, now we are looking at the 20th century, Dad. Which one do you want me to use?" Mike didn't hesitate for even a moment. He took a Browning lever-action .22 rifle from the gun's safe. It wasn't his. This one was Jake's, and he knew it. His grandpa Denny had given it to him for Christmas one year. Jake had loved that thing, even though it hadn't looked like a machine gun, like most or all his video games used. The first time he'd taken it out, he had fallen in love with it. Jake had put a few blocks of ammunition through it, and after firing over 1,000 rounds with it, he was more than proficient and was like a surgeon. Jake took out the wooden box that held his ammo for his gun. He slid the lid back and looked at a very full box. "You definitely have 1,000 rounds, and it wasn't empty when I bought 2 new bricks for you." Jake took the box, not expecting it to weigh 20 pounds, and it went right down to the floor. Both Evan's males jumped a foot back in the air, and the box emptied out its contents on the floor. It didn't take a genius to know what a 10-pound box was going to do if it landed on one of their feet or toes. It'd be an instant break. Mike refrained from yelling. He knew it was an accident. He saw a baseball hat on the floor and bent down and scooped up a few handfuls of bullets into the hat and handed it to the quite nervous-looking preteen. "So I got a lot of bullets, but, not to offend you, but is there a reason you were giving me the smallest caliber rifle in that safe?" "It'll kill them if you take your time shooting them. All you gotta do is shoot them in the Terrion," Jake asked before his dad could explain. "Okay, let's pretend that I don't have to do useless amounts of research on a daily basis for books and tell me what that means." Mike took an index finger and tapped Jake right in front of his ear and just above where his sideburns would be, had he had any. "Right there, smartass. Do you understand that?" "What year was I supposed to learn all this, Father?" "Little spot in front of the ear. Hit them. Your little bullets will go through their heads like a hot knife in butter. They'll fall down dead and they won't get back up. Then you keep doing it until the dumb fucks either all die for good or they all decide it is time to leave. I don't think that they think, though. If they do, I'd probably be dead by now, which I'm not, and I'm going to do my damnedest to keep it that way for everyone in the house. Load it up, shoot them down, rinse and repeat. Is that about right?" "Yeah, and make sure you wear your earplugs." "It's just a .22. "Right, and what does Grandpa Denny say every time you ask him a question?" "Huh?" "Exactly. Take care of your ears. You only get one set. I'd hate to think of a day those zombies are coming around a corner and you can't hear them and they eat your face partly off. Do you want to have your face torn off?" "No, not particularly. Of course, I don't want anything ripped off." "Me either. We put too much money into those braces of yours to go uglifying yourself." "Geez, I love you too, Dad," Jake said as he ran his tongue across his smooth teeth. He'd not missed his braces for even one day. He would take a retainer for 100 years over having that feeling the next day, waking up knowing that when he stretched his jaw and tried to eat, he would feel a pain that was always the same after an adjustment. Mike scooped up the rest of the bullets and motioned for Jake to get going. Mike got up to his feet, falling right back down. The spins took over and he sat there for just a minute, resting against the hamper, looking at a collection of guns that would let him go anywhere in North America to hunt if he wanted to. He could pick any animal, probably short of a buffalo, and would have no issues putting it down. He got to a knee, feeling a sweat from his forehead, and ran through a list of what meds Emily had purchased for him that week. He wondered what exactly he could take to get a quick fix to get him through the day. Mike thought about bed, and how binging on Netflix and being on a high from some NyQuil Green original and going into a sleep of the dead would not suck at all. A scream from downstairs echoed its way up to him. Mike looked at the guns one more second, but when that scream grew into a symphony of them, he knew that it wasn't just one kid being dramatic. Not that he would blame any of them on a day like this if they were. He crawled across the floor, stumbling back down to a knee. Mike put a hand on the counter in the bathroom, getting up to his feet and stumbling forward. Mike landed on the bed. If he had been a foot shorter, he would have cracked his face on the wooden bed frame. It was solid and would hurt like a son of a bitch. More screams came, and Mike slapped himself across the face hard, which did little to help the spins. He jumped when the screams came again, followed by a volley of gunshots. Jake yelled, "I got two, Dad! Really shooting the shit out of them Terrions!" Lily, who didn't have an evil bone in her body, was doing her best to keep the kids from losing their minds. She'd had to listen to her dad and brother talk about zombies for the last 5 years, ever since her dad had decided to write a book which she'd never read, and had no interest in reading. She could handle Zombieland because of the comedic value, but mostly because she was a snuggler, and her brother thought he needed to watch the movie at least once a week. She was going through the cupboard and collecting things she hoped the kids would like to eat. She knew from personal experience that a good Disney movie and a baggie full of hard pretzels could help to make someone feel good, even for a short time. Rylan came up behind her, pulling on her shirt. Rylan was a sweet kid, but the parents always said they felt like they were on suicide watch when he was around. Lily never knew what that meant, but his mom, Marcia, had kept a helmet on him any time he was outside. After so long, he had just gotten used to having it on, and the number of Band-Aids he needed, at least on his head, had improved tremendously. Lily wasn't paying attention to him. She was busy looking for the snacks. She always had pretzels, but ate her fair share of them and was trying to remember if she had polished off the bag. Her dad and Mom usually did weekend shopping for groceries, but with Dad being sick and Mom being crazy about disinfecting the house, it had not happened. Dad had tried to stay in the bedroom for as long as possible. The opera of sounds coming from their room over the last week had been extremely poor. Rylan said, "Hey, Lily, I think there's something wrong out here." Lily laughed. She didn't think of the irony when he said that, and it didn't take any work for the sarcasm to pour out, much like the rest of her family. She said, "Yeah, there's a lot of wrong going on outside, Rylan. I know that. I never thought John could move all that fast. He was running like crazy. I'm glad that they are out of there, though. That's the problem. Lisa from the townhomes passed out. She must not have had breakfast. My Grandpa Henry gets tired looking when he doesn't eat. Mom said he's got the diabetes." Lily still wasn't paying much attention to the boy. Her Grandpa Denny had type 2 diabetes, and she was used to seeing him check his sugars and doing injections. She said, "I'm getting her a snack, so hopefully she'll feel better." "Are you going to move her mouth for her?" Rylan asked. Lily really began to listen at that point. She questioned Rylan. "What are you talking about? She can chew her own food, so why would she need me to move her mouth for her? Quit being weird about it." Madison, the Buck's oldest daughter, who was the same age as Jake and Nora from down the streets, yelled, "Rylan, are you getting her water or not?" When Lily turned around, she saw that the reason she'd be making the chewing motions for her was because she was out for the count, flat on her back. She was African American and looked pale enough to pass for a white kid. Lily yelled, "Why didn't you start off saying that? What is wrong with her? What did you do to her?" "How should I know? She looked kind of tired. A few seconds later, she fell down off of the couch onto the floor." Lily had heard the thud, but she just thought it was Rylan or one of the Jakes or Josh jumping around and off the couch. Lily forgot about the snacks and went straight to Madison, who was kneeling next to her. They'd propped her head up with a pillow, but it wasn't going to be enough to do anything to save her. When Lily put a hand on her arm, she pulled it away. It was hot as fire. Madison said, "My mom's a nurse, and we need her to come and take a look at her." Her younger sister Alana said, "Madison, everyone knows Mom is a nurse, and so is Mackenzie. Mom's at work, so what do you think she's going to be able to do for Lisa while she's at work? Why don't you get my phone out of my bag and call her then and quit being dumb?" Madison yelled, getting frustrated at just about everything that was happening. "I'm not being dumb. But if she's at work, what are you planning on her doing? You know that she's busy. She won't even answer the phone. Then call Dad. God, why do you have to be so annoying? Dad's at Camp Dodge working. What do you expect him to do? He's a diesel mechanic, so he probably can't do much other than CPR or plugging a gun wound. Their dad, Michael, was just over 40 and almost ready to retire from the army. He'd been in since he was in his early 20s and was inching closer by the day to his 20-year retirement mark. His wife, Elisa, was smart with their money, and they did what was necessary to have no debt by the time he retired. It could be odd being around the couple at times, mostly because if you talked about a television show that was on one of the paid networks, she'd try and say something kind of like, "Oh, we don't watch that show." Sean, who did not put any sugar coating on anything, would plain as day say, "We don't watch it because my wife's a cheap Jew and won't pay for any cable. I have to go to a friend's house when I want to watch the Hawkeyes play football when they aren't on one of the normal channels." "Don't you think he'd like to know about the zombies on the block and that we aren't going to school today?" Madison asked. Lily was trying to watch Lisa, but the bickering between the two sisters made her think it might have been easier having a brother. She thought both sisters were awesome, but they were distracting her from something pretty important. She was going to yell at her dad to come down, but Lisa's eyes opened, followed by her mouth. Purple. Lisa reached up with both hands out of nowhere. Lillian tried to back up and away, but Lisa got her by the shirt and pulled Lily towards herself as Lisa brought herself closer. Lillian screamed at the top of her lungs. The other two girls did what any sane person would do and backed the fuck up. Lily looked astonished for a moment at the two of them and knew that when it hit the fan, that you got out of the way. She couldn't necessarily blame them, but at the same time, the idea of reaching out and giving either of them a hug was not something she wanted to do. Lily fell backwards and twisted to the side. Lisa fell to the floor, and Lily took flight over fight temporarily. Lisa was dead set on Lily being her first meal and chased the girl around the kitchen. The kids raced to the back of the room, watching a frantic Lily trying her best to stay alive in a deadly game of tag. The floor wasn't huge. The living room ran into the dining area, with the cooking area connected. She slid head first beneath the kitchen table, across the wood floor, and stopped just shy of the wall. Lisa had no clue what to do, and ran straight into the table and fell back to the ground. Lily was pushing up to a knee and ran forward. Lisa growled, screaming in rage, and raced after Lily, who had disappeared into the kitchen. Purple Lisa raced after her but jumped onto the table and over the separator between the sink and the kitchen. Lily grabbed a 16-inch skillet and assumed a baseball stance. She hadn't expected her to be where she showed up. Lisa dove straight for her, looking like a professional wrestler doing a high-flying dive off from the top ropes. Lily pushed herself back until she hit the cupboards behind her. She closed her eyes, putting the pan up to block her. Lily hit the knob of the drawer and thought it couldn't hurt. She pulled it open until it was out as far as it could extend. Lily wished she had some cool kind of house where a bunch of knives or poisonous darts would spring out and shoot up and put Purple Lisa out of her misery, or keep her from bestowing it upon others. Unfortunately, this drawer held only a bunch of different-sized Ziploc bags. Lisa crashed face first into the drawer, her body going limp for only a moment. Lily crawled out from under the drawer, Lisa's body laid out at the moment. She crawled back out into the living room. All of the kids were glued to her and what was happening. When she raced into the living room, Rylan screamed, "No, don't come in here! She's going to follow you and she's going to eat us! Don't let her eat us!" Lily turned around just in time to try and stop Lisa when she heard the drawer slam shut and her footsteps from behind her. Lily held up her hands and braced herself for the hit. She tried to use some of the taekwondo she'd learned over the years, but it was not very useful, and this girl was not about to do fight fair. Her dog Harley came up behind her, meaning to be her savior, but failed miserably. Lily had her hands up in defense against Lisa, but when Harley got in the way, she tumbled backward and fell flat and hard. It took everything in her being able to get back up. Chapter 2. Denny didn't wait even a moment when he went around the corner. He brought up his rifle and aimed the .44 caliber lever action straight away. He never hesitated, and had his finger on the trigger before he had it up to his eye. There was no waiting at this point. It was kill or die. He aimed, shooting off 4 rounds in a row. Diane screamed, watching her husband shoot the infected. She tried not to think of her house and what it was going to look like post-zombie apocalypse, assuming she survived. Her house was so full of things that were breakable. She was sure there was nothing good happening up there. The sound rushed through her senses, making her choke on a scream. Diane pulled out her pistol, flipping off the safety and holding it ready to shoot if someone made it around the corner past Denny. Denny aimed true. He'd been the one who had taught all of his kids how to shoot. Mike had been the only one who had continued on and instilled that into his own kids as well. 3 of the zombies walked across his vision at the top of the steps. When they saw Denny, the first one took a step forward, not looking down and not seeming to understand the theory of gravity anymore. He fell forward, bouncing off the stairs and walls, and rolled down the steps. The other 2 watched it, and they didn't do much better than the first. They gripped onto the railing as they began to fall as well. Denny took a step backwards when the first of the 3 landed at the bottom of the steps. He fired point blank, obliterating its skull. The warm white walls, which had been painted less than a year ago, after they'd gone with the townhome, now looked like a scene straight from Dexter. He watched it for a second, making sure it stayed down. This was all too new to know what to do with these things, but everything in his soul told him to shoot these things in the skull. Denny only opened the lever halfway before pushing it back up and into place. He clicked the trigger to fire, but nothing happened. He looked down to the ejector, but the other 2 came fast, mostly because when they heard the shots, they'd let go and rolled down the stairs, bouncing off of each other. He pulled his .44 from its holster and fired off 2 shots. The revolver was guaranteed to work, to never malfunction, and to send a round at 36,000 psi straight into each of their skulls. The .44 made the rifle look like he had been kind to the first one. Denny watched for another second, making sure they didn't move. When the 2 of them both stayed still, Denny turned all focus onto the last of the dead. At least the last of the dead that were in the home, that he knew of, as it tripped over one of its dead fallen brethren. Denny fired off a second round from the revolver and watched a new hole get created in the stairs above it. When the dead tripped, it fell forward and Denny's shot missed by a foot. It landed next to his foot, and Denny backed up, not tripping, but trying to put all the distance that he could between its mouth and his leg. He tried to keep his balance, but lost it, falling back into the drywall. His 200-plus pounds went clean through the wall, and he was almost sitting in there. When he tried to get up, he didn't realize that his belt had gotten stuck on something inside of the wall. He also realized very quickly he'd just thrown his back out, something he did regularly, and always said he had to go to a bone cracker when he needed to get it fixed up. Denny looked at his hands, but was terrified when he saw that they had never been so empty when he needed a gun the most. He didn't worry about himself for even 1 second. He'd lived a long life for an Evans male. His dad and his grandpa and great-grandpa had lived to their 40s and 50s. And at 70-plus, he knew he was setting records every day. Mike always told him he was his biggest fan, and that it wouldn't hurt his feelings if he hit 80 or 90. Of course, nothing would make him happier if he could see his final 2 grandkids graduate college and get married. Denny watched as the last of the trio tried to get back to its feet. It tripped over one of the dead and started crawling forward. Denny tried bringing up his foot to kick at it, but the strain racing through his back made him feel like someone was running a jagged, rusty knife down the middle of his spine. People who had never injured their back before had no sense of what kind of pain they could handle or feel, as the human body was completely connected and was hard to understand without having to deal with it. Denny kicked at it as it inched itself closer. Its blackened purple tongue hung out of its mouth, looking more like a panting dog in the summer. A panting dog hell-bent on ripping the flesh from Denny just as soon as it could. He fought through the pain, bringing up his leg because it was fight or flight, and being stuck at the moment left fight as the only option. Denny brought his loafer down into its face once, twice, 3 times. He thought if he was still turning wrenches for a living that he'd have the accompaniment of being able to use a steel-toed work boot. However, he wasn't, and he didn't have that. The soft, flexible leather top and orthopedic sole did nothing to stop the zombie from making its way closer to him. This was all taking seconds, but each second ticking away felt like 1,000,000 years had passed all at once. When he tried to bring his foot down one more time, it clenched onto the back and the side of his ankle. Denny kicked wildly at it, ignoring the lightning sprinting through his back. It didn't matter, because with the grip this purple-skinned, blackened-tongue, flesh-eating piece of shit had on him, he knew that there was no way in which the continuing chain of events ended pleasantly. Chapter 3. Tony knew the time available was short, and with falling zombies coming from floors above, it was best to get away from the stairs, if at all possible, which at the moment it was. Tony yelled, "Hey, we need to go! Like now!" The ever-dwindling group ran back up to the door. Tony went to open it and realized that he had one of 2 issues. The first was that he didn't have a viable weapon, and being on a millennial campus was not hopeful to find one. There was one thing that stuck out in his mind, and he knew he was at least a mile from it. On a normal day, a mile usually seemed like a very small distance, but now felt like it might be an impossible feat without some sort of transportation. Transportation didn't seem like a viable option right now. There was just too much shit that had to line up, and if the idea worked, he would then have to backtrack that mile. That did not scream good idea. Holly stood there for a moment longer, watching her boyfriend try to figure out what in the hell he was doing. She finally couldn't stand there any longer, mostly because it was stupid to stand there. Holly punched him in the shoulder hard enough to bring him back to the real world. Tony's inner debate left, and he could easily hear Holly yelling at him, something she rarely did. Holly was screaming, "Hey, what in the hell are you doing? There's falling zombies, literally, like falling from the sky or the top floor, whatever." Tony jumped, trying to think about the words he needed to say. With many shots of adrenaline mixed with a very healthy hangover fogging his mind, he said, "We need protection. I mean, space." "What in the hell are you talking about? Space? Protection? Are you still fucking drunk?" "Yup, definitely still running a buzz, and that's probably going to make what I'm saying sound like less of a good idea." "Filling me with confidence, Tony," Holly snapped. "I'm trying to make it make sense. We can't keep running around naked." Ralph raised his hand, clearing his throat. "Could you possibly say that in English? Maybe say it a little quicker, given the circumstances?" A growl came from above, echoing and landing, facing back down onto the railing. It hit so hard that the zombie snapped its spine, sending it out of its chest, sticking straight up. The blood from it peppered the group. It tried to bring itself up, but there was no moving, considering the fact that even though it was dead, it still couldn't get around the fact its back was broken. Ralph used the bed frame piece to lift it up and over. It kicked and snapped, and Ralph tried to be careful as he did it, but when he tried to bring the rail down to put under it, the zombie caught the boy's shirt. The spine-snapped zombie went over the railing, but went the wrong way. Ralph tried to jump back, but everything he was attempting to do was going horribly wrong. His feet were planted in a way that he was using all his force in the wrong direction. He was trying to figure out what was going wrong. He had now wasted the rest of the time that he had. The spine zombie wrapped its hands around his leg and bit into his Achilles tendon on the rear of his ankle. His shorts provided no protection, and Ralph cried out in pain. Holly watched it as its teeth tore the skin away and the skin gave way, leading to the tendon and blood. His knee buckled and he fell to the ground. He tried to hold on to his ankle to try to make it not hurt, and to not be the reason he was going to become one of them. The zombie dragged itself up to his stomach and ripped into his abdomen. Ralph was now not crying out in pain, but in fear of the unknown. He looked down at its cold, dead eyes as it chewed happily on his flesh. The group shook their heads, trying to think of what they could do for him. There wasn't a cure, and there wasn't really a way to put him out of his misery quickly and painlessly either. Tony was starting to think any reason to attempt to go further into the city might be a death wish, something he wanted nothing to do with for Holly and himself. Ralph screamed as it continued to tear into his flesh. Tony knelt down, taking the rail from him, bringing it up and down through the zombie's skull. The rail's edges sliced through the first 2 layers of Tony's skin, not being overly forgiving about it. He screamed, looking down and seeing the blood dripping slowly onto Ralph's face. The poor guy was going back and forth between trying to hold his stomach and his ankle. Tony looked down at him, trying to think of what he could do, but the dead were still falling, and even though leaving him didn't seem ideal, he was pretty sure it was their only option, albeit a shitty one for Ralph. Ralph looked down at his arms, and they were going pale, the veins getting easier to see. He watched as his veins began to turn purple, forming what seemed to be a blurry outline or picture. There was a fog, no, a rain, and he didn't know what to think. He began to wonder if he was stoned at the moment. Holly whispered, "I don't think he's okay, and I don't think that he will be okay. Time is going to grow shorter." "Well, what are you saying? Did you want to kill him?" Tony asked, not completely opposed to such a thing, so much as trying to wrap his head around the fact that he was going to have to do this. He didn't know this guy, and wasn't particularly worried about how he might feel afterwards. Brett yelled, Hey, let's settle down a little bit. We don't know." Holly didn't give him the opportunity. Hey, Fat Albert. No, we aren't waiting. Fine, don't put him out of his misery. We can leave him in the stairwell. There isn't anything that you are able to do for him. It is up to you. We can leave him or Tony can smash his head in. What sounds better? Is there a third option? Brett whispered, knowing there probably wasn't a third option. Holly said, Yeah, there is. Hold on a minute. Sorry, seems like God is busy dealing with a lot of shit at the moment. Tony cringed. She didn't usually say anything with regards to God unless she was really pissed. Tony had always been told by her mom that she'd been a good little Catholic schoolgirl until she had met up with him. She, of course, had no idea what kind of a wild child that her daughter could be when she wanted to. He would never tell her this, but he would say that it could be questionable on who was actually the bad influence. Brett said it without meaning to, and uttered, What a bitch. Holly was already throwing a punch into the man's chest. He let out an oomph full of air, and just before he could say something worse, She took each of his nipples between her thumbs and index fingers and clenched onto them. He was going to say something about not doing it and was ready to apologize when she squeezed until she was sure she could feel fingers and no nipples at this point, and then twisted. He cried out. A tear ran down his cheek, and she pulled down slowly before ripping her hands away from him. Tony loved this woman, but when she felt disrespected, she could be 110% batshit crazy. "Brett, you didn't want to apologize for saying that, did you?" His lips quivered as he attempted to say something. When Holly let go, he held himself, unable to do anything to make his nipples not feel like a blowtorch had been placed on either side of them. "I'm very, very sorry for the inappropriate words that I said. I won't do it again. Oh, sweet fucking buttfucker, I won't say it again." Tony was thinking of the precious time available, and how much of it they were pissing away, and really wanted to get moving. There was nothing ideal about staying here, and it was getting them nowhere fast. Ralph staggered to his feet, using what was left of his rational thoughts. He walked forward towards them, but only because they were in the way. The 3 remaining bite-free college students in their small, ever-dwindling group raised their makeshift weapons and stepped to the side when he didn't show any threat. Ralph tried to talk, but nothing he said was able to be understood. It just sounded like a jumble. Ralph half smiled as he used his one good foot to put on the railing and got up over it and let himself fall to his death. The echoes of his body slamming against different railings on the flights of stairs made a sickeningly clear, bone-breaking sound. The 3 watched as he fell. Brett tried to reach forward, to try and save him out of instinct, out of friendship. Tony put a hand on his chest, keeping him from going forward. "You aren't going to save him, and he's giving you the easy way out. You need to let that happen." Brett knew he was right, but he still didn't like it. The sound of him thudding along the descent to the ground was enough to make Holly and Tony's already nauseous state worse. When the echoing of him hitting the last set of railings stopped, there was a sound that was even worse, if such a thing could be true. There was an insane number of steps coming their way. Holly asked, "When were you going to fill us in on your really bad idea?" "Right after we get out of this stairwell and back to my room," Tony said, beginning to get more nervous by the second. "Oh, great plan, honey. I assumed that you were talking about the room that has dead people inside of it who wanted to eat us?" Tony nodded. There wasn't any time to screw around, and he didn't want to waste any more of what they had so little of in the first place. Tony looked at the rail in his hands and knew if anything was going to work, it was going to be because of how he was taking care of himself. He pushed the door open, looking left and right. A wet, cold hand clenched onto his shoulder. Tony looked behind him, and all he could see was the open mouth and black tongue with pieces of skin hanging from in between its teeth. Tony tried to run, but whoever this was had a hell of a grip on him. Chapter 4. Mackenzie looked around as she drove. There were 0 streets which looked familiar, most likely because she had never been on one of them before in her life. She had nothing against the poor and did not ever treat them like they were lesser, because she didn't think that they were. She had some of them as patients. Everyone's life meant the same to her, the best to the worst. She did not go out of her way, though, to put herself in harm's way when it came to her free time. Emily was checking the rear view and side mirrors. Her paranoia was at an all-time high at the moment. She knew there'd be another zombie somewhere, but she didn't know when or how they'd come. Just that after the day she'd had, it would be a guarantee it would happen. Emily looked on the floor and in the glove box. "Emily, what are you doing? You're freaking me out. Quit being weird, okay? Sorry, but your car's incredibly too clean." Sorry? No, I was just thinking maybe you might have something here that we could use to protect ourselves. Michael keeps this thing so clean. He's pretty uptight about it. He isn't quite as bad about it since he got the motorcycle bug from Mike. I'm still not sure if it was a blessing or a curse. Emily quite enjoyed going out with Mike for rides, and did her best to not mention features on the bike which she would like too often, because her husband sat and looked at motorcycles every night anyways. She didn't want to help instigate a new bike if she could help it, at least until Tony finished his bachelor's degree. They didn't want to try too hard to see how much motorcycle debt that they could rack up. She just couldn't be happier that Mike had been strong-willed enough to hold off for the earlier part of their marriage. Emily said, "Yeah, Mike went the first 15 years of our marriage never waxing a single thing. Once he got that little first bike, I've never seen him detail something so much. I am glad he got the bigger one so I could go with him, but it still terrifies me to think about it. You aren't going to find anything in here to use as a weapon. Marin has her car seat, and there's probably a few bags full of Cheerios lodged into the back seat back there. Think, Emily, think. We can just stay in the car. We don't have to get out. We drive home, we go inside. We don't have to worry about going back out again. Or, at least, going back out again without our well-armed husbands. Okay, so we just drive, and we don't stop until we get to where we need to be. Sound good?" Mackenzie asked, already knowing her answer. "Yeah, that sounds as good as a glass of wine and yoga pants. Of course, what you're saying had been what I was originally contemplating when I started to drive off the main road, and that was just about when everything went to hell in a handbag. We aren't going to let that happen, but we need to figure out how to get out of this place. Do you still have your phone?" Mackenzie questioned. "Yeah, thank God. Or you wouldn't have ever found me. Type in our address, have it skip highways, and see what it tells us, please." Emily did so and set the phone down. "I've never seen so many different types of warnings in my life. There's nothing on here but warnings, crashes, and ways not to go. There isn't anywhere on here showing a route home. Like, nowhere. How can there be that many crashes?" Mackenzie thought of her ride just to get Emily. She had been barely able to make it out of there without any major issues. She drove down a street before she noticed that it was a cul-de-sac. When she turned around, the street was full of what looked to be a few dozen of the dead. Emily stared a second, trying not to freak out. Mackenzie questioned, "What the hell are we going to do?" "Drive right through them. Don't stop until you are free and clear. It's a freaking economy SUV Toyota. What do you expect to happen?" "My end goal is that you hit them hard enough that they fly to the side and they get out of our way, and after that we just keep on driving again," Emily said, almost questioning herself more than answering. "Right. And if that doesn't happen," Mackenzie replied, "it's a bridge we are going to have to cross when we come to it." "What does that mean?" Mackenzie asked. "That we are going to take it as it comes to us. There isn't too much more we can do. We need to hope for the best, because options at this point are limited." Mackenzie revved the engine, realizing that she had a 4-cylinder SUV. There wasn't a lot that it had to offer in the way of power, and she began to question every single thing about the vehicle, wondering if buying an all-steel car would have been a better choice. It didn't matter now. It was do or die, and she wasn't going to do the latter if she could avoid it. Mackenzie looked over to Emily and said, "Buckle up. You're going to need it, I think." Emily didn't hesitate, and after a second, nodded. Mackenzie punched the gas, putting the two of them back into their seats as she catapulted them forward. The mid-size SUV raced down the street. The dead showed no fear, because they had none. They raced towards the oncoming vehicle with no sort of unity. The dead spread out, and that gave the women hope, until one of the biggest women they had ever seen became visible. Emily just said, "Wow, don't run over her. That's a lot of woman. Christ!" Mackenzie saw that she was dead set in her way, of course. Mackenzie looked at the path, knowing she wasn't actually killing anyone, but she was still coming to terms with the things she was going to have to do, and the woman she might end up having to become. She swerved the SUV, picking a white trash yoga outfit with a blondish-purple streaked hairdo that was currently pointing out in 6 different directions. Mackenzie said, "There's our way out." Emily saw what they were swerving towards, and definitely agreed that it was the smart choice at the moment. When the woman got within 2 feet, she jumped up high enough so that when she connected, she landed on the hood. Mackenzie didn't see a pothole, but the SUV dipped down hard, and in a second, the zombie disappeared up and over her windshield. A loud thud hit the roof of the SUV, and Emily watched the rear view, seeing sparks coming from under the vehicle's carriage. Emily said, "There were a lot of sparks coming from the bottom. Probably nothing important under there, right?" Mackenzie knew that even though it was 100% her car, if this was any other day but today, Michael would probably flip some shit if she did that on accident. She felt, given the circumstances, he wouldn't be too worried about it. She would happily listen to him being a dad towards her if it meant she saw him and lived through the morning. As long as it is running, I'm going to call that a win. Hands slammed on the side of her windows as they passed through the mob of dead. Emily said, "Don't slow down. Just turn when we get past here." "Which way?" "Fuck me, I don't know. Left." "Are we even heading in the right direction?" Mackenzie yelled, frantic and feeling her heart pounding in unison in her head and chest. Emily looked down at her phone, seeing it said west, and when they turned, they would be going south, which would be the opposite direction than she needed to go. She didn't want to freak out Mackenzie, but if they continued going the wrong way, it wasn't going to do anything to help anyone. "It isn't, but we can take a left and another left and be going the right way again." "That's the nicest way anyone has ever told me I'm going the wrong way in my entire life." "Yelling at you about something that isn't your fault doesn't seem to make much sense. It also doesn't feel like it'll get us in any better of a position." "Sound thought process," Mackenzie mused. She turned left, feeling a moment of relief, until the first of 2 horrible things happened. Both girls wanted to curse and hit something when the words "dead end" practically screamed at them on the black and yellow sign. The 2 girls both moaned at the same time. It wasn't a good moan. This was filled with more information about how they felt than a million words could have ever described. "I'm so sorry. I just figured one of these damn streets would have an outlet to a road where we could make some progress," Emily said. "It's fine. It isn't your fault. But I just really hate everything about today right now." "Oh, I feel ya. I am so glad you came and got me, though. Sitting on top of that truck did very little for my peace of mind. I literally had no clue what I was going to do. And with Mike having all the kids at the house, I couldn't expect him to come for me. The first thing Michael said he did after the zombie chase happened in your backyard was see if there was a way for me to get you. He was losing his shit between you and Tony not being home. He was trying to organize getting all of that figured out on top of all those kids. Michael said that there was a lot of boarding up going on over there." Emily, who had laughed at him every time he had talked about having to survive a zombie apocalypse, realized that he very well might be one of the better people about surviving that there could be. He'd never gotten real big into the zombie craze outside of a few movies which he'd particularly thought were good. When The Walking Dead first aired, though, that was the beginning of a beautiful love for the dead. He'd been working on his first book, Buried, at the time, and he had told Emily that when he was done with it, that he was going to immediately begin a zombie series called The Orphans, but with, as he put it, scary, fast, and strong zombies. Everything The Walking Dead could or would be if it just had a few changes to it. He'd never had any doubt that it would be a hit, and he hadn't looked to see if there were zombie books yet. Something he thought that was absolutely hilarious when he finished it and found out there were thousands of books. His characters and storylines had gripped people's hearts, though. "You know, the millions of times that he joked about surviving a zombie apocalypse makes me wish I'd have been just a bit more supportive of his bullet buying. His thought process was always that they don't really go bad, and if they did, there was always the option of the casing still being good. I'm rambling, damn it. It's okay. It feels like a rambling kind of. The glass on the top of the windshield seemed to splinter out of nowhere. The two girls both jumped a foot in their seats. The white trash yoga woman from earlier had not actually gone up and over. She had just gone up. She brought her forehead down onto the glass this time, and the girls paid more attention. Her head split open and bled like a stuck pig, spraying and covering the entire windshield. Mackenzie thought this was now the worst thing that she had ever seen or endured in her life. She punched the brakes with both feet, and the SUV began to fishtail. The woman came forward, which is what Mackenzie had been hoping would happen. She punched the gas again, pushing the two of them into their seats, and the woman's spandex sports bra caught on the hood somehow, keeping her from going anywhere. She turned around, stretching the top until it snapped. Both girls gasped as the blood-covered, half-naked woman began smashing her fists and skull onto the window. Mackenzie tried to use her windshield wipers and fluid, but when she did, the stranger placed a hand onto it, surprising both girls that she was able to get something that quickly. She pulled it back until it snapped off the vehicle. It left a 6-inch black piece of plastic going forward, left and right. Mackenzie tried slamming on the brakes again, and by now, the woman didn't have anything left to hold on to. She flew backward and onto the street. That feeling of hitting something fast and making you cringe was the last thing they were wondering about. A loud thud, sounding like they were going over a bouncing ball underneath the vehicle, had never sounded so good in either of their lives. She hit the windshield washer fluid again, hoping that it would clear her vision. The washer fluid covered her window, and the remaining wiper did a piss-poor job of getting the window clean. Both women screamed as the visibility got closer and closer to being able to see. Chapter 5. The Cars. Brent had his music blaring in the John Deere, Metallica fighting its way out of the small cab. The size of the room for the driver compared to that of the massive heavy-duty tractor made him question if any of the engineers really knew how long farmers stayed in the compact space. The fact that air conditioning had been installed in the work tractors did little to bruise his heart, and he would not trade space for air over anything. Today was not a day that air was needed. But he could remember every drop of sweat rolling down his back, and many more places than he cared to remember. Not every tractor had been air-conditioned, and that feeling of wanting to pass out and die had not been missed since he'd gotten this one. The land in front of him was bare. There had been endless rain, and it had made planting corn a difficult task. The ground was too wet. Each year in Iowa was a coin toss, and there was a reason why tractors came with headlights. Most city folks assumed that it was because of how early they had to rise for their profession. It wasn't often that people were out late enough to see farmers. Brent had been out on 24-hour stints. It was part of the job, and it was only a handful of times he'd needed to do that. Brent tapped his foot along with the machine gun-style guitar rhythm. He'd had a suit-and-tie job, and sitting in this cab sipping a cup of hot, strong Folgers couldn't be traded for anything in the world. Brent saw the radio lighting up and turned the music down. He missed whatever it was that they said and grabbed the walkie-talkie. He didn't know what they wanted. There was GPS on the tractor, and it wasn't like he was paid by the hour. He got paid for the job all in one. He sprayed the pesticides and made sure that if there was any work needing to be done on any of the equipment, it was taken care of. He hit the talk button, letting off the gas for a minute, and said, "This is Carr. What's going on?" The radio that came back was frantic and sounded insane. It basically came back as gibberish, because whatever was happening was apparently making someone freak the hell out. Brent looked around the field as if he was going to see something. The headquarters for the commercial farmland was a good 4 miles back. He hated wasting time, especially when the weather was cooperating. "You need to come back. We need your help. We need your help." "With what?" What is going on, Rick? Christ, do you need me to plant a field and still do yours? The radio was silent for a few minutes, and he was almost going to give up and turn it off and go back to work. The job was in no way the kind which was above harassing and teasing each other, the kind of place that practical jokes were never far off. The 4th of July was a season where there was no peacefulness. Those that wanted to try and get a non-farm field shit in before heading out were definitely susceptible to snaps under the toilet seats, guaranteed to push the shit right back up into your throat once they went off. The occasional firecracker being lit and tossed in was always great fun, and a bottle rocket to the ass was never pushing the line too far either. Those that were delicate wallflowers typically only lasted about 2 pay periods before they either got the boot or decided that regardless of how many people in the chain of management they tried to talk to, no one cared, and there was no safe place here. A knock came on his window, and he jumped. Karen was standing at the door looking like a crazy woman. Karen yelled as she opened the door to his cab. "Brent, are you fucking blind or stupid?" His dry sarcasm almost rarely ever missed a beat. He simply replied with, "Neither." "What is the ETA?" "ETA for what?" "I'm trying to see what Rick wanted. He said something and never came back after he said he needed help." "Rick? No, not Rick. Screw Rick. I'm talking about us, not them. We've been waving and throwing mud clumps at you for 5 minutes. You need to turn down that damn radio." "If it's too loud, you were too—" "No, you're old, because you need it loud to hear that shit blaring out of there. Would you look behind us? There's something wrong with James." "There's always something wrong with James. He's James, and he's a bit crazy. Those that dive a little too deep into their love affair with zombies can lose their shit." "He's a writer. It doesn't mean he's crazy." "Uh-huh. Because there's something different about crazy and a writer." "Okay, whatever. Would you fucking look?" Brent turned around to see James on the ground. James had looked like a bag of shit all morning, and most of them had told him that he should have called in sick. James had tried to play it off like he was okay, and that it was sweet of them to care about him. They'd told him their biggest concern was for their own health, not his well-being, because that was of little concern to anyone else. He'd stumbled his way up to the planter and belted in on his seat. Brent saw him slumped over and unresponsive. He'd never been a real tan fellow, which was always comical to him because they worked outside. A good majority of them had always had very nice tans, farmers' tans. The kind where with a shirt on you might question if they were all migrant workers, but once it got too hot or they got back to their air-conditioned cars, they'd lose the shirt to cool off for the ride home, and you could see that their awesome tans stopped at the edges of their shirt sleeves. All but Brian, who was the outdoorsy, in-shape type and didn't mind exercise that went beyond lifting a Busch light can up to his lips, doing 12-ounce curls, 1 drink at a time. Brian walked up to James, shaking him by the arm. Mark hit the release on the seatbelt, and James fell forward, landing face first in a pile of good old Iowa dirt. He didn't so much as move an inch when he hit. He just lay there, lifeless and unresponsive. Mark couldn't help but choke on a laugh. It wasn't anything personal. It was just funny, and this was a stressful situation. It was just a coping mechanism. Brian gave Mark a stern eye fuck. "Are you kidding me? You couldn't have given me a little warning, like, hey, this 200-pound man is going to fall and you might want to support him? You know, because he's passed the fuck out. What in the hell is wrong with you?" "Well, I thought that he might just sit there and we could lower him down. That didn't go quite as I had expected," Mark replied sarcastically. "Christ, I hope that wasn't the end plan, you dipshit," Brian snapped. Sean seemed to be the cool, calm, and collected one here, and walked in between the two men, pushing them lightly and respectfully out of the way. He said, "Fighting is doing a lot of good for poor James here. Christ, what were you thinking? Really, how old are you and you still let your dick do all your thinking for you?" Karen whispered in the cab. "Holy shit, they just dropped James right on his head." No, Mark dropped him. The other two were just there to take in the accident. It looked like it would have really hurt. What the hell was he thinking? Brent asked. He wasn't thinking, like at all. Or at least with the right head, Karen answered. Brent hit the button on his walkie-talkie. Hey, this is Brent. We need someone to come out and get James. He passed out in his chair. He's either drunk or sick, but he's holding us up. We don't know what's wrong with him. What kind of ETA can you give us? After a few seconds of Rick not answering, Brent looked to Karen. Karen yelled to Sean, who was leaning over, checking his pulse. His body looked like it went limp, or in this case, it was filled with unmatchable amounts of defeat. Sean shook his head no, and Mark, who was still attempting to get his composure back, got a sobering dose of reality. None of them were really best friends. They were more work friends. The type where if you got laid off or got a new job, you decided it was time to obtain new work friends at a new employer. But seeing someone so young lying covered in dirt and fresh seeds was a bit hard to believe. Mark looked up to the tractor, shook his head, and ran his hand across his neck, indicating he was gone. Karen screamed. What the fuck do you mean that he's dead? He isn't dead. He just fell down. Did he kill himself on a rock? Mark, who obviously was responsible for him falling down, immediately looked at his face. Other than a few fresh cuts showing through the dusty dirt grime on his face, he was fine. There were no rocks protruding from his skull. He's drenched in sweat, but did not die from me unbuckling his damn belt. Idiot should have stayed home today if he's this. Brian tapped his leg. Dude, shut up. He's moving. His chest isn't moving, though. Mark felt some relief. Even though he knew he didn't kill him, he'd still felt horrible when he'd fallen down out of the seat. What the hell do you mean he isn't moving? He's fat. That's why his chest isn't moving. Sean said, No, that isn't why, and I think we should put your wife Tracy in for sainthood. Blow me, was Mark's reply. Guy, shut up, please, my head hurts. James, are you okay, man? Can you hear me? Fuck, we thought you were a goner, Sean said, feeling relief. Although, unbeknownst to him, it would be a very temporary feeling. The three of them looked at each other and then at James, and that was when the remainder of their day, or for some of them, maybe, the remainder of their lives, would turn to absolute shit. They watched James's face turn almost bleached white, as purple veins looked like they were being painted onto his face. Before they could do anything, he was almost completely hued purple. James's eyes opened, and he looked directly at Sean standing over him and didn't hesitate for a second. He lunged up from his previous catatonic state and tried to grip onto Sean's leg. Sean just barely missed his fingers from grabbing his field cargo pants. Mark whispered to Brian, I've never seen James move that fast. Yeah, you have. The bee incident of 2018, if you remember, Brian asked. Mark did, and he smiled. It had been a damn hot day, and Brent's wife, Marcia, had seen what kind of weather her husband would be driving in. She had packed him the next cooler size up from his normal lunch cooler. It had been stacked with his normal lunch and driving snacks, but to the side of it were 12 ice cream sandwiches which had been put in the deep freeze and were just now getting to that point that you could try and bite into them without hurting your teeth. James had been so hot, filling the seed buckets and roasting under the Iowa sun mixed with the humidity, that he had gone nuts and was double-fisting the sandwiches, acting like they would be the last ones that he'd ever eat. It had not been a pretty sight, and James was the epitome of a wet mess. While the others might have too, they'd been smart enough to pay attention to the surroundings, and there was no shortage of bees that day. James had not seen one before taking a very large bite out of his ice cream sandwich. This did two things. First, it gave him an instant brain freeze, and second, the bite delivered a bee directly into his mouth. The bee come to find out, was less than a fan of being eaten by a human. It had stung his tongue instantly, and they'd all found out that James had a bit of a bee allergy he suffered from. He screamed when he'd gotten stung in the tongue. It took less than just a few seconds before he'd screamed for help, which had been comical and a bit worrisome. The tractor did a whopping 4 or 5 miles per hour when going through the fields. They'd had to have a truck rush out there and pick him up. From that day on, they had decided keeping an EpiPen on hand was probably a smart idea. Man, I wish we had some ice cream sandwiches. I don't think I'd go out of my way, though, to get him an EpiPen. He's being all creepy and shit now, Mark said. Sean was going to say something in complete agreement with the creepy comment, but James spent about a millisecond after missing Sean's pant legs before leaping up to his feet. He didn't wait. There was no pause, and he jumped off his heel, diving for Sean with both hands. Sean just barely got to the side of him and avoided a full-on impact. James was able to grip onto his tan desert camo shirt and pull him off balance, and the two tumbled onto the ground. Sean rolled to the side, waiting until one of his spins put him on the ground face down, then stumbled to his feet much more gracefully than James. Sean ran around the back of the seed planter, trying to put some distance between them. James was not far off and was quickly gaining on him. Sean looked to Mark and Brian, who were trying to gauge where they should go, because both mainly unarmed men truly wanted to stay out of James's way. Sean realized on the ground that he was very much on his own. He did another lap around the planter and heard the diesel tractor come back to life. Just as Sean had completed one more lap around it, complete with a small hurdle so he could get over where the planter and the tractor connected with one another, Karen was going to ask what in the hell he was doing when, out of nowhere, Brent lurched the tractor forward just a foot as Sean cleared the planter. The metal planter got in front of James's deranged path, taking him out at the knees. When he landed, he went down hard, landing for the third time into the Iowa dirt. Karen screamed, "Keep him down! Don't let him back up, you guys! Keep him down! Please, for the love of God, don't let him back up!" Sean screamed at the top of his lungs. Neither Mark nor Brian thought that this was a great idea, but there weren't any blueprints to go by, and there wasn't anything that they could do about it at this moment. Mark and Brian stared at each other, but they both seemed to know he wouldn't stay down for too long. He rolled over onto his back and started to attempt to get up. Brian and Mark leapt on him, knocking him back to the ground, and put all of their weight on him. James couldn't make any sounds that made sense. He growled and screamed, but that was the most that he was capable of doing for communication at the moment. He kicked and pulled, trying to get back to his feet, or whatever it would take to go after one of the 3 meals racing around. He didn't care which it was. All he could think of was the flesh he'd never tasted before. His want for it was maddening and all-consuming. Mark and Brian were both trying to hold him still. Each of them held James by the arms while Sean tried to see what in the hell was going on with him. He clapped his hands as James convulsed on the ground. Mark and Brian, who were both towering men over James's height, screamed at Sean. They had to use all the strength they could muster to keep him still. Their typical days were sitting on a seed planter and switching out the seed each time a section of the planting, at 2 or 3 miles per hour, was halted. Mark yelled through gritted teeth, "What are you doing, Sean? Why don't you do something? Help him!" "I'm not a fucking doctor. You know that, right? I deal in seeds. You know this because a human doctor would be a real dipshit if they spent their free time planting seeds for fun." Mark nodded to the planter and pointed at the connection bar. He said, "Why don't you grab that bar?" "How in the hell is that going to help him?" Sean questioned. "It is going to help someone. It is going to help us. We are going to knock him the fuck out with it," Mark yelled. Sean walked around in front of the two, still struggling to keep the now furious James on the ground where he couldn't hurt anyone. "How in God's name are we going to hit him? It is James, damn it! Please, we can't hit him. What are we going to do after that?" Brian slipped and jumped forward, putting all of what weight he had to offer onto James's arm. He growled and yelled, but it wasn't enough at the moment, and Brian held him in place, fighting for him to stay still. Brian was all on board with striking him. He had never seen someone this angry before. It was pure insanity. For the first time since this started, he realized that this might be an uncontained thing. He instantly thought of his kids and wife. Brent fumbled, feeling his pockets and trying to find his cell phone. With the vibrating from the tractor, he'd not even felt it going off. Marcia never contacted him during the day, because she knew that he kept his eyes on the prize. He also hated his phone, and did as little as absolutely possible with it. Chapter 6. Marcia sat at the desk, waiting for the CEO to be quiet. Her phone had been buzzing in her pocket for the better part of the last half an hour. Mr. Phillips, as kind as he was, would lose his shit each and every time that someone looked at their phone when he was talking. It wasn't anything he took personally. It was just something he felt violent about. He'd come up during a time that he had to check in with his foreman on a CB. Marcia waited until he finished and said, "Yes, sir, we are going to have the building moving forward by the end of next week. The final building permits came through yesterday, but Janet hadn't gotten them in the system."
Wait, so what am I yelling about? Has already gotten accomplished and we don't have anything else to worry about? Is that what you were saying, Marcia?
Marcia was taking a drink of her coffee and said, "Yeah, that's about right, Mr. Phillips."
Then what in Sam hell are we doing here?
"Sir, that is the only question we don't have solved here today." Mr. Phillips grabbed his stack of folders, turned on his heel, and headed out of the room. The staff of 7, who were in charge of the hundreds of men and women who took care of the building, looked on, waiting for a thumbs up to leave the room. Phillips's second-in-command, Newbury, finally said, "Okay, he's gone. The boss is happy, so what else do we need to get done to appease him and make sure he isn't pissed off for the next week's meeting?" The door in the quiet room rumbled, followed by a scream. The scream of a CEO having something horrible done to him. Everyone jumped a foot in their seats. Newbury yelled, "What in the hell is that?" Marcia stood up. She didn't know what it was, but in 5 years of working here, not once had she even seen or heard anything that made her so much as flinch. She'd wanted to strangle more than one man hell-bent on being right, regardless of what proof and research they had been provided with. Newbury walked up close to the door. He put an ear up next to it, just as both conference doors came breaking down. The doors opened outward, per fire code laws, and all she could see was the smashing of the wood as it seemed to implode, sending pieces everywhere. There was no way out of the room. The only exit was currently being blocked by 6 construction workers, one of whom was busy ripping the jugular out of Mr. Phillips's throat. The boss's eyes connected with Marcia's, and even after having 2 kids, she still didn't think she had ever experienced the kind of pain he was currently experiencing. Each of the 6 men wore the same yellow work shirts, which were soaked with blood and nearly shredded. You could see the space in the rips where it looked like they had been the ones who had been bleeding, and a lot of that blood very well could have been their own. The blood in their beards and spread across their bare chins was definitely someone else's, she thought. That thought was fueled by the fact that one of the blood-soaked workers was a guy she had known since she started at the company, and he was by far one of the kindest construction workers, or any type of human for that matter, she'd ever met. He looked normal from behind, but when he turned around was covered with blood and flesh dangling from his mouth as he chewed greedily. The 5 who were not getting a piece, literally, of the boss were fighting, smashing, punching. kicking. Anything that they could do to try and get the door out of their way. The meals that were frantically trying to think of a way out were drawing all of the Dead's attention. Marcia thought of the few construction guys she had seen earlier, and in no way could she remember a time when any of them had appeared to be purple. She looked around the room, and the options, which both sucked, were fighting, which meant going up against 5 200-plus 6-foot-tall men who worked with tools in their hands for a living. The second option, hiding, seemed to be about the only real option. When the purple workers got the wood out of their way, the small group wasted 0 amounts of time running into the room. Newbury tried to be courageous and yelled, "There's 7 of us! We can take them!" Marcia, under almost any other circumstances in life, would have begun to laugh, but this was not the time. She realized this very well might be her last few minutes on Earth, and all she could think about was if Rylan and Haley were safe, followed by her husband, Brent. This was fucked up beyond all belief, and she didn't have a clue how to get out of here alive. When the Dead were through the door, they began growling and screaming at the sight of all the heavily breathing staff dying or wanting not to die to get out of this room. The idea of dying at work for any of them, regardless of if they liked their jobs or not, was definitely the worst thing they could think of. 3 of the men whom Marcia could only assume were just as delusional as Newbury obviously was, looked frantically around the room as quickly as possible, trying to find a weapon. There wasn't anything, because there was nothing in a conference room meant to try and survive a purple zombie apocalypse. Marcia decided that flight would be the best thing to do, right after a quick hide. She ducked beneath the table and saw the 2 other women were sitting beneath it as well. She tried to think that maybe she should be with the 4 men, but at no time did they say anything about risking their lives to protect the little women. They just wanted to get past these construction workers, and she realized that meant any who didn't chase those men fleeing for their lives would be left in the room. If they all stayed, there'd be 2 guys for each of the girls, and shit would hit the fan hardcore. Newbury picked up one of the office chairs. It was not going to be a pleasant interaction. There wasn't a lot of room for give here. They'd have one chance to get past them, and only one. Newbury waited a millisecond before rushing toward the men. He had the chair legs facing out toward the Dead. The idea went to shit very quickly. Newbury had not missed any offered free steak dinners in his life, first as a worker, then a foreman, a supervisor, and now to number 2 in the company. The only way to go any higher would be if he bought the company or began a company of his own. He had enough weight to force one skinny construction worker back, but the others didn't fan out, and they all bum-rushed him. Newbury pushed him backwards off his feet. He landed on the table, and the one stuck in the chair fell to the side. Newbury was a buffet for the taking, and they took. He screamed as 3 of them tore into his stomach and thighs. He knew he'd never felt pain like this. The only thing that made it worse was when the 4th, still empty-mouthed zombie looked down at his giant, vein-filled, fatty nose. It wrapped its mouth around the nose, clenching down hard, and the scream he had first was no longer the loudest thing any of them had ever heard. It pushed down on his forehead, gripping his head to use it as leverage to pull the nose from his face. When he could not get it to rip loose, he dug in both thumbs, really giving it all that he could, into his eye sockets. Blood began to pour from his nose and eye sockets as it slowly began to give way. He felt his eyes caving in, and at the moment would have been content to die. There was no death, though. Not one which was going to stay that way. Nothing permanent. The Dead who was chewing on his nose pulled so hard, pushing up with its legs, that it flew backwards as the nose finally gave way. Marcia and the other 2 screamed through clenched fingers, covering their mouths, with the exception of Betty. She was covering her eyes and didn't see the blood-soaked construction worker fall down at the end of the table. Marcia looked around the floor and saw nothing helpful. Shocker. A yellow number 2 pencil seemed to be screaming at her. She could not have been less excited about the John Wick 2 movie her husband Brent had proudly rented the week before. He tried to sell it to her as a gun porn action movie. She thought if you took the gun and porn and action out of movie, they might be on the path to something great. Of course, they would have had to add some dialogue at some point. She had been a bit amazed how violent it was. The original hadn't been nearly as bad, and she had not expected a whole lot more from the sequel. The thing she had not expected was when he'd killed a few people with a pencil or pen. She couldn't remember which at the moment, but she was hopeful it was a pencil, because that was all she had at her disposal. The zombie who'd just fallen on the floor and was still chewing on its prize of a bloody, vein-filled purplish nose was deadlocked on the 3 women. Marcia scrambled over to the pencil. The dead came straight for Betty, who was hiding in the fetal position. Marcia spun around and kicked him with both feet. He lost his balance, sending him in a bear crawl forward, face first into one of the table's heavy legs. It snapped its head up and looked left. Betty was no longer of any concern to him, for the moment at least. Now he wanted Marcia, and only Marcia. She looked around, trying to think of any last-ditch effort. The gung-ho men, who'd been ready to fight, were all lying lifeless on the floor, each of them a meal, and she could almost see them turning purple by the second. They would soon look to see her, Betty, and Mary hiding under the table. She needed to either get out of this room and to her office, or somewhere that had a window to get outside. Somewhere she wasn't 100% convinced was going to be any better. She screamed when he rushed her. Marcia back-crawled, trying to get away, but a hand took her by the shoulder. She hoped it was someone that could offer the ill-equipped group some assistance. Her question was answered when the hand moved to her neck and was soaking wet, sending cold shivers down her spine, immediately covering her with goosebumps. She twisted her head to see one of the dead bending its elbow to try and attempt to pull her out from under the table. She bucked and kicked until his wet hand lost its grip on her deeply tanned neck, courtesy of Rylan and Haley's ball games, which could be triple headers, something she, as a business manager, could never understand. If everyone played 1/3 less games, wouldn't it, A, give everyone a chance to have a life in the summer, of all times, and B, give the kids a chance to be kids? These were kids 3 or 4 years out of diapers. She had never understood it, but would never complain about it. The small town she grew up in did not leave her opportunities to be able to do as many extracurricular activities as her kids could. They put them first at all times and sacrificed their summers for them. Marcia scrambled forward quickly and yelled, "John Wick, motherfucker!" She aimed directly for its eyeball and realized that there must have been some training that came with John Wick's skills. She could not have done a worse job of missing the eyeball. The number 2 pencil hit an inch above his eye and into his forehead, stopping just past the skin. The pencil snapped in 2 pieces off its head. It didn't scream from the pencil. There was no pain felt, only anger and hunger. The pencil snapped off its head and only a piece remained in her hand. It lunged towards her with a wide-open mouth. She took the small pencil, or what was left of it, and shoved it into the zombie's open mouth. It tried taking a bite of her finger, but she'd lodged the small pencil into its mouth far enough that it couldn't close its mouth around her hand. Marcia took a short breath mixed with a fist pump and let out a breath of momentary relief. Betty opened her eyes for a millisecond. She saw the zombie unable to close its mouth and smiled, looking like she was feeling some relief. Marcia said, "We're going to be all right. We're going to be okay. I promise." Mary nodded, trying to tell herself the same thing and to believe it. She yelled, "Yeah, Betty, we are going to be fine." Marcia tried to think of what was next, and that answer was given to her immediately. 2 sets of hands came from nowhere. Betty and Mary tried to jump and move away, but both the hands took hold of their blouses, and they slid back on the smooth wood floor. Marcia crawled forward to try to help them, still avoiding Pencil-Mouth Zombie. She covered her own mouth, trying to mute her scream, when the dead bit into Betty's shoulder and Mary's neck. Blood sprayed out in front of them, hitting Marcia in the face and covering her white shirt. She froze, watching her 2 friends being eaten alive, literally. They screamed, or at least Betty did. Mary's scream went out the moment her vocal cords and windpipe were ripped out of the center of her throat. She clenched at the blood pouring from her neck, but the dead wouldn't let go of her. Mary tried to kick free until her eyes began to roll into the back of her head, and she was gone. Temporarily, of course. The 2 women began shaking on the floor. A second later, their feeders quit, and instead of 2 threats next to the table, she now was going to have 4. Betty's kind eyes went dark, and her demeanor turned violent and rampant with hunger almost as quickly as her skin went pale, and then into a lavender tint. She lunged forward, crawling after Marcia as fast as she could. Marcia used both feet to kick her in the center of the face before the other 3 came after her. Mary crawled around Betty, and with the neck muscles torn from Mary's neck, she didn't have the ligaments or strength needed to keep her head up or still. Her neck hanging down and to the side made her look even creepier, if such a thing was possible. She was biting at air, trying to get anything that she could. The clicking of her teeth was almost stomach-turning. Marcia did not wait around for Rubberneck Mary to get any closer. She decided that now was the time to get the fuck out of Dodge, and to do so quickly. She crawled as quickly as she could out from under the table, wishing she'd have gone for a pair of pants over a skirt, and a set of running shoes, or even loafers would be 1,000,000 times better than high heels. She looked at the shattered glass and door and knew that she needed to keep them on, regardless of their uselessness at the moment. The heels' biggest contribution would be keeping glass out of her feet. When she got out from under the table, there was a slew of zombies, and the 2 workers left out of the small human army had their current dance card filled with bleeding and feeding a hungry zombie construction worker. Marcia dived through the doorway, tucking and hitting hard. Whatever graceful idea she'd planned had only ended up in pain and glass shards in her palms. She did her best not to scream, as it would do nothing to help the situation. As well, she didn't want to do anything else to further grab the attention of the dead, who were already looking around, trying to find their newest meal. Marcia looked down the hallway towards her office. It appeared to be what any normal day would look like, if you didn't count the broken door half in the hallway and Kindra, her secretary, or who she thought was Kindra, lying in the hall. She'd seen the woman 1,000,000 times, but never, not once, had she needed to imagine what Kindra would look like decapitated, and not in the clean, sliced off with a ninja sword type of way, which wouldn't really be any better. No, she'd had her head gnawed on for a minute, and when she realized that could have been her, she knew it was time to get out of the building just as quickly as she could. Marcia kicked off her heels, deciding she'd do what she needed to so she could move faster. The door to the outside was on the opposite end of the building. There was a fire exit closer, but it would let off an ungodly siren that would surely, she thought, draw all of the dead's attention. That idea didn't actually suck. Marcia looked around the hallway. Weapons? None. Help? 1. Chances of surviving and making it to her SUV? Pretty fucking slim, she thought. She ran down to the end of the hall, wishing she'd not have looked down into some of the open office doors, usually where you'd see co-workers sitting atop of each other's desks and chatting politely about projects or who was to win the game this weekend, were now drastically different scenes. Men and women who usually were sitting behind a desk were now a piece of meat, and the desk was now a makeshift dining table. There was nothing any of them could do, and very soon, she thought, she would be running from them as well. Marcia didn't waste any extra time. She ran up, pushing the door open, and the alarm didn't hesitate in beginning to echo. It was not lost by the dead in the building. Rubberneck Mary growled as she ran straight for Marcia, both hands out and not able to see where she was going, but for every 3 or 4 steps when her head popped up from the motion. She dived towards Marcia, who looked like a matador as she stepped to the side, grabbed the rear of her head, and ran her straight into the metal fire exit door. She growled even longer, trying to get up, but her neck had finally fully snapped. She tried to get up, but was paralyzed. Marcia didn't waste any further time and started running for her office. As she ran, she felt like she was in one of those movies where poison darts were shooting out of the walls at the movie star, but in this case, it was simply pairs of hands covered in blood, reaching out and trying to grab her. The theme song to Indiana Jones rang in her head. She felt them getting closer until the final sets of hands went across her bare shoulders and moved into her hair. They each caught a small handful of her hair in their fingers and yanked back on it from both sides. Marcia screamed, "Fuck me, God damn it!" Tears filled her eyes right before she ducked into her office. She slammed the door closed and shoved a chair beneath it. There were no locks on the doors. The good majority of the time it was an open-door policy, and it meant no one ever had their doors closed. She looked around her office. There wasn't a lot going on in here that was going to be helpful. Her desk phone, though, did seem to look like it was the brightest thing in the room, and that it might have a blaring light coming from it. Marcia lunged for it, hearing a dial tone, and thought that at least it was a good first sign. She punched in 911 on the phone and pulled her purse out. She jumped each time there was a shadow on the other side of the smoked glass door. A scream from the hallway came out of nowhere, and a bloody hand slammed onto her door. It slid down the door, leaving a crimson-red streak. There wasn't anything which she could do for that person. She yelled when the other person had, and after a few minutes of feeding and biting, there were now 2 people trying to get into the door. The fact that she had dialed the phone had escaped her. She didn't realize it until she heard the busy signal coming from a line that she didn't ever think was possible to be busy. The hands smashing at the door finally gave way, and they were able to push their way in. Marcia cursed the round-legged chair that did nothing to save her life in any way. She also realized she wasn't going back out that door, and that she was currently screwed if she didn't think of something. She looked at the window in her office. It was just 1 foot by 2 foot wide, located at the top of her room. She looked down at her waist, trying to do some honest thinking for just a moment. She figured at this time she didn't have any other options. There were probably plenty of places to hide, but now that she'd trapped herself in between the door and these zombies, there would be nowhere for her to attempt to go. Marcia got her cell phone, and as she was still holding the phone, realized how stupid she was feeling at the moment. There was a good chance, she thought, that calling 911 from her own cell phone would have yielded the exact same results. She would have been on the move to live, or to at least increase her opportunities of exits from this building. Marcia tucked the phone in her bra, not taking the time to check it. She pushed her chair over near the edge of the wall and jumped up on it. She realized she'd fit through the window, but she was going to need to reach the fucking thing. Fuck me, really? Do we really need windows this high? Do they not realize the criminals own something called a ladder? The screams on the other side of the door advised her that if she wanted to make this her final day on Earth living, that she should keep complaining and not go back to the fight or flight privilege that she had going for her at the moment. She got behind the desk, being careful to not get in the way of the dead's hands reaching through the doorway. She pushed until the cheap desk smashed against the wall, and then pushed the desk in front of the door as well. She lifted up her chair, slamming it on the desk, and fumbled her way up onto the desk. She saw a pair of New Balance shoes she kept for walking on lunch break, and grabbed those, pushing into them and feeling like her arsenal of awesomeness had just gotten a few points better. The slamming at the door finally completely opened, but it wasn't enough for them to slide through it. She watched the door as she fumbled at the window latch, trying to get it open. The pounding at the glass got even worse, as they decided their head wasn't doing anything to get them inside any faster, and they both began to use their heads as makeshift battering rams. She watched in fear as the glass slowly began to crack, and once that spiderweb started, it was the end of the smoked glass. It was only a matter of seconds before it finally shattered. Marcia started pulling herself up, trying to remember the last time she'd done a pull-up. High school seemed to be the only time she could remember. The fire burning through her arms and down her stomach from the power needed but not quite there was unbelievable. She finally got some momentum and started to pull herself up, slowly but surely, so long as her arms didn't give out, coupled with her grip, of course. She looked one last time, seeing the woman who'd just been taken was pushing in through the broken glass, and it made her look even more scary as the razor-edged shards of glass started peeling the skin on her cheeks and neck back. The skin began to tear, and when Marcia didn't think this could look any worse, she changed her mind. There was only anger and want in their eyes, a want with only one goal: to feed. Even as the skin tore from her face, she never faltered in wanting to get through the door or to take her eyes off of Marcia, her meal. The horrible things happening to her face didn't change her expression, since the woman felt no pain. Any question about getting out of this room any other way besides that window was now answered. The female zombie wasn't going to make it through, and the zombie behind her pulled her back, or tried to, as the skin was still in the glass. When he couldn't get her out of his way, he decided she'd work just fine as a ladder. He put a hand on her shoulder, squeezing tightly, and pulled himself up until he was atop her back. He used a knee to crawl across, and Marcia was horrified, watching the glass pierce her skin and leave a pool of fresh blood at the bottom of her now broken door. Marcia jumped, holding on to the ledge of the window. She felt like every muscle in her body was on fire and screaming at the same time. She thought if doing a pull-up meant it would save her, and if she didn't, meant that she very well might be dying right now and here. The screams coming from behind her motivated her to pull with everything she could, and when she felt a hand on her leg, an adrenaline rush like no other she had ever felt before rushed through her entire body. She snapped her leg back towards where she could only guess and hope its face would be. A crunching noise came from beneath her heel, and there was no shortage of happy endorphins racing and rushing through her body. Marcia pulled, ignoring the strain until she was half in and half out. As she pushed up, she kicked the chair back and felt satisfaction in knowing it was not going to be used as a stepping stool to follow her. Marcia looked at the ground below. She hadn't realized or thought of the fact that the very high hole she had just climbed through to her freedom now seemed to be a very large fall, and she was going to have the added benefit of being face first as she fell to the ground. She heard a nail gun firing off like it was on full auto. She scanned the grounds, temporarily forgetting about her future fall. She saw Javier and Mario standing with their backs up against a work truck. Javier had a nail gun plugged into an air hose that she could only assume was attached to the compressor tank in the back of the pickup truck. He looked wild-eyed as he was taking the gun left, then right. He didn't seem to know what to do, which didn't surprise her, because how could he? Javier saw Marcia and smiled for a second. The thought that there was another human alive right now besides himself and Mario seemed to do a lot of good for his heart. He motioned for her to come over. He watched her wiggle left and right, sliding out until she was past her hips and the point of no return. She did a sign of the cross as she slid fully out, and her downward momentum took her to the ground, solving every question she'd been dreading the last few minutes. Yes, it hurt to fall down. No, she was not Catwoman. And yes, when you fall out of a window and put your hands out to catch yourself, that yes, you would break the shit out of your wrist. And yes, it was going to hurt, and no, I hadn't planned on the wrist breaking and snapping through the skin. Marcia crumpled on the ground. She took her wrist in her good hand and cradled it. She knew she couldn't sit here for long without it wasting invaluable seconds, the amount of time which she didn't have to spend. She let her broken wrist fall down and screamed. Javier was screaming and pointing to her to get over to them. She nodded, scrambling up and glad she'd put the shoes on her feet now. Marcia staggered to them, unable to run from the pain. Javier held up the gun, never stopping firing. All of the people racing towards her, and the two of them, were construction crewmen she'd seen a million times before, who waved to her as she did them each time she came to work in the morning. Typical days for them started at 6, when they had new projects to see to, and she couldn't make it until 7:30 usually, because she waited for her son and daughter to get onto the Ankeny school bus. Today had been a rarity, but she'd let them leave to walk up the street before. And today, if it hadn't been the end of the world, would have been no different than any other day before it. Mario's hands were white-knuckled, or would be, had they not been so deeply tanned. His face was glistening, with the sun almost twinkling off his skin. He had a 3-foot bar, swinging it at those racing towards him. When they got close enough, he tried to double-tap them with the bar. When there was a gap, Marcia made a run for it, cradling her arm. When she was within a few feet, she skidded to a stop, falling to her knees. Marcia wanted to scream that they needed to watch out. Mario saw the look on her face and paused for a second. Javier saw her also and looked around, everywhere but behind the two of them. Marcia watched in terror as one of the dead stood over the two men. The clouds moved just enough to expose the sun. A long shadow stretched across the ground in front of them. Mario, who was trying his absolute best to keep up his end of the slaying, saw the stretched shadow. He turned around just in time to see a 300-pound man swan diving towards the three of them. Mario tried to raise his weapon in time, but it wasn't enough, and it was too late. The behemoth man knocked him backward and off balance. The pipe ended up being a crippling weapon towards himself. It crushed his chest and ribs, and his screams filled the lot. Javier put the gun up next to the back of its head. When it came up a second later, Javier was waiting, and when his head touched the rear of the gun, he fired off 2 shots in succession. Javier yelled, "Mario! Mario! Are you all right? Are you okay?" The man collapsed on top of Mario, who was fighting to get up. Javier wanted to push the man off, but there was no time to do so. Javier kept shooting the gun, wanting Marcia to get over to him. Mario screamed in agony. There would be no relief outside of his temporary death for the doomed man. Marcia got up next to Mario and realized she wouldn't be moving the behemoth of a man without some assistance, especially with her wrist. Javier thrust the gun into her hands. She tried to hold it with both hands and screamed when her muscles moved in her broken hand. Javier wasted no time pushing the man off of Mario, but realized he'd committed too soon to his idea, and when she couldn't hold the gun up for more than a shot or two, he knew it was going to shit quickly. Javier pushed the man off of Mario. The problem with the giant man covering him was that he'd not seen the changes Mario had been experiencing. Javier was concerned when he saw his friend's face torn down the side. He put a handkerchief up next to it and tried to put pressure on the wound. The wound was no longer of any importance, but Javier didn't realize that until it was too late. He tried to jump back, but Mario brought both hands up onto Javier's flannel shirt and gripped it tight. He tried to pull back, but Mario wasn't a small man and had a tight-as-hell grip on him. Javier yelled, "Marcia, shoot him! Shoot the son of a bitch! I was trying to help you, you bastard!" Marcia aimed the gun, but there wasn't anywhere to aim it. He had an impossible situation ahead of him. Marcia was freaking out, trying to shoot everything coming at them. She couldn't hold the gun up for more than a second or two before having to lower it, and the dead were finding the noise to be quite attractive, especially when they saw the two warm meals in front of them. Javier had his hands on Mario's shoulders, trying to keep his mouth away from his body. Marcia screamed, "What the hell do you want me to do? Shoot you? You are in the way! I thought that there was room. I thought you had room to shoot. There are dead coming from everywhere. I don't know what to do." "I don't know either," Marcia screamed. Javier was trying to think about what he could tell her to do. There wasn't anything she could do, and continue to try and shoot those that were coming their way. He knew he should tell her to make a run for it, but didn't want to because he knew that he would die, at least die temporarily. Javier said, "Shoot me! Get in the truck! Lock the door and get out of here!" Marcia looked at the nail gun in her hand. There were a lot of the dead coming. She hovered the gun over the back of Javier's head, and for the life of her, she couldn't make herself do anything to pull the trigger. Marcia put the gun on full auto, got down on a knee, steadying the gun for a second on her knee, and let it unleash on full auto. She ran the nail gun until it went empty. The dead, running for her, crashed to the ground, all of the nails buried into their kneecaps and thighs. Marcia felt a second of relief before she realized the dead weren't dead, but at least immobile at the moment. They began to army crawl, unable to use their legs for much else than something to drag behind them. She looked at the tools falling out of Javier's belt and dropped the nail gun in place of a screwdriver. Mario was still fighting to eat Javier. She scrambled over to the two men, and with her good hand brought up a flat-tip screwdriver. She lunged it into his skull as hard as she could, and this time did not miss the eyeball, which she'd so horribly missed earlier. The screwdriver buried itself into his eye and didn't stop until her fist hit his cheekbone. Mario fell back down onto the ground, no longer moving, or fighting, or attempting to eat Javier's face. She let go, and her hand was shaking, the throbbing in her wrist going unnoticed because of the adrenaline racing through her body. Javier put a hand on her shoulder, and she jumped a foot. He broke the tunnel vision she'd been stuck in, unable to break her sight focused on Mario and the stream of blood coming from his purple face. She brought up the nail gun that was next to her, pointing it at him, until she realized that it was still empty, and he was still human. "Thank you, Marcia, for not shooting me in the head. I couldn't think of anything else. What's our plan now?" "We get the hell out of here," she barked as she got up to her feet. The pain in her wrist came back as the high dissipated from her adrenaline. She felt a feeling all at once, and everything from her coffee to her egg whites at home to Mary's surprise bagels all came up at once. It wasn't as thin of a puke as she would have wanted it to be, but what do you do? When God gives you lemons, you make lemonade. She covered the side of the white truck with it. Javier started to dry heave as he wasn't able to stand the sight in front of him. Marcia put a hand up onto the top of the truck bed, wiping at her mouth and trying not to hear the horrible sounds coming from Javier. She looked down to see bloody hands clutching at her legs. Marcia jumped, kicking at them. Javier did the same, but he was a moment too late. The hands got both of his ankles by the jeans pant cuff and pulled him backward and off balance. His arms waved in the air as he did everything in his power to not fall backward. Everything he did in vain, and he screamed as he watched the clouds overhead come into his vision. The peaceful blue skies were quickly infiltrated by open, bloody mouths blocking the beauty of the sky overhead. Javier screamed as they focused on his cheeks, his nose, and his chin, each of them biting for a meal. They pulled and ground their teeth until the skin broke and tore away, leaving him looking like a rotting corpse. Javier did what he could to try and fight them off, but it was too little, too late, and his fate was sealed. Marcia screamed as she watched him fall down to the ground, his face and abdomen becoming a feeding ground for the newly purplish dead. The two locked eyes for a second, and his dark brown eyes were full of a fear that she hoped she would never have to feel for herself. Marcia backed up, keeping herself away from those who were not already feeding on Javier and were trying to go after Marcia. She knew there wasn't anything left for her here, not today, and from the current state and looks of things, it could be a forever thing. Retiring just shy of your 45th birthday wasn't too damn shabby, she thought. They, of course, were missing a few $1 million in retirement money, which would probably be a deal-breaker to really stay retired. After Javier screamed one more time, she snapped to and got the door to the truck open. She put her feet up just as fast as she could. All of the crippled zombies were much less of a threat. All but Javier. Marcia got a very clear lesson. If Javier ever had known her, been a kind, waving worker passing by when she entered the lot each morning as they headed out, all of that Javier was now dead. Very dead. Marcia screamed when Javier came up to the window. She looked at his face. The blood vessels were as if they'd all exploded. His normally tan skin had gone pale and turned purple. Javier stared at her, slamming his hands onto the window, his eyes insane with rage. She watched him for a second, unsure if moving was the right move, or if he'd leave if she stayed still. After less than a few seconds, her answer became transparently clear. Javier's bloody hands streaked down the window as he brought them down. He stared at the glass, not looking like he understood what it was, what it did. He looked calm for only a moment. Marcia watched him while she was feeling the steering column for the keys, for her way out of here. There was nothing there. No jingle. No keys. She felt a lone tear start to make its way down her cheek, leaving a clean streak from the dust stuck to her face. Javier backed up a foot, ignoring the fact that he had two perfectly good fists with which he could use to smash the window or open the door. He brought his face in at a bone-crushing speed, smashing his nose and forehead onto the driver's side window. His purple nose exploded down the middle, splitting the skin open and shooting blood all over the window. Marcia jumped, wiping at her face, and knew this wasn't the time that she needed to or was able to lose her shit. She looked frantically for a set of keys in the truck. When she didn't see anything anywhere, she decided it was time to either get out of the pickup or figure something else out. Javier sped that process up when his third hit onto the glass splintered it. Marcia, who knew time was of the essence, and now had a fire large enough to take a forest out, burning under her ass, she searched the floor, and just as she was close to the verge of giving up, hit her head on the steering wheel, praying for some idea to magically come from nowhere. A thud struck her in the back of the head, and it hurt. She felt behind her head. The riveted feel of a key's familiarity told her God was going to try and get her through this day. Marcia sat up, looking at the key. She tried everything that looked like a pickup key, and when she finally found the right one, she was already starting to push the gas pedal. The giant V8 came to life, and she shifted the Silverado extended cab into gear. On his final strike before the truck moved, Javier finally broke through the truck's glass. Javier lunged inside of the truck, pulling her blouse and slamming Marcia's head against the side of the truck cab. She could feel the blood starting to come down the side of her face. She slapped at his hands, but wasn't getting anywhere fast. He eventually pulled so hard that he got the blouse and tore it away, leaving her feeling embarrassed and awkward in only a bra. It was not thick enough to calm her nerves about that being her only clothing waist up. She looked around as she drove away. Javier was still in pursuit behind her. She raced out of the parking lot, punching the gas harder. A Prius with a man who could not have looked more terrified crossed in front of her path. The small plastic car was not much of a match for the Chevy. She didn't have time to react and rode right through, catching the rear of the small car. She'd been going 40 miles an hour and was not used to the V8 power of a big block truck. The rear of the car spun immediately, doing a 180 and slamming it right into the light pole. The pole was made to move if struck, and it performed as it should when the car smashed into it. The glass in the car shattered, and the airbag deployed. Marcia stopped to see if he was all right, but any questions of helping the man were set to rest when Javier flew like zombie Superman through the broken Prius window, and the man who was trapped between the airbag and seatbelt had nowhere left to go. Javier got the meal he'd wanted and made the carnivorous, blood-hungry feeling dissipate, if only for a second. Marcia looked around the empty streets, thinking if that car had been a second later, it would just be rolling down the street, and he'd still be alive and terrified for his life. She fumbled with her phone, swiping and doing her entry code. M for Marcia, something no one would ever figure out, she thought. She frantically started to try and call Brent, with no luck. She was trying to think, but her head was going 1,000,000 miles a minute. There was no answer, and she wished her kids were just a few years older, because they'd discussed that they were too young to need phones, and because of that, had no way to reach them. She knew they would have walked up the street, and that she'd be able to get a message from Emily, who worked from home 99% of the time. She hit Emily's face on her contacts and waited. Chapter 7. Emily did the only thing which was an option at the moment to regain their visibility. She rolled the window down and stuck her head out. She screamed back to Mackenzie, but it was too little too late. Mackenzie caught no more of a shadow than an actual visual of it. The giant woman from earlier was standing right in their way. They'd felt taking a redneck tweaker-looking woman who was thin enough you could see through her out was easy enough. When their only way out was blocked by an ever-growing number of zombies, running straight through them seemed to be less than intriguing as an option. Emily peered around, thinking how every path there sucked a lot. Emily said, "I don't know what we are going to do. You aren't ever going to make it through that mess. I don't think there's much of a choice here. I mean, what are you thinking?" Emily hid her seatbelt and turned around in her seat, looking around the dead-end cul-de-sac behind her. The mob of the dead was walking forward and not taking their time about it. The narrow street was impassable, and the two women weren't going to make it through. The mob was walking forward and getting closer and closer as the seconds ticked away. The only option for the two of them was to back up, Right before they touched the hood of her car, Emily said, "Reverse! Reverse! Do it now! They are going to trap us. We aren't going to be able to go anywhere. We won't be any better off if we do. What the hell are we going to do? I'm freaking out. We're going to get... Fucking put it in reverse now, please." Mackenzie did, then accelerated backward as quickly as she could. While she was driving, Emily was looking diligently at the houses behind them. In Ankeny, anything short of a one-car garage was considered next to nothing. In this neighborhood, very few of them had a single garage, and many had nothing at all. Emily saw all the doors shut and knew there'd be no chance of parking anywhere, and if they did park, there wouldn't be anything which they could do with the space. Emily got an idea, one that she wasn't sure she'd considered bright until after she saw what the outcome of the decision was. The mob of the dead didn't wait to start sprinting after them. Some of them, luckily for the women, were tripping over each other and falling to the ground. Emily pointed, and Mackenzie said, "I can't see what you are looking at. What is your idea?" "I don't know if it is really an idea, but it is our only chance to keep going. See that carport at the green, shitty house? There's no cars in the port. I want you to roll straight through there. And then we figure something else out. You realize we are going to be inside of a backyard after that, right? How much better off are we going to be? Mackenzie, the dead are coming. There's nothing we can do going forward, but we can go backwards. You know what they say about lemons, right? Lemons? Lemons? We are getting chased by a bajillion effing zombies and you are comparing it to making lemonade? Lemonade rocks! Fine, then think of that carport as one big old glass of lemonade. Uh-huh, sure. One big old glass of... She watched her mirrors and the camera reverse system. Right as she hit the driveway, she hit a slant that basically turned the small Toyota SUV into the first flying car. It was momentary, but the sensation made both women's stomachs go up into their throats. Mackenzie screamed as she closed her eyes, waiting for it to come down to the ground. The springs compressed in the rear end, and when they had nowhere left to go, it hit metal on metal, and sparks exploded out from under the rear bumper. When the front wheels touched down and they rolled past the end of the carport and were in the backyard, Mackenzie unintentionally spun the wheel, and the truck whipped around, grinding to a stop in the person's backyard. Both girls whipped to the left. This only did a bad thing for Mackenzie, who struck her head on the glass. Emily just let out a string of curse words. Even though she hadn't been hurt, she easily was louder than the polite curse words Mackenzie was trying to spit out. Mackenzie looked in the rearview mirror, trying to see if she was going to need stitches, or if it was just a light wound. She knew the head was a bleeder spot, and that most times it looked much worse than it actually was. Mackenzie saw a gash along the side of her head, but it looked superficial and wasn't going to be a long-term issue. Emily, who was a photographer and not a nurse, screamed very loudly, "Holy shit, are you okay? Mackenzie, blink once for yes and twice for..." "I can still talk, Emily. I'm fine, all things considered." "You sure?" Mackenzie looked in the rear view again, but this time it wasn't about if she was okay, but it was to see if they were still being chased by the dead or not. "Besides those few hundred dead people racing toward us, yeah, I'm peachy. Question for you, though. Now that we are in the backyard, what are we going to do? I mean, you had the plan, but now what? Those things are still coming." Emily wasn't trying to stay cool at this point. The shit was hitting the fan at a rate of speed she could not and did not want to deal with. She looked in the rearview mirror, seeing the mob and not loving the idea of it. The white boards holding up the garage seemed to scream at her all at once. Emily tried to say it rationally, but all she said was, "Wood! Hit the fucking wood, now!" Mackenzie stared at her for a moment, smiling uneasily, before Emily said, "Sorry, the carport, on the left side of it. hit that and the thing should fall down. Just back into it. So then we are trapped in the backyard. Is that the long plan? Emily looked around, spotting a large hole in a row of unkempt bushes. She pointed and said, "We can go out that way. Hopefully it leads to somewhere." Mackenzie was going to say something, but there weren't many options, and she knew Emily was doing her best with the shit hand dealt to the two of them. She put it in reverse and hit the gas, and the two propelled themselves backward at the perfect time. The dead were just making it to the beginning of the driveway, and within seconds, they'd be surrounded and out of luck. The SUV collided with the cheap beam holding it up and drove straight through. Emily watched out the back window as the board flew backwards. Emily put a hand on Mackenzie to stop the car before the structure fell down. She put it back in drive and flew forwards as the crappy old garage actually responded exactly how the two women had wanted it to. The front half stayed up while the back half dropped to the cement, creating a redneck makeshift wall. The two women looked at it for a moment, waiting to see if the front half would eventually give way. All they could hear seemed to be a lot of screaming. Mackenzie whispered, "Holy shit, I can't believe that worked. No offense, of course." "Are you kidding me? I pulled that idea right out of my ass. I'm not complaining, though. That was awesome. Let's go check that hole out, though." Mackenzie drove slowly through the backyard. If ever there was an accurate place to have a scary movie, this neighborhood and this home fit a lot of the items that needed to be checked off the list. There were engines hanging from the trees, car parts scattered in the corners of the yard, projects that had been started and either couldn't be funded to finish or didn't have the expertise to finish what they wanted to do. When they got up to the bushes, the two creeped through, unsure if they were going into another part of these people's backyard or if they were going into their neighbors, and would be shot for doing so. Given the current conditions of everything, neither woman would really blame someone for shooting first and asking questions second. The two women pulled the SUV slowly through the bushes, unsure of what to expect, unsure if a wrong move at this point would be the undoing of both of them. When the two of them made it through the bushes, it instantaneously put a smile upon their faces. They did a small victory dance in their seats, though sadly there was no music playing for them as an anthem. Emily said, "I can't fucking believe we just got this lucky." Mackenzie said, "What do you mean, lucky? We have had nothing but a crap show this entire ride. I feel like we had enough good karma built up for us to be able to say that we definitely deserve something good to happen." What the two were both so excited about was something that Ankeny had very few of. It was a gravel road. There was an alley running up and down the middle of blocks. In Des Moines, a good portion of the older homes still placed their garbage cans outside, but it was in the alleys and not on the front of the streets. It kept congestion down in the streets. Mackenzie looked to Emily, trying to decide if left or right was better. Neither woman had the correct answer, of course, because neither of them had either been in this neighborhood or had ever had to be on a gravel alleyway in the middle of the ghetto of Des Moines. Mackenzie looked left, then right, unsure of which way would be the safest to go. Neither woman knew which way would lead them to death and which way would give them a chance at surviving for a few more minutes. Emily said, "I don't have a clue which way we should go, so just pick one and I won't hold it against you." Mackenzie, not one to have to make decisions of that magnitude, decided to let fate or luck be the person to choose which way they went. Mackenzie grabbed a quarter out of the change collection and flipped it up in the air, grabbing it and covering it with her hand. She said, "If we see Georgie, we're going to take a right, and if we see Tails, we're going left." Mackenzie slowly pulled her hand away, uncovering George Washington staring back at her. The two women pulled out slowly, taking a right and navigating the alleyway carefully to make sure they didn't hit any of the trash cans. She could only assume the garbage truck had already come, and all of the cans lying sideways in the alleyway did nothing to make getting through any easier. Emily, for the first time in quite a long time, realized that her phone was going insane in her pocket. She pulled it out, taking a look and seeing she had at least a few dozen missed calls. She started scrolling through, seeing that most of the parents on the block had tried to get in contact with her. Her dad in Colorado, as well as her mom, who was also in Ankeny, on the outskirts of the town, had all tried calling her as well. Mackenzie looked over, realizing how dumb it was to ask the question, but out of kindness couldn't help herself, and asked, "Is everything okay?" Emily laughed aloud. She didn't know how to answer that. She knew Mackenzie was only being kind, because that is all she ever was. Emily retorted with, "I don't know if I could say yes to that right now, but the two of us are together. We are safe for the moment, and there's no zombies in the car. I just noticed I had 1,000,000 missed phone calls, and it seems like it's most of the kids who sat up at the top of the cul-de-sac and waited for the bus to come with Lillian." Mackenzie asked, "Oh God, are all the kids with Mike? I thought he had the flu. Michael said he didn't look the best the other day." Emily replied, "Yeah, he is still looking a little rough. A few more days without a zombie apocalypse probably wouldn't have hurt a thing. He could still use a good amount of sleep before he is back at his normal 100 grumpy%. Mackenzie tried not to laugh, but much like her own husband, she knew those men who had hit the 30-year-old mark and up were prone to bouts of bad attitudes at times. Mackenzie said, "Do you need to call and let them know that we are together?" "No, I think he's got enough going on that he doesn't need anything else to worry about. He said he had all of the kids in the neighborhood there, and that he was doing his best to keep everybody from losing their minds. I just hope Tony ends up getting back to the house, and that Mike's parents can either get down to their lake or come to our house so I don't have to worry about them. I know his dad has a small arsenal, but he's still getting old and can only do so much. I see that Marcia from down the street is called probably more than anybody, and is more than likely dying to know what happened to her kids. I'm going to give her a call first and work my way down the line while you drive, if that is okay." Mackenzie nodded and asked one very important question. "Do you have any idea which direction we need to go so we can get home? I've never been on any of these streets, and my GPS on the truck doesn't seem like it is working all that well. More than likely, the city maps don't include these half-ass alleyways when telling us how to get places." Emily looked around, and if it had not been for the 3 weather radar towers that were always blinking in Ankeny, she wouldn't have had a clue on which direction to point Mackenzie to drive towards. Emily pointed and said, "I think we need to go that way. That should be north. If it isn't, then I honestly don't know what to tell you other than we are going to have to just drive around a little bit. Preferably, if we do that, maybe we could do it away from everybody else." Mackenzie looked both ways as she drove down the alleyway, trying to take her mind off the horrible scenarios racing through her head. She looked into the open driveways that led to many more carports as she drove slowly. She thought it best to not speed down a road that could randomly have a car coming out and trying to flee the area, which would more than likely ruin her mostly plastic SUV. The only thing that kept her going was the thought of getting home and seeing her daughter and Michael and Milo. Emily scrolled through her contacts list, tapping on Marcia Carr's face, and waited as it rang. She wished that when she answered she could tell her everything was okay, but that wasn't the case, and it wasn't what she was going to be able to do. She waited a moment until the phone finally picked up. Marcia, who was usually pretty easygoing and laid back, answered the phone frantically, yelling, "Emily! Emily! Is everything okay? Do you have Rylan and Haley? Are they okay? Did anything happen to them? I don't understand what the hell is going on, but it's fucking freaking me out. Do you have any idea if they are okay? Do you see them? Were you home? I just want some answers or I'm going to lose my goddamn mind." Emily wasn't sure how to respond. There was really no good response she could give the mom from down the street, who, much like herself, loved her own kids more than anyone else on earth. Emily said, "I honestly don't know what is going on. I was in the car on my way down to the hospital." Marcia snapped in on the conversation and said, "Oh my God. Wait, you weren't there this morning? Nobody was watching the kids during all this? Nobody knows what is happening? Emily said, "Relax. I don't really know what's going on, but I do know Mike was home. He is sicker than shit, but I know he did his best to get every kid on that bus safely into our house and hunkered into the living room. Lily and Jake are helping watch all the little ones, with Madison and Nora making sure everybody stays as calm and cool as possible." Marcia let out a breath filled to the brim with stress and worry. She said, "So we think that Rylan and Haley are both inside of your house in the living room?" Emily was nodding until she realized that nobody but Mackenzie, who didn't really understand what was happening because she didn't have it on speaker, could see her. Emily decided saying it aloud would be more useful. She said, "Yeah, I think they are in the house. The last time I talked to Mike, he had boarded up all of the windows, put the garage door down, and deadbolted the doors. He said the dogs were going nuts, so at least he has some sort of idea where the dead are walking around back there. We were hoping that his parents would come over, but we haven't heard from either of them, and he wanted to go pick them up, but knew he couldn't leave the kids by themselves." Marcia said, "Oh, thank God. I wasn't sure what was happening, or if maybe Amber was home with the baby and got them. There have been so many fucking horrible scenarios running through my head. I quite honestly don't know how to feel about it. I tried calling Brent, but he must be in the field. He has shitty service when he is out there. I just pray he is okay, and that everyone is. There are so many phone calls I feel like I need to make right now, but I just don't have the time or the energy to do it. I stole a truck from my work and I am headed back to town. I am hoping that I'll be there without many issues very soon. Again, I can't thank Mike enough for taking care of my babies." Emily said, "Don't worry about it. There is no reason to thank us for something everybody should just do." "So, is it okay to just go to the house? I mean, he's home, but you said everything was boarded up. Are we going to be able to get into the house to get the kids?" Well, in the back of my head, I like to think a nice, rested, rational Mike has already thought out all of these scenarios, like people needing to either get in or out of the house. Unfortunately, he's not a well-rested, rational Mike at the moment. He is a dad in charge of a dozen or so kids, and trying to keep them safe while also trying to fortify the home's main level all at the same time. I'm sorry. Is that a yes or a no? It's a solid yes, but I just can't tell you what, if anything, is going to happen once you get there. I'd say lay on the horn, but we know with all the dead in the streets that it might not be the brightest idea. Well, if he isn't ready for me when I get there, then maybe I will just go home and wait for you to get there. Sounds good. I'll try calling Mike now to see what is going on. He honestly is trying to get stuff ready for us to get out of there, I think. You guys aren't staying? We really aren't too sure what we are doing. We are either staying here or, depending on traffic and supplies, we might go to his dad and mom's house at the lake. I don't know, but we can let you know. I'm not sure what options we have. We don't have anywhere to go besides here. Noah and Abigail have the cabin, but it isn't nearly enough room for any of us to be able to stay there. Has anyone spoken to Nick or Tricia yet? I don't know. I got out of my office trying my best to not get eaten and stole a truck. I didn't have time to get my car keys. After I gave up trying to reach Brent, you were my next call. Nobody is going to care after today if you took the keys or a truck or anything, I'm sure. Thank you, Emily. If you hear anything I need to know from Mike, I'd sure appreciate you letting me know. Of course. Now pay attention to the road. We don't need any more crashes today. Are you all right? We can talk about it later, I promise. It isn't really important at the moment, Emily said as she looked around the alleyways they were passing, surprised so much could not be on a Google Earth map app. Okay, well, you drive safe as well. Emily hit the end button on her phone. When they were to the end of the alley, they looked at the street signs. There weren't any where they should have been, at least not upright. The pole was snapped off halfway in the middle. The sign they needed was half buried into the ground. They looked around, but upon investigation could no longer see the towers that they'd been going in the direction of. The alleyway had been zigzagging for so long, neither of them knew which way was correct. The only direction either woman knew was up versus down. Mackenzie was mouthing, "What the F?" when looking around, and Emily realized she probably needed to be helping with navigation. Emily climbed into the back seat without saying anything and got up and out of the sunroof. Mackenzie felt like she needed to move or she was going to go crazy. She thought moving was good and standing still was death. Emily, for some reason, thought that the information was going to be easier to obtain up on top of the car. However, her being a whopping 5'5" wasn't quite enough to add the necessary height needed for her to really be of any assistance. Emily realized that she could not keep her balance standing straight up on top of the SUV. She knelt down just a little and motioned to Mackenzie to slowly inch the vehicle forward so she could try and see a little bit better when they had less obstructions in her line of sight. Emily was so busy looking to the left, thinking that was the direction in her gut they needed to go, that she never looked right to see what was about to come her way. Chapter 8. Mike tried to race down the stairs, but it did little good to make it a fast process. His legs were still like jelly, and as bad as his day had been, it was not going to change now. Everything that could be awkward or weird was, and to top that off, it was like Murphy's Law was kicking in at the exact same time. When he got to the end of the steps, he looked around, trying to figure out what the screaming was, and if one of the wood barriers he had made to keep people out was broken. The scream of Lillian came through to his ears and sounded clear as a bell over everyone else. He raced around the corner to see her holding up one of the couch's pillows and keeping one of the children at bay. It took Mike a moment to notice that the child had a purple hue to it. He realized he was going to have to make some hard decisions today. How was he supposed to deal with a zombie who was one of his friend's kids? The idea of killing one of these things didn't necessarily make him sad, but the idea that he'd have to tell a parent what he had done did little for his self-esteem and overall mental wellness, which was going to match his physical status very soon. When Mike did a quick check around the living room, he did notice one positive thing. It was temporary positive, but he realized he didn't know this kid at all, because all the faces of little Jake, middle Jake, Nora, Sydney, Alana, Madeline or Madison, Josh, and a few other kids were all basically glued to the wall. Mike realized that he didn't know the child, but he would still more than likely have to answer for this at a later time, possibly when he was no longer on Earth, given there was a heaven to answer to, and a higher power. Lillian was still screaming bloody murder, which she absolutely deserved to do. The child that was on top of her easily had at least 40 pounds on Lillian, who was no small child herself, but all of Lily's weight was attributed to muscle, and her status as one of the tallest fifth graders. She was doing an excellent job of keeping the zombie from gnawing on her face. Mike didn't want the pillow, but he did want and needed to get this thing off of his daughter. He looked around the living room, not wanting to put a bullet through the child's head in front of all of these kids. When he realized options were limited, he decided grabbing one of the blankets the dogs typically thought were their own was the only way to not do anything that would make him out to look like a monster at a later date and time. The dogs were both going nuts barking at the girl who was atop of Lily and were actually more of a nuisance for Mike, being in the way, than they were in helping or deterring the zombie from trying to eat Lily. For some reason, they didn't seem to have any interest in Lillian, so they were free to bark and be a pest and jump around freaking out. Neither of them, of course, knowing what to do or why this human was being such an asshole to their favorite little girl in the world. Mike knew he could kick it to the side, but then Lily lost all of the advantage she had on the monster. The girl was solid muscle, compared to many 11-year-olds, but her small arms were still only so capable of so much. Mike wasn't sure what to do, but he had a sickening feeling that if he waited too long, her small arms were going to give out, and something from his worst nightmares would come true very quickly. Mike forgot the idea about the blanket, as it wasn't going to do any good. He gave a once-over again on the room, looking at the kitchen first, seeing the wood bench that had been a piece of shit ever since they had purchased it. The long screws that were supposed to hold it together religiously came out, and he always would tell Emily he would fix it one day. In the back of his mind, he knew eventually she hopefully would want a new table and could take care of it from there. Mike ran to the bench, flipping it over, and kicked the leg that wobbled the most. The cheap wood did exactly as he had hoped, and the solid leg came off. The leg itself was about 2 foot long and as thick as your fist. He took a baseball swing stance on it, running over to the dead atop Lily. Mike swung the leg as hard as his arms would allow him, striking it in the temple, making it fly off and crash to the side of the kitchen. Mike looked over to Lily to make sure that she was okay, feeling a sigh of relief that there was no blood anywhere, no bite marks, no hair missing, no clothes ripped, not even a scratch. The idea of having to tell his wife that their baby had either been eaten by or turned into, or, in very strong circumstances, both, a zombie, did little to put him at ease. Mike screamed to Lily, "Roll over, baby! Get out of there, now!" Lily wasted no time whatsoever rolling out of the way. She got as far away from the dead as she could, and then scurried to the other end of the room to join the other children who were still watching in awe. Alana and Madison took a good grip of Lily, squeezing her, trying to reassure her and show her that she was definitely cared and loved for by not just her family, but her friends. Mike held the leg in his hands, watching and waiting for the dead to, excuse the pun, rise again. It jumped up as if he had done nothing to it. It had not slowed it down in any way at all. Mike knew that the headshot needed to be much stronger than what he had presented the first time. As he looked around again, he realized that now no one was in the way. The dogs were still going insane, but they were also only a foot, or 2, if you looked at Harley, off the ground, and so long as she did not jump, she would stay out of the line of fire. Mike pulled his pistol, not hesitating for a moment, as it began to run, and he screamed to the children, "I want all of you to shut your eyes!" All of the children listened, but each of them seemed to be terrified at the idea that they had to have their eyes shut when the dead was running in their direction. Mike saw the death in its eyes, and it screamed and growled again as it raced towards him. The child, who didn't look like it had done a lot of running in its life, was moving at a speed Mike had not anticipated. He shot the first round, missing and burying it into the wood cabinets in the kitchen. Regardless of what was happening, he couldn't help but cringe thinking about having to tell Emily what had happened to the cabinets. The previous winter, they had spent a good month going up and down the stairs, making more coats of paint on the cabinets, only to go back down a few hours later to flip them and do it again. He'd borrowed every sawhorse that a few of his buddies had. It had been a shitty project for them, but it had helped to paint them in white to try and modernize the home a little bit. Mike blinked his eyes, trying to make sure that he had good vision this time. When he tried to focus his eyes, he realized he very much didn't have great vision at the moment. The run down the steps and running around the kitchen had all but left him temporarily spent. At least, he hoped it was temporary. Mike had not been on his feet this much, all combined, over the last few days, let alone having to use this much physical strength and stamina. His one purple zombie had transformed into 3 hungry and angry ones, running straight towards him. Mike decided that the middle one was his best shot, as all 3 of the zombies were running in a straight line towards him. Mike didn't waste any more time squeezing off a second round. The 3 zombies all stopped a millisecond after he fired the pistol. It might have only been a 9mm, but it entered her head, and that was where the round would stay. The force struck the rear of her skull so hard that she snapped her head backward and stumbled back into the kitchen. Both dogs immediately raced up to her surroundings and barked like the lions they thought they were. The shot echoed through the house, joining the shots of Jake's little .22 coming from upstairs. Mike whispered to the dogs, "Lot of fucking help you two were. You need to be good dogs today. Now get away from that before you turn crazy too." The dogs had no clue, but Harley was at least intelligent enough to see that Mike in no way looked pleased with either of them. She dropped down a few inches and tried to crawl out of the kitchen as if she disappeared and he wouldn't see her. Rusty just wiggled his butt, and when Lily yelled, "Out!" he came running towards her and out of the kitchen. Mike looked back, making sure it did not move. He decided, as when he'd seen in almost every movie, that when it comes down to trying to survive, that it isn't the time to get stingy with your bullets. He fired off one round additionally into the side of its head. Jacob came racing down the stairs, .22 in hand, looking around, ready to assist. He asked, "Is everything okay here, Dad?" Mike replied, "I guess that would depend on what you call okay, Jake." Jacob, not shy or unable to keep up with his father's sarcasm, being a fellow Evans, said, "Touché. I heard multiple shots. I kind of thought you knew how to use that thing." "Jacob, there's probably better days for you to be a smartass than today. How is it looking out the window? What kind of numbers are we looking at in the street?" "I'm not really trying to keep count, Dad. All I really care about is that they stay away from the house. Most of them seem like they have a destination in mind, but I have no clue what that would be." "Okay. I want you to get back upstairs, but first I need you to do me a favor." Jacob had been reminded regularly by his dad that Mike had been treated like a man since he was 13 years old by his grandpa Denny. Jake knew that this more than likely meant that his dad was going to ask him to do a very crappy job, one that would most likely be heavy, too. Jake cut him off before he could ask the favor and said, "I'm not touching a dead body. You are insane. We don't know anything about this stuff. Crap, we are lucky that shooting them in the head even worked. That's just a movie or your book or a TV show. We have no idea what is going on or if we could be infected. Maybe we're all zombies and we don't know it yet, and we're just waiting to die and then we're all going to be undead." Sydney, from next door, looked like she was going to visibly start crying, and it was going to be one for the record books. Mike looked at Jake, who immediately realized he probably should have been quiet. Her shoulders started to buckle, and that was basically like the puke effect. Now every child looked like they were going to start crying and join in with Sydney. It took Jake less than a second to realize that he'd rather not be around all the crying children. Jake mumbled, "So, do you want me to get the hands or the feet?" Mike walked forward, seeing the back of its head and wanting to try and keep Jake from having to see as much as possible. He took the hands, lifting up and realizing he was absolutely in no condition to deal with any of this shit at the moment. The two stumbled up the stairs, more dragging the corpse up the steps and leaving a trail of blood as they did. Her head was bouncing hard as they climbed. When they made it up, Mike said, "Let's toss it out your..." Jake said, "I just carried the stupid body up with you. There was no way we are taking it into my room. Let's take it to your room and you can get blood on your carpet. I don't want any of this zombie blood on my carpet. Anything I can do to not turn into one of those things sounds like a good idea. Although I do realize if you become a zombie instead of just a dad who looks like he's 3 sheets to the wind sick, has the flu and the craps, and looks like he's dying," Mike finally yelled out, "Enough, Jake. God damn. Okay, fine. I get it. You don't want to be a zombie, and it's obvious that all of us do. Take the damn thing through my room, but just remember, I have bigger windows and we're going to have to lift the body higher to get it out of there." Jake was in no way deterred by this information. They awkwardly got the corpse up next to the window, setting it on one of the dog beds to try and soak up the blood oozing out of the head. Mike slid the window open, and pulled the screen out, letting it fall to the ground, not very concerned about the future state of it. The two stood the body up, getting the arms hanging out, and then heaved, lifting it up the rest of the way and over. Mike had thought that putting it in the back might do well, as he wasn't sure where the best place to drop a dead zombie off was at the moment. He knew if you killed a bee that others would come to find it. Mike hoped that these things, which in no way seemed intelligent, would be not like bees. The body count around the property was growing, and while he was perfectly fine with killing as many of these things as he had to, if it meant keeping everyone safe, he also did not want to try and have a zombie wall full of zombies climbing over other zombies in his front or backyard. The two Evans men pushed the dead body out and watched as it collided with the small area of paving stones beneath it. The crack and crunch it made as its skull, head, and neck vertebrae snapped was not pleasant. Jake looked at it for a second, shaking his head, and said, "Well, that's probably the worst thing that I've ever heard in my life, not counting when that one game was not getting made anymore." Mike realized that his almost 40-year-old brain was having a hard time dealing with this, and that there was absolutely no way Jake's young teenage head could quite handle what was going on. This actually made him feel even worse about Lily and all the kids in the living room, given the fact that they were all a range of 6 to 11 years old. He thought of Penny and realized she might have been only 5 years old. Mike said, without a lot of confidence, "Hey, it's going to be okay. I don't know why yet, to be honest, but if our family survives, it's going to be because we didn't sit around like a bunch of yuppies doing nothing, waiting for somebody to take care of everything for us." Jake nodded. He didn't quite understand yuppies yet, for which Mike couldn't blame the kid. They lived in a nice part of Ankeny, and Jake only thought that he knew what the ghetto was. Mike had mentioned to him more than a few times that most of his problems were what you called first-world problems, and only people with them would never think that saying was funny. The thing that Jake had going for him was that unlike most of the other kids, the Evans children didn't go on exotic vacations at the drop of a dime. They also didn't get multiple $1,000 gifts at Christmas. The nice thing about them was that if you asked why, they would straight up tell you we'd rather have the love of our parents than people that spoil us with things we don't need and then in the long run don't ever get to see our parents. Jake would typically brag to his friends, who were bragging about something that was materialistic, that he knew how to go out in the woods, hunt for a deer, get the deer, and then, unlike his grocery store-bound friends, could cook his own stuff that he provided for his family. Jake asked his dad, "So, are we going to stay here, or did you want to go to Grandma and Grandpa's lake house? Or do you even have a plan? I mean, I'm down for living through the zombie apocalypse and everything, but I feel like we probably better figure some things out if that is your plan of attack. If we're just going to wait for the zombies to come here and eat us, maybe I should just go downstairs and get my last round of Xbox in now before the Wi-Fi goes out." Mike, who obviously was older, thought about it, realizing maybe Jake wasn't being as affected by the zombies if Xbox was what Jake was worrying about. Mike said, "I think we should probably wash the dead zombie off of our hands. Then, after that, I'm going to give Mom a call and see where they are. I don't have nearly what Grandpa does, but I know that I have enough to get us over there and to his house. If we can do that, we can formulate a plan. I don't know if your aunts are going to be able to make it to Ankeny. It doesn't do much good for my heart knowing that neither of them has any guns at their houses. But hopefully Shauna living out in Polk City will make it far enough away that they don't have to worry about the dead coming for them." Jake nodded, and for the first time ever, raced to wash his hands. He yelled over his shoulder, "You realize if we were out in Polk City with Shauna, that we could literally hunt deer forever out in the woods and probably not run out for a really, really long time. We got squirrels, rabbits, and there's fish at the lake. I don't know if going all the way to Grandma and Grandpa's is that great of an idea. It takes 2 hours to get there, and that's when there aren't any issues with road construction or dead people walking around. We also go when there isn't any rush hour. I have to guess that there's a lot of people on the road right now trying to get the F out of Dodge." Mike snapped, "Don't say fuck, Jake." "Fuck. You're right, though. I'm going to give Grandma a call, and then we can go from there. I think it might be smart at this point if you get every gun out of that cabinet, all the ammo gathered up downstairs and up, and you can keep the guns up here for now. The car is in the garage at least, and that is a good thing, although the idea of packing every single thing we own into it, plus you 3 kids, oh fuck me. Where are we putting the 2 dogs, the guns, the ammo, the small amount of food we have on hand, extra clothes, coats, gloves, hats? It is not big enough by any means. Where are we going to put crap at?" "That's why Grandpa told you not to go and buy one of those foreign jobs. He said that you were going to regret it one day, that it was worth it to buy a Chevy like he does." Too little too late, Jake, and I am pretty fucking sure that Grandpa wasn't talking about buying a Chevy because of an impending zombie apocalypse. The man has never watched a horror movie in his life, so let it go. The truck wouldn't fit in the garage and still have room for my bike. I drive 60 miles a day. I need every break on gas I can get. Grandpa brags about 20 miles per gallon like it is a good thing. I'll take the nice rocket. I'm just saying, if you had Grandpa's truck, we could almost all fit in the back of it. As comfortable as that would be. We could get all that crap you were talking about. You know Grandma Diane would have a lot of good supplies, unlike us at the moment. We could get it all in the back of Grandpa's truck, and it has that cover on it too. Or maybe we can just follow them down, as long as Grandpa goes on regular roads and not on gravel. Mike snapped, "I've been driving on gravel longer than your little ass has been alive. There's nothing wrong with the car, and if you really want to go there, Grandpa probably isn't even filled up on gas, where I actually am for once. Mostly because I've been home sick. My car can go 45 to 50 miles per gallon if I keep my foot off the gas, which you know I always do. We could go to the lake and back without having to fill up, with absolutely zero issues. The idea, to be quite honest, of getting gas in abundance before it runs out probably isn't the worst idea. I'm pretty sure at some point, once everything settles down, we're going to need the gas to get places so that we can acquire items to survive." Jake didn't really respond. He just dried his hands off, which for a 12-year-old boy meant shaking the water everywhere. Mike realized it was a first-world problem, and it wasn't a big enough concern to yell at the kid. If he hadn't learned before the zombies came, he never was going to learn. And now it was too late. Jake headed into the closet where the gun safe was, shaking his head and whispering, "Should have bought a Chevy, Dad, should have bought a Chevy." Mike watched as the boy actually did what he was supposed to do. He was calculating and planning, and took one gun at a time, and then took the ammo to match the gun, taking it to the steps and making a line of ammo and guns. Mike walked to the front of the house, looking out Jake's window at the ground below. He saw that there definitely was no shortage of the dead. Something he hadn't counted on was the interstate, which was quite close to them. It would have been rush hour when all of this went down, and there would have been thousands of people commuting from Ankeny to Ames to Des Moines, where employment and higher-paying jobs were more readily available. The dead must have come off the interstate and bypassed the golf course, and must have been heading for the noises coming from the suburban city of Ankeny. Jake said, Dad, your hands look really gross. Do you think you could wash your zombie germs off, or what's the point of me doing it?" Mike scrubbed hard at his hands and forearms, hoping that the hot water would at least be around for a while. He'd never had many times, outside of a few tent camping trips, that hot water had not been an option. The trips had taught him and his wife that showering in hot water was a godsend, that they hated camping, and cold water and a scrub bath sucked. The only other time for a prolonged period had been when Emily and he went down to the lake house, while his parents were still finishing it, and would have to bring up water from the basement, boil it, and then do hand towel baths in the tub, which at times could most definitely be freezing. The time they had spent down at the quiet lake house, which during the fall and spring was all but deserted, was definitely a large part of what made them fall in love. Mike walked out of the bathroom, and a wave of nausea and dizziness hit him all at once. Jake was coming out of the closet door when Mike raced back to the toilet. He knew he wasn't going to make it, and stiff-armed Jake out of the way, something the child momentarily wouldn't appreciate, but long-term definitely would. Mike let a spray of what puke he was able to expel from his body. Mike slid over against the wall and slowly lowered himself back to the floor, resting his head on the cool ledge of the bathtub. He looked over to see Rusty walking by the doorway. The small beagle must have thought things were safe for the moment, or he was sick of the kids, because he took his normal spot of lying beneath the bed where Harley wouldn't mess with him. Jacob almost lost his balance when his dad's weakened but still quite strong arm came up, pushing him backward and off balance. He could handle some pretty gross stuff, but when it came to vomiting, he could not handle it at all. Mike could hear the dry heaving from behind him, and felt guilty because of it. The backup vocals that Jake was providing did nothing for Mike's already very weak, sensitive stomach. He kept his head on the side of the tub, ignoring the drips rolling down his face from his own puke, and continued keeping still until all he could do was dry heave. Mike was going to say it, but Jake patted him on the back and turned the shower on, getting the puke and the smell out of his dad's line of sight. Jake said, "I think that I'm going to give Grandma Diane a call. I have a feeling you might just want to sit there for a second. You know, so long as no dead things come out of nowhere again. I'll call her from my phone. You don't smell so good, Dad," Mike retorted quickly by trying to say, "Jake, I guarantee when you get to my age, God willing, and we make it through this wonderful day we're having together, building all these special moments in the back of your mind, if you ever get as sick as I am and have 2 children to still take care of, then you can see how great you smell after you have taken 1,000,000 shits and pukes within a matter of a few days." "Okay, Dad, TMI. Way too much. I just feel really special that we get to have all of these wonderful conversations, Dad. I mean, not every kid can say that his dad couldn't possibly be more honest about what is happening in life. Of course, no kid with the exception of Lily and Tony. I feel like maybe I should just make the call in my room so you can finish puking and crapping your guts out, or whatever fun things you feel like you still have left to deal with before you come back out." Mike was going to try and say something sarcastic back, but he didn't have the energy or the air for that matter. He waved Jake off, and the boy disappeared out of the room and around the corner, still carrying his rifle, which he did not look like he would be letting go of any time soon. Jake sat on his bed, feeling around on his comforter, trying to find his smartphone and the blankets. He had to use extreme willpower when he pulled it up, seeing that PUBG had a new update and new skins were available. He knew he had accrued a ton of coins the night before when he and some friends went on a raid against other groups, and absolutely massacred them. Jake saw a picture of his grandma and grandpa on his dresser, and realized it would be okay if PUBG had to wait. He did wonder if any of his friends were hanging out in any of the chat rooms. The thought that maybe he could get some information about what was happening definitely struck him as something to consider. When Jake saw the picture of his grandma and grandpa next to each other on the phone, he knew to call Grandma Diane, because his grandpa never had his on him. The only way he would pick up is if the 2 of them were already headed somewhere, because he kept his phone in the truck. He knew that Grandpa Denny would be the one driving, as long as he was healthy and not a purple zombie, and that Grandma would be riding shotgun and complaining, rightfully so, about him smoking in the truck, which is something that Mike had never been a very big fan of. He had finally got his dad to stop smoking even one cigarette on the ride down to their lake house, just by mentioning to the kids to make sure and mention that if they really didn't want him smoking in there with them, all the two children had to do was mention that they were feeling a little sick, and they might puke in his beloved truck. There was no cigarette worth having to smell a child's puke, especially in the hot summers of Iowa, after an empty puke-filled pickup had a few hours to warm up, sitting in a 100-plus degree garage. Jake tapped on the phone picture of his Grandma Diane and waited impatiently, hoping she would answer and praying she was okay. When no one picked up, he hated the scenarios of what could possibly be happening for her not to be able to pick up her phone and answer. He walked slowly back to his dad's room to fill him in on the news, or lack thereof. Chapter 9. Diane watched the zombie, looking as if it was biting Denny's foot. He was doing his absolute best to not in any way let it close enough to get clasped around his foot. Denny tried to get it away. He looked to Diane. He wasn't worried so much about saving himself, just all of the people he would not be around to help to save. He thought of his dark tan body going pale and purple, and going after the woman who he'd promised to protect and love 50 years ago, and who for 50 years would have to worry about him trying to eat her. Denny was trying to think of what he could tell her to do to try and save him. Denny felt guilty for having to ask to be saved. He was old-school chivalrous. A woman shouldn't have to save a man. This was more than likely the only way he was going to survive, though. Diane watched him. She screamed at her body to move, but she'd never watched anything horror-related in all of her life. So the fact that every single thing her grandchildren, or at least Mike's children, joked about regularly was coming true, had her feeling like she was standing in a neck-down coffin of dried concrete. The only thing she could do was feel, and feel she did. Like crying, like screaming, like a million horrible things running throughout her entire body. She watched for just a moment longer before whatever mental concrete keeping her in place finally broke free. Denny was going to say something to tell her to use her gun, but knew that he'd be more likely to get shot by Diane before he'd be saved by her with a gun. She hadn't shot a pistol in over 40 years, and the chances of starting now under this amount of stress, it was impossible to think they'd be okay in the long run. She could shoot like a champ when they'd first begun dating. Denny had taught her how to shoot, which had not met her father's approval. What had made the man more upset was when he'd flicked his smoke out of the window as he'd pulled up to take her out, and he'd brought her a pistol, which he'd picked up for her with his paycheck. When Diane's cognitive motor skills came to life, she raced out of view. Denny knew that she wasn't going upstairs, because there were still more dead on the upper level, and there was no way she could get past the dead that was sprawled out still trying to make a meal out of his foot. Diane never had any intentions at all of leaving her husband. When she ran to the back of the downstairs living room, she looked frantically for something that she could try and push the dead off with. Diane had made the basement into an African-themed room. Her husband had always mentioned how little sense that made, given they were both white, Norwegian, descendants of poor dirt farmers. They pretty much couldn't have had less to do with African Americans except being able to relate, coming from their Catholic upbringing that they had. Diane took an elephant that they'd had for 30 years and had traveled to 3 houses with them. It had to have weighed at least 15 pounds, and she was going to grab it, but realized it was going to put her much closer to the dead's mouth than she was comfortable with. Denny began screaming. The pressure on his leather loafers was getting tighter as the zombie's mouth began to clench around him. Diane traded out the elephant for a 3-foot-tall decorative metal giraffe. She looked at the legs on it, and looked at the dead, and hoped that it would be enough. She carried it by the head, running back to Denny, and sliding a full leg sideways in between his foot and its mouth. The metal held true, and Diane pushed up, using it as a makeshift pry bar to free his foot. Diane didn't stop lifting until she had enough momentum with the giraffe to make the zombie flip over onto its back. She kept the legs firm and pulled back all at once, and then slammed them down around the dead's neck, pinning it to the ground. Denny did not hesitate, pulling his .44 caliber from its holster, and hovered it just a few inches over its head, while Diane did her damnedest to keep it still. He squeezed the pistol off once, and there was no question he needed to take a second shot. The report from the gun was deafening, and both of their ears immediately began to ring. Denny, who had worked on fighter jets as an engine mechanic almost his entire life, was used to the ringing, because he could wake up with it without any reason at all. Diane, however, held her ears as if it was going to do some sort of good. Through a fog, just being able to hear, they heard more glass breaking upstairs, and footsteps seemed to be rushing towards the sound. The dead didn't seem too bright, so they were unsure where the sound had come from, but seemed to know that it had come from inside of the house. The only upside was that it didn't seem they knew about stairs or basements or a house and its physical makeup. Denny felt like his back was getting tighter by the moment. He knew they had to get out of here, but at the same time, going upstairs was more than likely a death trap. Diane looked up at the top of the steps, and 4 of the dead were staring back down at her. She cringed, but knew Denny's back couldn't do it at the moment, and this had to be done. She dragged the zombie far enough out of the way so that they could use the door if needed. They did not race down the steps. They literally jumped the first 10 steps, which led to a small, flat landing. 2 of them landed, while the other 2 missed the landing completely and continued their forward momentum, tripping down the steps, smashing their faces, till one of them broke their neck, taking itself out of the equation. Denny and Diane just needed to keep their feet and all other appendages away from the dead so that it could not bite them. Diane slammed the oak door closed, wishing they had something much more durable and reliable. The only reason they even had a door on it was to conserve heat and air in the summer. The cheap oak would do very little against 3 additional dead banging away at it. There were plenty of things in the basement they could try and put up against the door, but he wasn't sure if Diane would be able to move it on her own, and the thought of him trying to lift anything, including himself, was preposterous at the moment. Diane was frantic and unsure what to do. She didn't need someone to help her think, as she seemed to be firing on all cylinders now. She raced into the basement utility room, grabbing a few metal chairs they kept for when the kids came over for Christmas or Thanksgiving. When she came back, she wedged them so the tops were under the doorknob and the bottom was along the trim on the floor. Barely a second later, the dead slammed, kicked, and punched at the door. When they couldn't get through, the best thing they could think of was headbutting the door with all their might. But there was not going to be enough time for them to stay here too much longer. Denny wiggled his way out of the caved-in wall, hobbled over to the couch, and lay down ungracefully, screaming in pure agony as he hit the sofa. Diane felt a vibrating coming from her pocket, and when she pulled it out, realized that she had just missed a phone call from her favorite grandson, Jake. She loved all of her grandchildren and great-grandchildren, but Jacob had been the first Evans male born that she could enjoy. Tony had been a godsend as well, but she hadn't retired, and much like with her other grandchildren, she was more of a weekend grandmother. She'd still had a full-time job to contend with, and Mike still at home, as his sisters were 10+ years older than he was. They'd had Mike when they were 30 years old, which at the time was old, but was now the new norm to start having kids. She'd always said that it was a miracle that Mike had lived. When he was born, he'd had to have emergency diaphragmatic hernia surgery, and the doctor had had to read the procedure out of a book located in California. Diane touched the picture of Jake's face and began pacing back and forth, waiting and hoping to hear his voice, or really anyone at Mike's house. Denny asked, "What the hell are you doing on the phone? Don't we have better things to be doing right now, like finding a better way to keep these damn things out of the basement?" Diane didn't answer him as she went into the back room, grabbing the office chair, and came back, setting it next to Denny on the couch.
"Get your ass up, Evans, and be quiet. It's Jake. Don't act like you aren't concerned about him. Now give me your hand."
Denny took his wife's hand grudgingly and grimaced as she helped him up. He got up high enough that he was able to fall into the wheeled chair. Denny said, "Christ, I'm an old man. You gotta be a little easier on me. Oh, and don't act like I don't care about the kids. You know if we turn into zombies that all the love in the world isn't going to do shit for them, right?" Diane rolled her eyes. She thought she could show love and not turn into a zombie just fine. Once she was there, she heard a "Hello? Hello?" coming from the phone. She yelled,
"Just one moment, sweetheart."
The refrigerator they had in the basement was only 3 feet high, but it had wheels, and being movable made it a godsend. Denny was saying something behind her, but she ignored him, pushed the freezer up in front of the door, and put the locks on it. The refrigerator, or what was really a deep freeze, was something most people in Iowa had for extra meat and frozen vegetables. It transformed into a 300-pound white block, keeping anything, hopefully, from breaking into the room, which was their last defense of hope. Diane got the phone picked up, ignoring a husband who was not very happy that he'd been wheeled around without getting to have any say. She picked up the phone, turning the speaker on so she could hear, and asked,
"Jacob, is that you, honey?"
Jacob stopped walking from his room and turned around and went back, cringing as the sound of his dad dry-heaving again echoed through the upper level of the house. Jake responded, "Grandma Diane, you're okay. Is Grandpa Denny okay? Where are you guys? Are you still in Ankeny, or have you headed to the lake? Or are you going to a farm? Dad told me to call and see how everyone was doing."
"Yes, we are okay, Jacob. Thank you for calling to ask. Your Grandpa Denny threw out his back trying to keep those things from eating us. We're still in Ankeny, and have moved to the back room where Lily and you do your gun cleaning. But we have quite a few of those dead things in the house. It's starting to make me think that living on a busy road might not have been the greatest thing, as well as having the interstate basically in our backyard."
"Don't worry, Grandma. We live further away from the interstate than you do, and we have all kinds of dead purple people walking around being weird and creepy and trying to eat everyone."
"Is everyone at home? Have you guys heard from Tony? Is he on his way home?"
Jake replied, "Yeah, we heard from Tony. Dad said that he was still at school, and he was going to try and get home. He had to try and find a car first, because I guess there was something wrong with his battery, and then it got towed. I'm not really sure, but I could tell from the look on Dad's face that he wasn't very happy with whatever Tony was saying to him. Lily is okay. She just about got eaten by a zombie, but Dad shot it in the head, and then we threw it out the window, so we didn't have a dead corpse zombie sitting around in the house, collecting dust. Mom is out because she had to go to work today. I think Mackenzie next door was going to pick her up because she crashed her car and was hiding and waiting for her to come pick her up. We also have, every neighborhood kid. Well, except the zombie kid that got shot in the head in our living room just a few minutes ago. Lily is doing her best to try and keep everyone entertained and focused until their parents come and pick them up. Dad has everything boarded up, so I'm not really sure how we are expecting to get rid of the kids. I guess they could jump out of my window, but I think that would be a great way for them to break their legs. And I don't think that is something that anyone is looking forward to having happen. I wouldn't think going to the doctor today is going to be that great of an idea, if you know what I mean."
"No, I don't think going to a hospital would be all that smart. We haven't really figured out what we are going to do because of his back. And then on top of everything else, being stuck in this back room, which was quick thinking on my part. But in the long run, I can't say that it is the best of ideas that I've ever had. Do you know how much longer all of those children are going to be at your house?"
"No.
As far as I know, there haven't been any messages saying that anyone was close enough to pick up the kids. Dad's been kind of busy dealing with zombies in the backyard and getting the house zombie-proofed. He's currently in the bathroom right now trying to puke his guts up. We have our fingers crossed for him, though, that he only has the flu and isn't actually going to give us the zombie virus or turn into a zombie himself. I'd feel really bad about having to double-tap Dad in the head to keep him from eating us and the rest of the neighborhood. Jacob, honey, I'm sure your dad is just fine. He will be feeling better before you know it. You just need to do what you can to help out today and be a big boy.
Jacob cringed and replied, Grandma, I am like almost 13. In another year, I'll be able to drive a car, and not just a golf cart down in Missouri with you guys. I'm kind of a big deal, you know, being able to drive one of those already. I'll do what I can for Dad, and I'm sure he won't try and eat us. Did you want to talk to him or anything?
No, I don't need to talk to him, but we might need help clearing out our house. I don't know that he'd be the best one to come for us, given his health, but unfortunately we might not have any other options that we can rely on. Your Aunt Shauna in Polk City isn't probably going to be too helpful, and Aunt Sharon in Des Moines might as well be on the other side of the earth at this point. I can't imagine what trying to travel today would be like. I really hope that everyone gets to where they need to be, and I would love a message from you when your mom gets home, so that I know she is safe.
Yeah, I can give you a call or text, Grandma, but I will let Dad know that you guys are stuck there. Maybe we can come over once Sorry, I'm tired, Grandma. Once my mom gets home, maybe we can come and try and get you out of there. Does Grandpa have his back brace down there that he could put on? Denny had been listening impatiently and thinking the same thoughts about everyone getting where they needed to be safely. Denny said, Jake, it's down at the lake. You make sure if your dad hasn't already done it, that you guys get a couple of guns out and get them loaded. You know what I say about unloaded guns, right? Jake nodded his head and replied, Yeah, I know what it means. It means that if you have an empty gun and you don't have any ammo, you got one expensive paperweight or something that has moving parts without any good to come from it. I've already got my Henry you gave me for Christmas ready to go, so don't worry about us. Dad shot his first zombie already, so I'd have to say that either his pistol or rifle is loaded. I'm not sure which one he used downstairs, but I think he had the pistol because I don't know if he had time to actually get the rifle out. I've been trying to get all the guns by the steps, so when we do leave, if we leave, we can take everything with us. Can't shoot them if you don't got them. Get her done, right, Grandpa? You know it, buddy. Stay cool, and let us know what's going on once anything changes, okay? If you guys are able to leave for the lake, just go. Don't worry about Grandma and me. Diane said,
Well, it would be nice if somebody could try and help us. I'd like to live a little bit past 70. I didn't work our whole life to have some purple zombies come in and eat our faces off. This is like the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Jake, who had read all of his dad's zombie series, said, Oh, you should see the zombies in the orphans, Grandma. They are terrifying. These things aren't that bad. We just need to make sure that we don't keep any of them around us. Or if we do keep them around, we really want to make sure we don't let them get into too big of groups. I don't know how we'll get around them, and I'm pretty sure Dad won't leave Ankeny without knowing that you two are safe. He said he wanted to know what was going on with Aunt Shauna and Aunt Butthead, but then we had to deal with the zombie. Once we threw it out, he decided it was a good time to puke, and God knows what else. I'll talk to you soon. Stay in that room, okay? Don't get bit by any zombies. If you guys haven't figured it out, shoot them in the head just like the movies. Got real lucky about that, huh? Diane could only shake her head. This child didn't fall far from the tree. She said, I'll talk to you soon. Tell Lillian, your dad and your mom, if you talk to her, that I loved them, and we will see everyone very soon, hopefully. We can only pray this thing isn't going to last more than a day. Jake knew that his Grandma Diane didn't have the stomach for a zombie apocalypse, and didn't want to say anything to upset her. He knew the chances of an apocalypse ending the same day it started were next to none, so all he said was,
"Yep, you know it, Grandma. Stay safe, stay inside, shoot them in the head, and don't go anywhere. Love you guys. Bye."
Denny, who was just as proud of being in Evans as his grandchildren were, puffed up his chest, but only for a moment, because it felt like there was a knife being dug into his spine and ripped downwards. Diane saw this and just shook her head.
"You don't have any room for doing anything stupid, Dennis. You need to sit still and be quiet. You wiggling around is only hurting yourself. We don't have time for it, and we need you to be able to sit up and move if we are going to live through today. I need to try and get a hold of the kids. I wish Mike wasn't so sick and that his entire neighborhood wasn't currently at his house. Did you have any ideas for what could be done if he isn't going to be able to make it to us?"
Denny readjusted himself and tried to think of an answer. Diane might have even felt bad for her husband, if such a thing was possible and he was able to keep his mouth shut. Denny said, "At least one of the kids took the things that he needed to learn about guns from me and never forgot. As long as they have bullets at Mike's house, and they can keep themselves safe, I think they'll last a while just fine. I hope they just sit still until we can either get everything figured out, or we can group together and get the hell out of this place."
"As much as I love this basement, it's starting to feel like we might be in our own prison. There's no way out of here, and with your back, I don't even know if you could climb up to the egress window and do the ladder. If you did go up the ladder, I don't know where we would go. There are dead everywhere. I think the only option we have is to go back up to the kitchen. I can only imagine that if those things didn't find food, they will either move on to something easier, or hopefully just forget that we are in here."
He tried to get up, but his back was telling him it was not going to happen just yet. He realized if Mike, by some chance, could make it over, in his weakened state, he probably wasn't going to be much more help trying to get him up the steps. Jake could do a little, but he was still a long way away from having man muscle, as Jake liked to put it. Then he thought he could use the railing and push on the boy, hopefully to get up the steps, but much like anything in life, there weren't any guarantees. Denny pushed his chair over to the gun safe and grabbed the crutch from when he had knee issues. He lifted his military duffel bag and dropped it in his lap. He picked out the rifles he was taking, and also got the ammunition currently sitting in the bottom of the gun safe. He pointed for Diane to grab a plastic tote they could use to carry ammunition. There was a moment of silence when the two looked at each other, and each of them got a bit teary-eyed. They both realized there was a chance, quite a large chance. This just might be their last day on Earth. Diane said,
"Denny, if we don't make it through this..."
Denny hadn't lived 70 years to call it quits in one day. If his back was his only ailment, he was not going to give up. He knew in the long run she felt the same way, but more than likely had had enough crazy things happening to realize it could be the end. Denny snapped, "We aren't giving up, and this isn't going to be the last date. We're going to make it through. If no one comes for us, I'm going to die with my finger wrapped around this trigger, and we are going to take out as many of those bastards as we can." Diane wanted to reply, but the dead silence between the two of them, momentarily interrupted with words, was now replaced with a smashing and screaming coming from the upstairs and from the steps where the door was to the basement. Screaming came as the door busted open, and they could hear the rattling of the two metal table chairs falling to the ground and opening up the path to their hiding spot. Diane thought quickly and wheeled Denny and the guns into the utility room and shut the door. The two sat there in the dark, praying for an answer. Chapter 10. Jacob stuck the phone in his pocket and walked back to his dad, still heaving in the bathroom. He never felt so many emotions in his young life as he had today. He hadn't lost any of his grandparents, and all his great-grandparents had passed before he was old enough to feel bad about their passing. One thing Mike had told Jake since he was a little boy was it was not nearly as hard getting old as it was watching those around you getting older. He'd seen his Grandpa Denny hunched over, just trying to walk to the kitchen numerous times. When Grandpa found something Jake liked, that was what Jake got. So there had been many times the two had had massive eating sessions between the youngest and oldest Evans. Denny had begun making homemade beef jerky when they would spend the night. Jake cleared his throat, trying to catch his dad's attention and to not scare him, keeping true to the do not startle an Evans male way of living. Jake said, "Hey, Dad, so Grandma called back. I guess that Grandpa hurt his back, but, no zombies ate them." Mike instantly felt a sense of urgency to his parents and that he needed to go and save them. They had done everything to take care of him his entire life, and this was one rare time that a child could do for them which they could not do for themselves. They were definitely in dire need. When Mike felt like he wasn't going to be able to get any sicker, he slid down to the ground, laying on the cool tile, grabbing a dirty shirt off the ground and using it to wipe any remnants off his face. He looked to Jake and said, "Hey, buddy, do me a favor and run downstairs and get Dad." "Dad, is this really the time?" "I don't know, Jake. I think if you want to question me, there's a really good chance you might end up with my foot diagonally in your little tiny ass. How does that sound to you? Bad? Good. Then listen up and go down and get my boots. And in my backpack, I have some anti-diarrhea medicine. I need that and some water." Jake didn't like the idea of that and walked back slowly out of the bathroom and then double-timed down the steps to the main floor. Lily and the kids were sitting around whispering to each other and taking turns petting the dogs. They held their collars, not letting them near the doors or windows, which were boarded up, but would most likely not take a lot of force to break them free again. Lily said, "Jake, where is Dad? Is he doing okay? We all heard him puking again, and he sounds horrible. I can't believe this is happening." "He's upstairs, Lily, because you don't see him down here, right? I'm pretty sure he didn't jump out the window either." "Okay, so I knew he was upstairs. Thanks for your help on that. I don't need to hear your crap right now. He's upstairs puking. He wanted me to grab some water and his medicine out of his work backpack. He needs to feel better soon. Do you think he's going to turn into one of them? I am leaning towards no, but I only think that because everyone else running around seems to have turned into one of them already." "What do you know, 12-year-old?" Lily said. "What do I know? I know that while you got to sit down here, I was upstairs trying to shoot anything walking by us." "Yeah, well, I was only down here because Dad wanted me to keep all the kids from freaking out because everyone outside is trying to eat us. So, since I had it so easy, as you think, I think you just have forgotten, unlike you got to be upstairs with a weapon, and I got to have a kid start turning into one of those things in front of me. By the time someone realized and started screaming for help, it was already after it had come running for me. If you'd like to stay down here, then just say the word and we can trade. I can shoot a .22 just as well as, if not better than you. In your dreams. Whatever helps you sleep at night, Jake. Dad's bag is over by the couch or behind it, probably." Jake was thinking about it and took the bag upstairs, dropping it off by his dad. He took a wood box from the top of the gun case and poured a few handfuls worth of bullets into a sock, grabbing the smallest rifle that fit his sister. He ran it down to her, and a small smile hid behind her eyes. She took the gun happily, though, unscrewed the loading spring in the stock of the gun, and began dropping bullets into the stock of the gun, something she always thought was cool. Jake yelled as he went back up the stairs. "Make sure you keep the safety on. Shoot him in the head if anyone turns." Lily looked at the group of kids in the room. She said, "None of you guys are going to be zombies, right?
Everyone is feeling okay, right?
The children, who obviously understood exactly what the purpose of the gun was and what had to be done, nodded yes. Rylan, a 6-year-old boy from down the street, or the bottom of the sack, as his parents, Brent and Marcia, would call it, raised his hand. Lily nodded towards him, and he said, "I don't feel all that good." Lily was just putting the spring that held the bullets back in as those words hit home. She pulled the charging metal tab back, getting a bullet in the chamber before standing up slowly with 2 hands on the gun, ready to point and fire. Lily tried to look calm and asked, "What do you mean you aren't feeling good? How long have you been feeling bad? What is it that isn't feeling good?" The boy was holding his stomach and looked like he almost had a sweat starting on his brow. His sister, Haley, who was only 2 years older, put a hand on his shoulder, taking on the motherly approach, which was slightly comical given she was 8, and asked, "What's wrong with you?" He replied, "I think it's my tummy. It doesn't feel very good at all. It is like there's something inside of it twisting and pushing in all directions." Lily watched Haley, and for some reason felt better by the fact that his own sister didn't look like she was freaking out. Rylan looked at Lily and asked directly, "Are you going to shoot me? Please don't shoot me." Lily said, "No," but shook her head yes at the same time. Everyone in the room kind of tilted their heads like a dog in question about something. Rylan asked, "You just shook your head yes and said no. I don't understand that answer. Does that mean you are going to shoot me or you aren't going to?" Lily said, "I don't want to shoot anybody. I just don't want anyone else to die today. Do you need medicine or something to eat?" The boy looked embarrassed and whispered, "No, I don't want anything to eat. I think that was the problem. Dad made pork tacos last night with jalapenos, and I might have eaten a little bit too much." Haley had a small sigh of relief. She cut off whatever her brother was going to say next and said, "He had like 6 helpings last night. Dad thought it was funny he was putting hot sauce on everything. I don't think Mom usually lets him have that much food and that much hot sauce. I think I know exactly what's wrong with his belly." Rylan nodded his head, looking like he was starting to bounce up and down a little bit. Lillian asked, "So what are you saying? I know what happens when Jake goes crazy with his buffalo sauce or Dad's hot sauce for his burritos." Haley said, "I think he needs to take a crap. Rylan, do you need to go to the bathroom?" The boy answered with actions instead of a verbal answer. He raced past both girls and leapt over the stain of blood on the carpet. Rylan was already unbuttoning his pants as he rounded the corner, and the entire group got a full-on view of the 6-year-old butt as he was jumping up and down. The door slammed to the bathroom, and a moment later it sounded like a small bucket of water had been emptied into the toilet. There was a sound of relief that definitely let everyone know he felt, more than likely, 1,000,000 times better. When Jake came back out the second time, his dad was tightening a belt and putting on a hoodie over his t-shirt. He had his steel-toed motorcycle riding boots and was sliding one on after the other and getting them laced up tight. He had a magazine sitting next to him for a 9mm carbine rifle, as well as a pistol. It looked like he had a backpack that had a few rounds in it as well. "Hey, buddy, do you think you can hold the fort down for a little bit? I already feel like shit, and I don't think I could feel any worse if anything happened to Grandma and Grandpa. I'm pretty sure you guys are safe here, as long as everyone downstairs is looking okay and feeling okay. I promise I'll get there and back as quickly as I can. If anything happens, try to get everybody next door and over to Michael's house." "Can you even drive?" Jake asked. "It isn't going to be driving that I'm doing so much as riding. I think I have a better chance of getting over there on my motorcycle." "Right,
because you were doing such a great job with your balance today. I'm sure a 500-pound motorcycle is only going to add to your success rate. Why don't you just take the car? You aren't going to get Grandma and Grandpa on the bike, because you know Grandma probably has a truckload of stuff packed, and even better chance Grandpa probably has a truck full of guns. I guess that's considering they've got anything accomplished before they had to hide out in the basement. Oh, and don't forget, when you get back, Mom is going to kill you for leaving us and for riding your motorcycle sick. Mike thought about the idea of trying to ride with both parents on the motorcycle and almost smiled. It broke his heart to say it aloud, but Mike replied, "If I can get there and get inside and get them safe, then when it is time to go, I will just leave the bike there. Regardless of where we go, I'm not going to be able to carry enough stuff to take the bike with us, to justify having it. There are plenty of motorcycles around. I am sure there's some dead guy that isn't going to miss a much nicer bike. Not to badmouth the boulevard, of course. It isn't such a big deal about keeping my balance with it either. All I need to do is get on the throttle, and then the bike pretty much takes care of everything else so long as it isn't snowing. It's spring, so it probably isn't a real big concern. And it isn't windy. I can wear my helmet, and that is going to give me a little bit of cushion so that I do not have to worry about getting bit on my face, at least. I'm going to have you open the garage door once I get it running. When it's clear, I'm going to make a straight shot for Mom and Dad. I just hope it is a much better idea than what I think it is at the moment." Jake, accustomed to sarcasm and very talented in it, answered as honestly as possible, saying, "Oh, I definitely agree it is an absolute crap idea, Dad. If you crash, you could get all sorts of messed up. On top of all that, you still look like crap, and you don't know what the roads are looking like. What if you can't get through? I know it's only a few miles away. Once I get out to Delaware, I'm not going to be on the roads, so it won't be an issue, and I don't think the path I'm going to take is going to be heavily traveled on a Monday morning." "So what is it you're talking about, Dad? I don't think you make sense, or you are just crazy. Seriously, what's the plan?" "Just go get your sister. I want her upstairs watching the window so you can open the door. If anything comes in, start shooting anything purple and ask questions later." Jake stood for a second, thinking about what his dad was saying, then walked to the gun cabinet and pulled out his pheasant shotgun. It had been his dad's, but Mike had graduated up, letting Jake take the smaller caliber while Mike began using the 12-gauge shotgun that was his dad's, who no longer hunted. Jake said, "If I need to shoot quick, I think I'd rather have power over capacity. I don't see myself hitting anything quick with my Henry. From the window it's great, but if this is something I have to deal with, then I think I either want slugs or birdshot. Which one do you think would be better, Dad?" Mike thought about it for a second and said, "Why don't you get the birdshot? At the very least, if you hit them in the face, they're not going to see anything. And if you're lucky, the pellets will go through their eyeballs and into their brains. No clue if it's going to work or not." "Well, that's relieving. What do you want me to do if it doesn't work, Dad? I mean, I'd be okay if they were blind, but I still don't want them coming towards me or the house where everyone is. If we're going to protect people, we might as well do it right? "Yeah, I agree 100% on that. But you do need to think of one small consideration about that. If it doesn't work out like you want it to, all you need to do is finish out the 5 rounds and have slugs ready to go. Your second option is either take the 12-gauge down there, or maybe you could keep your Henry by the door. You don't have to get them close, but if they're going to come at you, more than likely it's going to be in a straight line. If you just keep your bead on them, I say you have a better than good chance of knocking them off their feet and down for the count. I hate that you have to think about this, or even do any of this. I would never in a million years wish for you to have to go through a zombie apocalypse. I don't want to be in a zombie apocalypse. I can sure as shit guarantee you that your mom does not want to. And I can only imagine how frantic your Grandma Diane is at this time." "No, believe it or not, Grandma actually sounded like she, excuse my French, She had her shit together, Dad. She wasn't freaking out at all, although I could hear Grandpa yelling in the background. I feel like I should probably go with you. I hate riding on the back of the motorcycle, though. You're the only one that looks cool when you're a 12-year-old boy riding with his dad, and I've heard in more than one TV show with bikers that they call that riding bitch, which I can't say I'm super delighted about the idea of. I assure you, I almost never refer to it as riding bitch, Jake. Mostly because your mom would probably take my head off if I did. They aren't big fans of the B word or the C word or really any word that is not derivative of a good thing in general. You stay here, though. There is no way I can take you with and leave Lily to hold down the fort for everybody with the mutts. It isn't safe, and it isn't smart, and frankly, I'm not putting your guys' lives in any more danger than they need to be. Hopefully, your brother will be home before we know it and will be able to help out. So I'm going to be watching for him, but if he gets here and there are zombies in front and I can't open the garage door, what do you want me to do? I was thinking about what we might need to do to get rid of some of these kids when their parents show up. Or, like you just said, if Tony gets here. I want you to get my hunting sticks from the attic and carry them upstairs individually. Then, once you do that, pull your window open as wide as you possibly can. Then connect all the sticks. But this is important, Jake. I need you to really listen, because if you don't, you're potentially going to kill someone. Do not kill someone. Thank you. So now that we are listening, all you need to do, once they're together, use the system that I strapped them to the trees with, except put the sticks to each other. You don't do that. They're going to fall apart and down to the ground, and you won't be able to get them. There is even a strong chance I'm going to need to be able to climb those when I get back. Although I would question that, considering there's no chance in hell your Grandpa Denny is going to climb up those sticks. I also wouldn't feel comfortable having Grandma Diane go up them either. Do you have any questions? Anything at all you're not clear on? We aren't going to have time to dick around. I would say when the shit hits the fan, but we are way past the fan. No, I think I can do that without screwing up. All I need to do is get the sticks and strap them together. I want to make sure that they are tight, and then you want me to leave them hanging down? Do we even have any idea if these things can climb? We do not know, and that is an excellent observation. I just want you to sit up in your room until I get back, unless something bad happens. If you see somebody coming who looks like they are alive, and one of the parents of these kids, or somebody from the sack, you can put the ladder down. I was really hoping more guys were going to be home, but at 7, there's a pretty damn good chance they were all headed off to work. Really fucks us, though, because as we can tell, it's taking a while to get back from Des Moines, since your mom's not here yet. I can't really say she'll be super happy with me leaving, but you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. Oh, I don't think Mom being not happy is the best way to put it. You're probably, as you would put it, going to get a foot in your ass from her. She's not a fan of anyone leaving her precious baby children at home. Regardless, we are perfectly capable of taking care of ourselves. Are you sure that you're going to be able to ride and not have to puke or crap your pants? Mike got down the steps, taking his time. He realized his hobby was actually going to be working out, hopefully in his favor. He got his riding jacket on and went with the sport bike style versus the leather jacket. The armor on his sleeves, chest, and back would be imperative to surviving if he crashed, and or if there were a zombie on his path to his mom and dad's, which he really prayed wasn't going to be an issue. Mike did a running checklist on the gear and what it had to offer. He grabbed a full-face helmet, gloves that had metal through the fingers to protect him in case of a crash, the steel-toed riding boots, and the armored jacket. When he stopped to think about it, the only real susceptible thing was going to be the back of his legs. He slid on a pair of leather chaps and thought that this shit was coming in handier than he ever would have thought it could have. Lily was waiting for him at the bottom of the steps. He was going to tell her he loved her, to be good, and to listen to her brother, but she bear-hugged him and squeezed until it hurt. Instead of telling her to let go, He wrapped his arms fully around her and pulled her into his chest. He kissed the top of her head, her silky smooth long brown hair tickling his nose. "I love you, Lily Dilly. I'll be back as soon as I can with Grandma and Grandpa in tow." Lily wasn't much of a crier, but it would seem, Mike thought, that his only daughter, whom he cherished more than life itself, might just be thinking of the worst-case scenario. She finally released her death-grip hug around Mike's midsection and said, "Don't get eaten by a zombie, Dad. Okay? Please?" "I'll absolutely try and do my best, sweetheart. I promise." Jake yelled from upstairs, "Dad, if you want to get going, you might want to do it while the going is good. It's clear right now." Mike kissed her one more time and said, "You guys be good, please, and stay here. Jake is going to make a ladder that you can climb down. You should all be safe in here. Just keep everything closed that you can. If you hear Jake or Lily shooting upstairs, it is for your own good, I promise." The kids nodded, but none of them looked overly confident. Mike put the strap through his helmet loops, leaving no slack for it to be possible to be pulled off. When he got in the garage, he pulled the bike off the charger. He hadn't been on it that year because of the weather. He also hadn't started it yet, either. Mike got on the bike and squeezed it through the deep freeze and the Hyundai, glad his car was tiny. His Boulevard wasn't the skinniest of bikes, and was just barely able to fit through the gap. He flipped the switch and felt some relief that everything on the instrument panel lit up. He could hear the gas sloshing around and the meter read full. Another good sign, he thought. Mike did the sign of the cross and squeezed the clutch and hit the starter on it. It tried to come to life, but there was no luck. He tried a second time. Nothing. And a third. Nothing. Before finally, on the fourth attempt, hit the starter one last time, and a puff of white smoke erupted out of the muffler, filling half of the garage with smoke. Mike tried not to get cocky. He let it idle for a few minutes before starting to give it some gas. He looked at the tires, and they appeared to be good to go. A second later, he took one deep breath and nodded to Jake with a thumbs up before he watched as the door began to rise. Chapter 11. Brent attempted to pull his phone. However, Karen yelled, "What are you doing? They are barely keeping James on the ground. Why the hell aren't they hitting him or tying him up?" Brent shook his head. There weren't any real practical answers at the moment. None that made any sense, at least. He said, "We need to get out of this field, away from James, and back into our cars and get the hell out of this place." Brent nodded, thinking how he could not possibly agree more with her at this point in time. Karen was trying to stay calm, but couldn't. She said, "I understand that, but how do we get away from James? He's going to be able to keep up with the tractor. It won't do any good to let him just catch up to us anyways, will it?" Brent contemplated that, and as much as he liked James, he absolutely loved his children more than life itself. Brent opened the door to the tractor and climbed down slowly. He ran up to the three men and said, "We don't have any options here, guys. We need to fucking do it." Sean, who wasn't busy feeling fire race through his arms, said, "But guys..." "But nothing, Sean. We won't outrun it, and we aren't going to tie him up with anything. There isn't anything to use." Mike's arms were quivering. He yelled, "Guys, I can't hold him much longer. If you are doing it, then do it now. Please, please do it now." Brian was doing better, as he worked out fanatically. Mark was more of a 12-ounce curl kind of a guy. Brent grabbed the bar that the men were talking about and, unlike Sean, didn't hesitate. Mark let go of the arm a second prematurely. Brent brought up the bar with as much force as he had brought it down. James pulled his arm free and rolled out of the path of the bar. Brent couldn't stop in time, and when James pulled free, he made Mark fall forward and not the way that he wanted to. Mark took the hit across the top of his back,
and Brent held nothing back. When the force of the bar struck the back of Mark, it knocked him flat to the ground. Brian was still doing his best to try and hold James down, but now, with one arm free, James was an opponent without any knowledge of his limits. James had all the strength of his best day, and it did not wear down. He used his free hand to grab Brian, and as Brent was bringing the pipe up a second time, he pulled Brian towards him, and coincidentally into the path of Brent's second well-aimed strike. Brent was able to stop this time, but James had not been interested in using Brian as a shield. James had one thought, and it was burning through his inner self. I need to eat. I've never been so hungry in my entire life. All I can see is food. Food for as far as the eye can see. James came up off the ground and tried to pull Brian down at the same time. He wrapped his teeth around a vein pulsating in Brian's neck. Brian screamed as James's teeth clenched around the vein and tore through it in one animalistic bite that would prove fatal for Brian. James chewed happily as the blood soaked his beard a crimson red. Brian rolled away when his skin was no longer holding him there. He felt its flow increasing as he became more frantic and nervous. Sean yelled, "Holy fucking shit, what are we going to do? I can't believe he got Brian. What's going to happen to him? What can we do? You need to get him help. Get on the radio." Brent looked at him and answered as honestly as possible. "He's going to die. There's nothing we can do for him. I've never seen that much blood in my entire life come out of a person. Mark, are you okay?" Mark was trying to get up, but he felt pain like he had never experienced racing across his spine. He wiggled his toes and feet as he tried to get up, realizing there was a better than good chance that his spine was not broken, and he thanked God for that. He had never been hit so hard with anything in his entire life. Mark said in more of a groan than his normal tone, "Yeah, I think I'm okay. You hit me with a fucking bar. Get me up off and away from this guy now." Brent and Sean both reached down to try and lift Mark up to his feet and get him moving, and as they did, James lurched forward. James had just finished chewing his first bite of mouth-wateringly pleasurable flesh and realized his hunger had not been quenched. He rolled to the side, taking both hands and pulling Sean's ankle towards him. James ripped into his Achilles tendon viciously. Sean kicked at him as he did so with his good foot, no longer trying to help Mark, but to simply save himself. Sean was using his good foot to kick James in the face as hard as he could. The crunch of the bones breaking in James's face was hauntingly loud. Sean lost his balance when his Achilles tendon was ripped away and made the muscle connected instantly go limp, leaving nothing to support him. The only option left was to fall hard to the ground. Brent saw everything going to shit and stepped back, pulling as hard as he could to get Mark up and to his feet. James came forward, taking a small bite into Sean's thigh and then into his stomach. The tan shirt he donned as part of a uniform no one had asked him to wear quickly transformed red. James tore into his love handles and did nothing to slow himself down. This was his first real feast, and it was a meal meant for a king. Sean tried to push himself back, but there was no stopping a very committed James from what he was eating. Sean punched him on the top of the head, and James came up, his face completely soaked in blood, and gripped his hand. Sean tried pulling it back, but it was too late. He took his index and ring finger, wrapping his mouth around it, and tore it off. James growled and chewed like crazy, as fast as he could, until Sean's fingers made their way into his stomach. He went back to the warmth of his stomach innards, tearing like a savage animal with his hands and teeth at the same time. until he was through the stomach muscles and skin and was able to rip intestines out of his insides. Sean screamed like no one had ever heard before, and the three still alive were confident that it was the worst thing imaginable they would ever hear. Karen yelled from the tractor, "Get the fuck on here! We need to go now! There isn't anything we can do for any of them!" Brent and Mark did not disagree, although it hurt their hearts to have to leave friends behind. But they both knew that if they were going to be friends like James, then they were friends they could do without. A moment later, Brian started to rise to his feet, looking around and confused. His neck hung a little bit off to the right, as the skin and muscles needed to keep his neck upright had been feasted upon. Brent let Mark put his arm around his neck, and he helped him go as quickly as he could to the tractor. There was no room for all three of them to be able to ride inside of it. It was a one-seater, and therefore it pretty much just fit one driver. Brent was doing his best to think on his feet, but this shit was getting ridiculous quick. He was the only one that drove the tractor, and he was not about to do on-the-job training right now. Mark screamed in agony as his back and neck started to react to the trauma he'd encountered by Brent's hand. Brent looked in the cab, seeing Karen motioning for them to hurry up. When Brent looked behind him, he saw James, Sean, and Brian were all coming towards them. James was in the best zombie physical condition out of any of them. Sean was hobbling with guts sloshing and swaying from his stomach, something guaranteed to make you want to puke if they continued staring at him. Karen opened the door as they were getting to the top, and Mark went to climb into the cab, and Brent held firm on the on-the-job training. The last day he thought he would ever have a job if the rest of the world was anything like this one. Mark didn't know how to drive a tractor, and Brent wasn't taking the time to show him how now. Mark didn't have a clue what was going on, and was doing his best to just keep moving. "Well, where the hell do you want me to go? You can stand on this ledge, or you can climb your ass up on the door and sit on the roof. We won't be going over 25 miles per hour. I don't see you not being able to hold on at that speed." "You want me to ride on the roof of this fucking thing? I don't give a fuck what you do, but every second you piss away whining is another one that those things are getting closer with. Us not moving is keeping them from running, I assume. We need to get this thing moving now." Mark looked at his options. Riding on a 1-foot piece of steel while holding on to the door handle, or riding on top of the roof. Mark couldn't say he preferred either choice, but the idea of keeping both feet while standing straight on this little platform with tractor tires as large as he was beneath him was less than appealing. Mark cursed under his breath as he climbed up atop the tractor cab. When he got up there, he held on for dear life and tapped on the top of the window, letting them know he was secured, or at least as secure as he was going to be. Brent didn't screw around and brought the giant diesel-powered tractor to life. He looked over his shoulder and saw that the three still walked towards him. Brent put it into gear, and the three began to move forward quickly. It jumped forward quickly, faster than Mark had expected. It almost made him roll off the back of the tractor's cab. When he looked down and saw that he was a good 10 to 15 feet up, it did not make him reassured in any way at all. The positive thing he did notice was that the zombies were only focused on the people in front of them they wanted to eat. The fact that there was anything at all, being towed by the tractor was completely oblivious to them. The tractor got up to speed at a wild 10 miles per hour, but the positive thing with them not looking was they had no idea what was going to happen next. The trailer they were hauling came up, tripping them and taking their feet out from under them. When they tried to get up, the second row of bars came across and struck them in the head. Sean, who, had he felt pain, would definitely be feeling it now. He had come out the worst of the three. When it had come up behind him, his intestines had wrapped around one of the poles sticking up from the trailer. He had lost his balance, much like the other two, but unlike them, He was being dragged by the trailer as his intestines held firm to his insides as well as to the trailer. Sean screamed, not in pain, but in rage, when he realized it was his intestines keeping him from being free and walking alongside his fellow zombies. He pulled himself up by his intestines and started to gnaw on them, soaking his mouth and mustache in dark crimson blood. Karen said, "I can't believe this is happening. He's eating his own guts. What the fuck happened today? It's just another Monday. I don't understand how hell froze over in one day. Do you think that everyone is like this, Brent?"
If you would have asked me any other day, I definitely would have said no. But given the state of 3 out of 6 people on my crew, I'm going to have to say I think it's very possible such a thing could be happening. When we got the initial call on the walkie-talkie, the guy did not sound very good. At first he wanted help, but then all I heard was screaming and cries for help, of pain and suffering. I won't lie, I'm debating if going to the seed camp is the right move here. Can you imagine if all of those people are there dealing with the same things we are? I don't know how the hell we'll get out of there. I mean, if you come with me, we can take the tractor back to Ankeny. We aren't going to have a plethora of gas when we're done, but at least we will be there. And unlike this tractor, we won't have much in our way that this can't go over. What do you say?
I say we keep the fuck out of Dodge if that's what it comes down to. I don't live in the direction of the camp either, so all we are doing is wasting time. If you think this tractor can make it all the way back to your house, and you don't mind taking me with, then I'd be happy to go. I really appreciate you helping us to stay alive."
They had almost forgotten that Mark was up there, as he'd been quiet ever since pounding to let them know it was okay to go. Mark was trying to listen and heard Ankeny and hum. He poked his head through the door from up top, his black hair hanging down, making it look like he had stuck his finger in an electric socket.
"So are we going to Ankeny, or is it just you guys going to Ankeny, or am I going to go too?"
"So long as you hold on and don't mind a bumpy ride, you can both go with me home. At some point in time, we will figure out some way for you to go home or to drop you off. As you can probably assume, I don't have any clue what we are going to run into, and everything from here on out is a guessing game. I say as long as we are alive and moving, we are doing better than a lot of people. On a positive note, it looks like the 3 behind us are getting further and further away by the moment. That does not break my heart." Mark made one last statement before going up top.
"So, once we get far enough away that we know James, Sean, and Brian are not going to catch up, I think we need to stop the tractor and unhook the trailer."
"We don't have time to do that," said Brent.
Karen said, "I actually don't think that that's the worst idea I've heard today. We only have so much gas, and hauling this trailer full of seed for planting isn't going to do anyone any good. I think if we get rid of it, we should have even more gas than we need, which, since we don't know what's ahead of us, might be something we should care about."
Brent, who was actually thinking a little bit more long-term than they were at this point, added, "I think we can get rid of the trailer, but I also think we might want to keep a few buckets of these seeds. Who knows what we are up against and how long this is going to last? Unfortunately, there is a chance, however small, we will need to supply our own food. If this thing is not just a freak accident, then we very well might need to grow what we have. You know as well as I do that the research corn and beans we have are the highest grade money can buy. Hell, in this case you can't even buy these yet, they're so good. We can make thousands and thousands of bags of corn out of just what we have." Neither of them could say he was wrong, or that it wasn't necessary to do that. Karen said,
"You aren't a half-glass-full type of guy, are you, Brent?" Karen questioned.
"I just don't know enough about what's going on to feel any other way. I guess worst-case scenario is that we could possibly leave it here. If everyone is so busy running for their lives, then maybe it'll just go unnoticed or undiscovered out here. We'll be able to get back before you know it and get them. But I still think Mark is right. We can get everything we need later. If we need to plant a cornfield by ourselves, we totally can do that. Now, on a side note, we can remember that if we do need to plant something, that there isn't possibly a better group of men and women to do so. You have kids, right? They can learn how to do this, and in no time we'll be crapping corn left and right. We hit the right grocery store and we take every last one of their seed packets, and we'll be able to eat like kings. Mark leaned over a second time and said, "You know, we aren't talking like this thing's going to end soon. In fact, I think you're really talking long term. I mean, are you thinking about how long it takes to grow corn? We are talking about being together for a while, if I'm hearing that right." "You are hearing that right, but you don't have to stay if you don't want to. I'm going to Ankeny in this tractor, and I'm doing nothing else. You can stay or leave, but I don't know how much of a head start we have on those three. I'd guess so long as they can hear the diesel, they're going to be trying to follow us." Karen, who'd already made up her mind, said, "Come on, Mark. You don't want to be left out in the middle of nowhere with a jacked-up back, do you?" Mark was going to ask if they'd really leave him out here, but the answer was already known. He'd seen how Brent loved those kids on company family days, and knew that if it was him or getting back to his kids, Mark was shit out of luck. Mark thought about it, and not having anyone to go after did make him realize that there was no reason he needed to go back to his house. He was thinking that staying in groups was probably safer, but the group is what had hurt him, and also saved him. Brent said, "So what's the plan, Stan?" "We just keep going, and I guess we keep the planter trailer attached, since there's nowhere else for us to put it if we get rid of it. Are you sure that we can get back to Ankeny on what we have?" Mark asked. Brent nodded. "Yeah, we can get back, and we have enough gas that we can just cut through cornfields to get there." Mark gave a thumbs up, and the trio bounced their way along the field, waiting for harvest, headed for Ankeny. There was a 20-mile stretch in front of them, each of them hoping there was no hell in their way as they traveled the potentially treacherous path. Chapter 12. Marcia left the parking lot of her work in a frantic hurry. She didn't know what was going on outside of work, but she could only assume there were going to be some horrific events happening. She raced down the street, looking wild-eyed and everywhere, trying to see if what was happening at work was happening in outside life. She made it less than 2 blocks before she was granted an answer, one which promised horror and misery. Marcia watched as 3 children, probably the age of her son Rylan, fed on the bowels of a woman screaming for help on the ground. Marcia had seen the change caused by the bite, and knew that there was nothing she could do to save her. The idea of being someone's meal was not appealing to Marcia. She could only figure the creatures were ruining lives by the second. The more they fed, the more they spread. Marcia turned the truck hard, punching the gas as she buckled her seatbelt and raced towards the 3 children eating the woman. She hit them with such force they shot back 10 feet, and at the same time, she took the woman's head off with the bumper. Marcia rolled the window down, leaning her head out and puking out the window. She'd never seen anything that disgusting, not even on television. When Marcia was done, she looked up, wiping a string of spit from her mouth, and wishing she had not taken part in the free bagels Mary had brought in this morning. She looked around the street and put the truck back in reverse. Marcia was surprised how few cars there were out driving, and began to have reservations about if she was making the right choice, or if she should have tried to hole up at work. Marcia drove slowly, thinking that getting there fast was important, but getting there alive was going to trump that. When she got a few blocks down, there were cars decorating the street, blocking everything and keeping her from going through. She debated if she should get out of the truck and try to find a new car, but that idea was not a pretty one. The idea of having to find a new car on the basis of just dumb luck were not odds she was willing to gamble with, nor was it time that she would allow to be wasted. Marcia hit the reverse again, and went down a side street. When she did this, she had driven past a few different alleyways where dumpsters for large businesses were set. She had not seen the purple zombies who were sitting on their knees, ripping into innocent victims. Unfortunately for Marcia, they did see her. Marcia had the radio off, but she was distracted, thinking about her choices. A thud came into the back of the truck, and Marcia jumped a foot in her seat. She looked in her rearview mirror, noticing that the dead who had been eating in the alleyway were now on her ass and had literally run directly into the back of the truck. She screamed and hit the gas just as 3 of them leapt into the rear of the truck's bed. Marcia did everything she could as she accelerated the truck, swerving it left and right, trying to throw them out. But the dead had a low center of gravity and were not standing or going anywhere. They were able to hold tight, and unfortunately for Marcia, she could not get them out of the truck. She reached behind her and slid the window to the cab of the truck closed. Marcia was beginning to drive erratically and was trying to fight back tears. She felt she deserved to cry, but unfortunately, the tears did little to help her vision. Marcia was trying to talk herself down, to talk herself into the idea that she was okay, and if she just kept driving fast and straight, she was going to be just fine. Marcia could not have been more wrong. Marcia did not see the pothole in front of her from the long, frigid Iowa winters. Marcia's truck tipped a foot as it hit the pothole, and the dead flew forward, smashing their faces into the back of the cab. When they stood up, Marcia hit the brakes and then hit the gas. The 3 zombies looked drunk and walked backwards and fell out of the back of the cab. Potholes were not an uncommon thing, but when you have people on the back of your truck, it might not be the first thing that one would think about happening. Marcia did a victory fist pump, feeling the first hope she'd had since getting into the truck. Marcia was not a violent person, but everyone who wanted to try and keep her from her son and daughter, and even her husband, who sometimes felt like a 3rd child, could go to hell in a handbag. Marcia's attempt at calming herself down was actually beginning to work fantastically. She flew through an intersection. The idea of getting back to her babies was a one-train thought she was stuck on, deservingly so. She never saw it coming, and when she heard the horn of the garbage truck, it was already too late. The truck struck her with such force on the rear passenger side bed, it sent her into a 360 spin. Marcia screamed as the truck spun, and when she didn't think it could be any worse, the truck had so much momentum it went upside down, flipping and doing so many rolls she wouldn't have been able to count them. All of the glass shattered in the truck's windows. The broken glass, unfortunately for Marcia, was trapped in the bed. It was like a million paper cuts for Marcia as she bounced back and forth, the glass covering her face and arms. It all happened so fast. The pain didn't set in until the truck made a horrible screeching noise as the metal skidded to a stop on the concrete. The garbage truck never ceased to keep moving and left her on her own, hoping she was okay, but not caring enough to truly find out or to offer any sort of assistance to her. Marcia was breathing heavily. It had all happened in under a second, and she was trying to get her thoughts back in order. Marcia was amazed she was even alive after all of that, glad she'd had her seatbelt on. She was running a checklist, trying to see if anything hurt, not counting her already broken wrist. She felt something warm flowing down the side of her face and assumed she had started to bleed. It would not surprise her if that was exactly what it was. She looked at her right hand, seeing a bone protruding from a wrist, and if she hadn't already gotten rid of everything, she would have puked for a second time, deservingly so, not thinking her already injured wrist could have been any worse. Marcia wiped away at the blood on the side of her face with her good hand, trying not to scream from the agony of pain. She wanted to undo the seatbelt, but needed to figure out what she was going to do to try and catch herself. She was not strong enough to do it with one arm, and if she did let go right now, she saw that she'd be falling down and into all the broken glass, which would definitely hurt. When she brought her hand back, she looked at it, seeing that it was not just blood, but saliva mixed with blood. Marcia looked slowly to her left, praying to God that it wasn't what she thought she was going to see. She realized her prayers had done her no good, and that there was a ridiculously strong chance that God was busy with higher priorities on a day of death such as this. Her prayers were going to go unanswered on this day. Marcia saw the zombie only inches from her face, sniffing at her head. She pleaded with it, and she might as well have been speaking German, as it did not understand anything she said, as she begged for her life. Marcia pleaded, "Please, oh, you don't have to eat me. You can leave me. There will be others. I have a family." It tilted its head, looking more like a confused dog, but the confusion lost quickly to its impatience for a meal. The confusion transformed into a rage, the likes of which she had never had the displeasure of seeing, especially as close as this. It lunged forward, gripping onto her cheek and tearing it away. In all of the pain, Marcia had not realized the dead from earlier had caught up, and she was now a buffet for those who had not survived the day so far as one of the living. A man came through the passenger-side broken window, uncaring about the cuts and scrapes he was accumulating, as he crawled closer and closer to the meal waiting in front of him, trapped in its seatbelt. He saw the phone sticking out of her hand and took it with both hands, not showing any worries about her pain or well-being. The feeder bit so hard that he snapped the bone back further, and she screamed bloody murder as the pain through her cheek and wrist struck her all at once. Marcia pulled and kicked, trying to get free, but there was nowhere to go, and there would be no salvation for her. As she lay there dying in the truck, she thought about becoming one of those things, and how she would never see her son or daughter again. If there was something such as a feeling of heartbreak or heartache, she knew that this is what it was. Marcia watched through tear-filled eyes as the dead sat next to her, chewing on its piece of cheek. The man who had pulled on her wrist was able to dislodge and rip it off. She lifted her pulsating stump up and looked at her hand, ripped from its socket, leaving a bloody, bony stump in its place. Marcia could not stop screaming, and that was when a third zombie came in through the truck, pushing the man chewing on her hand like a turkey leg out of the way and wrapping his teeth around her jugular, ripping it until it came free, and she finally, luckily and unfortunately, passed out, temporarily, until she came back as one of the purple dead. Her phone sat watching her as she dangled in the cab. This concludes Zombies on the Block by Mike Evans. Narrated by Tristan Morris. Copyright 2019 by Mike Evans. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Mike Evans and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.